Raising children, this is a genre that heals the reader's soul. The main character is an adorable and sweet child, growing up surrounded by everyone's love. However, something about the genre I've entered seems a bit off. And so, our story begins at a magnificent, grand mansion. The female lead is feeding a little girl, but the child angrily refuses to eat. Currently, she is in a fictional romance novel about raising children. The novel's villain is a spoiled child who always gets what she wants, the only daughter of a dark family. Bullying the servants day and night is an everyday occurrence. Every mealtime, she throws tantrums, being picky and breaking dishes. She's notorious for constantly driving away her stepmothers. The female lead in the child-rearing book is here, smiling as she feeds porridge to the villain, but the little girl throws a toy at her head and shouts, "Get out." The little girl being raised here, the villain, is the only daughter of the Rebecca Petrie family. The female lead remains patient and gentle. "I'll leave right after you finish eating, my little Riri. Try this dish, okay?" But the girl keeps shaking her head in frustration. Little Riri insists, "I said I don't like it." Suddenly, the girl screams, "Ah, blood." Seeing the blood makes Riri a bit scared, and she hesitates, Riri suddenly snaps, yelling, "That's why I told you to leave, but you didn't listen." The female lead wipes the blood from her forehead and gently says, "Riri, at times like this, you should apologize first. As for me, I've got plenty of experience taking care of children. So I'm not easily intimidated." She thought to herself, "I've dealt with so many kids like this Riri girl that I'm fed up, but this child." Suddenly, Riri threw herself to the ground, writhing and crying, shouting, "It's not my fault." The protagonist, distressed, held her face, thinking that even if that person came, they wouldn't be able to save this child's terrible nature. Everything began 15 days ago. The protagonist had died. The last memory she had was of rushing into the street to save a child, as if she were bewitched by something. When she awoke, strangely enough, she had become Leona in another world. The protagonist was sitting in a carriage. Opposite her was a powerful and handsome young man. He said that she acted as if she had given up everything earlier. And now she finally realized her situation, Leona Sioni. He was the head of the Petrie family, Duke Ian Petrie. The protagonist, surprised, asked, "Leona?" Leona's memories flooded into the protagonist, voices echoing, "Useless thing, if you're not working, stay in the attic. That Petrie person said they'd buy her. Right? A duchess, huh? Well, he can take her wherever he wants as long as we get paid." Returning to reality, the man saw Leona staring blankly and asked what was wrong. She hurriedly smiled, saying it was nothing, just that the bumpy ride startled her. The heroine thought to herself, "So this Leona, whose body I'm inhabiting, is living a miserable life, and was sold off under the title of a noble lady. The man who bought her was the Duke of the Petrie family. There are many unpleasant rumors about the place she's about to go, where the servants suddenly disappear. I've even heard that the family secretly sells people or tortures them. A dark family is where the villainess was raised and grew up." The Duke of Petrie suddenly spoke, startling the heroine, "I don't know what rumors you've heard about me. But I won't use force or take you to any strange place, so rest assured." The heroine could only cry inwardly, "How can I feel at ease?" The Duke continued, "But you must remember your duty, which is to focus on taking care of my child." The carriage carrying the two was quietly passing through the forest. The heroine thought, "From the moment I first transmigrated, I knew that my future wouldn't be easy." The Duke Petrie's mansion. On the first day the main character met the little lady, Riri pointed at her and said, "What is that?" Her words were as sharp as a knife piercing through the main character's chest. She thought, "What an insolent brat, daring to call me that," but outwardly, she still smiled gently and said, "Hello, I'm." But the little lady interrupted angrily, "Hello. Get out." The main character was stunned. Duke Petrie picked the girl up and calmly said, "Let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Riri. From today on, you will be her mother." The main character was shocked, thinking, Did he just say I'm going to raise the precious gem of this household? She smiled and asked the Duke, may I ask, how many mothers has she had before me? In the original story, the most senseless death was the third mother, who fell down the stairs and died trying to avoid Riri. If I were in the middle, I could have avoided it. Duke Petri nonchalantly replied, leaving the female lead stunned. She thought painfully to herself, why does it have to be this character? Meanwhile, Riri said to his father, what? Did you call me just to say that? The little girl jumped down and shouted angrily, another new mother. I'm leaving. The Duke affectionately said, all right, since you've greeted her today, you can go. The little girl stormed off, saying, I'm not leaving because you allowed me to, I'm leaving because I want to. She slammed the door rudely, making the female lead feel exasperated. Duke Petri said, come with me. The female lead asked, yes, but where are we going? Don't ask, just follow me. All right. The Duke led her to a room and said, this is your room. It's a bit much to stay in the Duchess's room, so you'll stay here instead. He opened the door, revealing a very simple room with basic furniture and dim lighting, which surprised the heroine. The Duke turned to ask the heroine if there was any problem. She quickly flashed a polite smile and said there wasn't. She thought to herself how unexpected it was that he gave her such an ordinary room. The entire way here, she hadn't heard a sound from anyone, thinking she would be placed in a dungeon instead. He's probably not the romantic type, huh? Before leaving, the Duke told her to rest well, as she would start taking care of the girl tomorrow. Left alone, she recalled that in the novel, Rebecca had ambitions of becoming queen. Although she was engaged to the crown prince as she wished, after being deposed due to her cruel actions. She took revenge and poisoned the new queen. Eventually, Rebecca was sentenced to death. Looking into the mirror, the heroine sorrowfully spoke to herself, Leona, your life is so pitiful. What should you do from now on? Throwing herself onto the bed, Leona told herself, I don't know. I'll deal with tomorrow's problems when they come. Starting tomorrow, I have to take care of that girl. Let's see who the real winner will be, Rebecca. Meanwhile, in Rebecca's room, the little girl threw her stuffed rabbit to the ground, shouting, I'm so mad. New mother, my foot. The maid beside her sinisterly said, don't worry, my lady. As long as you follow my instructions, things will go smoothly, just like the previous times. Riri smirked and replied, I understand now. Scene change, a few days later, at the Duke's castle, the servant said, the patrol lasted a whole week, it must have been hard on you, my lord. The Duke had just returned. As soon as he got off the horse, the Duke asked the butler, how's Riri? While I was away, did she get along with her new mother? The butler stammered, well actually. The Duke glared and shouted, what? The Duke angrily stormed into the main character's room and yelled, Leona Sioni, while she was calmly having breakfast. The Duke angrily said, what have you been doing all week? You haven't checked on the child's room, and you haven't even bothered to care about her. Contrary to the Duke's anger, Leona was overjoyed to the point of tears, saying, finally, after a week, there's someone I can talk to, leaving the Duke surprised. Leona said that the household staff all ignored me, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Stranger still, every time I leave my room, something bad happens. No matter how hard I search, I can't find the girl's room anywhere, even though I should have found it by now. The Duke waved his hand, saying it's useless to use such words to justify. Leona protested that she's not making excuses, she's telling the truth. She thought she could certainly guess who the mastermind behind her ostracism was, and saying more would only be a waste of breath. She cheerfully smiled and said, now can you show me Riri's room? The Duke led the heroine to Riri's room, a sparkling, luxurious room that made Leona marvel at the distinctiveness of a princess from the Petri family. The Duke called out to Riri, saying, Father is here. Riri is sitting on the bed, annoyed, asking why her father is here. The Duke says, Riri, I brought your mother along too, but the girl just shakes her head and says, Mother. What kind of mother? I haven't seen her all week. I don't care where she is or what she's doing. Leona smiles and says, it's not that I didn't come to see you. I just couldn't find you. But come to think of it, Rebecca, the maids who ignored me while I was searching for your room are all here, aren't they? When I asked them, they clearly said they didn't know. The girl suddenly gets angry and yells, what does that have to do with anything? Stop pretending you're so important. You fell like an idiot in the hallway. Leona seriously asks, how do you know I fell in the hallway? You said you didn't care, making the girl stammer and fall silent. Suddenly, the Duke shouts, enough. I told you from the first day to focus on taking care of the girl. A servant suddenly approaches and says to the Duke, sorry for interrupting, Your Grace, but it's an important matter. The Duke replies, I know, I'm coming right away. Gently stroking Riri's head, the Duke said, Riri, after all, your father is the one who brought her here to take care of you. Why don't you try spending a few days playing with her? Turning back, the Duke said to Leona, I'll give you another chance. Don't do anything foolish again. Riri cried, Father, you're leaving already. I hate this. Leona smiled and patted the girl's head, saying, did you hear that? From now on, let's live peacefully together. The girl brushed Leona's hand away and said, how dare you touch me? Turning to the two maids, she yelled, what are you standing there like idiots for? Pointing at Leona, the girl said to the two maids, if you let that thing come near me, I won't let it slide. Leona thought bitterly, such a sharp tongue, and pointing fingers at others like that. What on earth have they been teaching this child? Suddenly, a voice called out, what's all this noise? Leona turned around and asked, who is that? It turned out to be an old woman. She sarcastically said, oh my, is this the new lady here? She curtsied and greeted, it's the first time meeting you. I am Gazelle, the young lady's nursemaid. The Duke has entrusted me with full authority over everything related to the young lady. She pretended to hesitate and said, it seems the young lady still feels uncomfortable with her new mother. She even said she doesn't like Madam anymore. Could you please step outside, Madam? Leona wondered what she was thinking. She smiled, but it was clear there was another meaning. She said cheerfully, thank you, nursemaid, for informing me. But I still need time to get used to the child, don't I? Leona thought that if the Duke burst in because of this, she wouldn't know what to say if he returned early. Leona gently said to her, if you could help me, nursemaid. But she interrupted, exclaiming, oh, madam, if the Duke has spoken, how could I dare disobey? Casting a meaningful glance at Riri, she said, so, young lady, what should I do? Should I leave in place of Madam? Riri immediately shouted, who gave you permission to dismiss my nursemaid? You leave. Get out of here now. Leona could only smile and say, I didn't tell the nursemaid to leave. This is not how you ask an elder for something. If you want something, don't get angry and calmly tell me, okay? Riri, increasingly angry, gritted her teeth and said, you hateful thing. Madam, the nanny suddenly spoke up, I think we shouldn't force the young lady to do things she doesn't like. If the Duke knew his precious daughter was being treated like this, I wonder how he would feel. Hearing her words, Leona suddenly remembered the Duke's words earlier, before meeting her, there's something I want to tell you, even just a little bit. While taking care of her. If you do anything suspicious, I don't know what I will do to you. It's best for you to be prepared. Leona, scared, thought that surely it wouldn't just stop at being kicked out. Riri looked at her with eyes that said, she will give up soon. Leona suddenly clenched her fists with determination and said, but I'm not forcing her. I'm just teaching her how to do things correctly. Spoiling her too much is not good for her development. I hope the nanny understands this. She then smiled gently and said, besides, I don't care whether the Duke knows or not, because my job is to take good care of her. The nanny smiled maliciously and said, I understand, madam. You are right. I will leave. If you need me, just call. Leona watched the nanny's figure leaving and thought to herself that the woman made her feel uncomfortable. Leona sat down opposite the little mistress and gently said, Riri, if you don't like looking at my face, you don't have to, but I will visit your room and see you every day. I will always be here with you, so I want to ask you this, why do you hate me? Is it just because you find me unpleasant? But the little girl remained silent. Leona stood up, thinking that was enough for today. Asking more would be too much for the girl. But why does she have such a twisted personality when she has everything? While I grew up in an orphanage without parents, lacking so much. The little girl suddenly spoke, didn't you also leave? The nanny wasn't wrong, everyone is the same. The first mother and the second both ran away, so you're just like them. That's why I told you from the start not to pretend to be close. Leona asked in surprise, did the nanny say that? Hiding behind the door, the nanny heard everything Riri said. Her eyes were extremely fierce. On a stormy night, Riri is having a restless sleep. She breathes heavily, murmuring, where is father? Riri is hurting, the girl is having a fever. Suddenly, the door opens, and someone walks in. Recognizing the person as her nanny, she asks, where are father and the new mother? Is no one here? The wicked nanny says, our poor little lady, the Duke is busy with his duties, and your new mother has left because she couldn't handle it. Everyone has abandoned you. My lady, but you don't need to worry because I'm here with you. As long as you listen to me, you won't be lonely anymore. The scene shifts back to the present, and Riri tells Leona, the nanny wasn't wrong. Indeed, you are all the same. My first mother, and even the second mother. Both ran away. You're just like them. That's why I told you from the start not to act close. Leona, surprised, asks, did the nanny really say that? Riri confirms. Yes, I think the same as the nanny. Realizing the issue, Leona says, so that's it. You think of me that way, so you told the servants to make it difficult for me to find your room, didn't you? Riri immediately shouted, it's my fault, why do you keep asking? I told them, it's not the nanny forcing them. Leona wondered if the mastermind behind all of this could be the nanny. A child who doesn't know anything will do whatever the nanny says, just like a puppet. Two maids entered the room and said, Lady Leona, it's a pleasure to meet you. We brought food because it's the young lady's mealtime. Leona asked, is it mealtime already? Then please prepare the meal for her. Turning to the little girl, Leona smiled and said, Rebecca, it's time for you to eat. But the girl remained silent, forcing Leona to call out again, Rebecca. Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly, I don't want to eat. Leona was taken aback, while the two maids just smiled and said, as expected, today is the same. The lady must be quite surprised, right? The two maids took turns pleading with Riri, young lady, even so, you must eat. If the Duke finds out, we'll be in trouble. Leona was shocked and didn't know what to do. Riri lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, shouting, get out, all of you. I'll eat when I want to. The maid explained that this happened at every meal, with the young lady refusing to eat and making a scene. Leona asked what the girl had eaten that morning. And the maid replied, just a little snack. Looking at the tray of pastries in front of her, Leona asked if that was Rebecca's food. The maid answered, yes, it would be great if the young lady would eat. If we don't feed her directly, she refuses to eat. Leona felt helpless and remarked, allowing her to make a fuss is the problem. A maid holding a tray of food knelt in front of Riri, tearfully pleading, please, young lady, just take one bite. Leona suddenly intervened, wait, take this away and bring the main meal for the young lady, please. Leona explained, Rebecca is at an age where nutritional balance is crucial. She can't just survive on snacks. The maid stood up with the food, saying, I understand. Riri sat up, pointed at Leona, and shouted, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Leona gently and cheerfully responded, why would you say that? I'm your mother now, leaving Riri speechless. She smiled and continued, did you enjoy your meal? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Taking care of you is what a mother should do. Riri angrily retorted, annoying. Stop pretending to be my mother. A maid announced, we've brought your meal, making both of them turn to look at the door. The maid was about to place the food where Riri was sitting, but Leona suddenly said, not there, over here please, pointing to the table and chairs in the middle of the room. Riri's meal was extremely well prepared, balanced in nutrition, and the breakfast food looked very appetizing. The food was served on the table, but Riri remained seated on the floor with her back to Leona. She asked, you're really not going to eat? Riri replied, eat? Of course, bring it here. But Leona said, no, if you want to eat, come to the table. A battle of wills erupted between the two. Riri angrily stood up and said, you think you're my mother? You're just someone paid to be here. Leona didn't object, she admitted right away, you're right, that's why I can't leave. She gently cut the meat on the plate. The piece of meat was incredibly tempting. Riri hesitantly asked again, can't leave? You're not leaving. The little girl recalled what the nursemaid had said, everyone abandons you, my lady. The girl exclaimed, you're lying. Leona asked in surprise, why would I lie to you? Really, I haven't abandoned you. I'm not leaving, and I can't leave. So now, let's eat together. Riri looked at Leona with wide eyes. There was a noticeable change in those eyes. The little girl ran to the dining table. She climbed onto the chair with Leona's cheerful encouragement. The little girl holds a knife and fork, ready to eat. Leona smiles and praises, you did well, Rebecca. Now go to the table to have your meal. Riri negotiates while eating, but you said we wouldn't leave. Surprised, Leona asks, huh? What's wrong? The little girl replies, nothing. Nighttime in the palace. Riri is sound asleep. A hand gently closes the bedroom door. Leona, exhausted, steps out thinking, it was so hard to put her to sleep. Now, back to my room. In front of her is a pitch-dark hallway. Leona is crying miserably, not knowing which way to her room because it's so dark. Suddenly, a voice calls Leona, startling her. The Duke suddenly appears. Leona stammers in shock, Duke. She stumbles and almost falls. The Duke quickly catches her and says, you seem very surprised, my lady. He smiles and says, this is our first meeting. I am Luca. Leona wondered, isn't it supposed to be the Duke, Luca? She asked in surprise, wasn't it Duke Ian just now? Luca replied, I received orders from the Duke to escort you to your room, madam. Please allow me to accompany you back to your room. Leona quietly questioned to herself. What kind of situation is this? Luca led Leona back to her room. Leona sensed that the atmosphere was very different from when she was with Duke Ian. What is this strange feeling? Could this be a test? Is the Duke secretly observing me? I think I caught a glimpse of those fiery red eyes for a moment. Was it because of his hair color that I mistook him? Leona asked, you're Luca, right? He cheerfully turned back and smiled, yes, Lady Leona. She continued, Luca, what position do you hold? You don't seem like an ordinary servant. She thought to herself. He looks so much like the Duke. When he smiles, I can hardly stand still. Luca happily said, are you curious about me, madam? That makes me really happy. Luca looked like a little puppy happily wagging its tail. Luca answered that he was a knight for the Duke's family, and he usually handled tasks under the Duke's orders. Leona asked again, like a personal knight for the Duke. Luca replied, you could say that. She hesitated, wanting to ask more, but he interrupted her, saying, we've arrived. Leona thanked him. Luca cheerfully bowed and said, it's nothing. I've completed my task. I'll be back in the morning. Sleep well, my lady. Luca turned and walked away, leaving Leona staring after him, thinking, he's gone. I was going to ask about his relationship with the Duke. It feels like the conversation was cut off. The two of them are so alike. It's hard to believe there's no connection between them. Leona wondered if the name Luca appeared in the original story. She couldn't remember anything. She slapped her forehead, telling herself, "Get it together, Leona. Aren't you already worried enough about your future? Right, this isn't something I should be concerned about. More importantly, finding a way to survive should be my top priority. If I keep this up, I might end up dead." She recalled Riri's words, "She'll leave too." She silently thought, "When I was little, I was alone as well." Sighing, Leona muttered to herself, "Honestly, I still have my own issues to deal with, so why do I keep thinking about that kid? Today wasn't easy, and what should I do tomorrow to make her eat? What on earth should I do?" A few days later, Riri started eating at the dining table. The little girl was eating very well. Noticing Leona watching her, she asked, "What are you looking at?" Leona replied, "You're eating on your own without me telling you to." Riri immediately objected, "No, it's just that I..." Leona cheerfully said, "I understand, just enjoy your meal." She thought, just as I guessed, it's not easy to handle Riri's stubbornness during mealtime, but I have my own strategies. Strategy 1, time it right. "Riri, it's lunchtime." Strategy 2, eat together on the same chair. She brought Riri back and happily said, "Today, let's eat together." After so much hard work and effort, Riri is now completely different from before. But the road ahead is still very long, because the little girl avoids vegetables like the plague. And of course, Luca comes by every day to escort me back to my room. He told me what the little girl likes. Leona also thinks it's better to keep the nursemaid away from the girl for now. Riri jumped off the chair, saying, "I'm done eating, I'm going to play now." Leona suddenly said, "By the way, Riri, you're 5 years old this year, right?" The girl replied, "That's right, I'm 5 years old." Leona thought to herself, worried that at this age the girl wasn't eating properly. She said, "You're not small at all." Riri asked back in surprise, "I'm not small." Leona confirmed, "Yes, you're developing very well for your age." Riri smiled brightly, saying, "So I'm not small." Leona was stunned by Riri's angelic smile, thinking to herself, this seems to be the first time Riri has smiled. I didn't expect she could smile like that. That thought made her smile. Maybe the girl is starting to open up to her a little. Riri suddenly said, "But why don't you go outside? I've eaten everything already." Leona, surprised, asked, "I can go outside?" Riri replied, "No, it's just that I'm only letting you stay here today." Leona cheerfully responded, Okay, I'll listen to you." Riri suddenly asked, "But do you know my father, when will he come?" Leona was taken aback. The Duke is currently absent due to another patrol. If only he could spend some time with the little girl before going away, it would be so much better. Riri really needs a father's affection. Leona hurriedly replied, "Your father will be back soon." "Riri, do you miss him a lot?" "Don't be like that, dear. Let's go play in the garden, shall we?" The little girl replied. "I'll play by the fountain." Standing hidden behind the door outside, the nursemaid had seen and witnessed everything. She silently plotted again. At the fountain, Riri was playing with the goldfish. Sitting nearby and watching, Leona thought, it's been a long time since Riri went outside to play. She looks so happy. But that burning gaze I've been feeling since earlier. Suddenly, the maid said, "Madam, I have prepared some snacks. Many beautiful pastries have appeared." Leona happily thanked her, "You may, right?" The maid cheerfully replied, "Yes." Leona continued, "You're always so friendly to me, unlike the other maids who don't even talk to me." May stammered, "Oh, that's because I like you, Madam Leona." Leona asked in surprise, "You like me?" May answered, "Yes, ever since you arrived, the young lady has been less irritable. Every mealtime doesn't feel like a battlefield anymore. Leona could only smile awkwardly, thinking that May must have gone through a lot of difficulties during this time. The maid continued, the other maids don't talk to you, probably because of the nanny. Those who have worked here for a long time are on her side. It's not good to be disliked. So we have to be very careful. Leona asked in surprise, why do we need to be cautious of her? May replied, from what I've heard, she is a very capable nanny appointed by the royal family. She is also trusted by the Duke. It seems that when she arrived, the former nanny had to give way, as she was forced to become a maid, which is practically the same as being dismissed. Leona thought, since she was appointed by the royal family, the Duke had no choice but to trust her. May happily continued, that's why you don't know how relieved I am that you're directly confronting the nanny. Leona pondered, because the Duke is often absent, it's not too difficult for her to seize power in the household. Suddenly, Leona looked around and exclaimed, huh? May asked in surprise, what's the matter, madam? Leona cried out in shock, Riri, where did she go? May panicked when she realized the young lady was nowhere to be found. I'm sorry, I was too busy talking, but Leona calmly said no, there was another maid with her. She must be just around here. I was the one who brought Riri out to the garden, so I'll go look for her. May eagerly responded, I'll help you find the young lady. The two of them searched the garden for Riri, calling out her name, Lady Rebecca, where are you? They couldn't find her anywhere. Where could she have gone? May remarked, it's really strange, the young lady never goes far when she takes a walk. Could she have gone to the maze garden? Sometimes when she gets lost, she wanders around the maze. Leona replied, then let's go check there. May answered, yes, I'll lead the way. Leona exclaimed in surprise, is this the maze garden? It's so vast. Leona thought to herself, the mansion is so large that I didn't even know there was a place like this. Once you're in, you'll definitely get lost. Suddenly, May shouted, young lady. Riri was standing not far away. Leona quickly ran over, worried, I've been looking for you everywhere. So you were here. Why are you here alone? But Riri remained silent, saying nothing. Leona cheerfully suggested, let's go back together, but Riri ignored her, turned to May, and said, I'm going to my room, then carried me away. Riri ran to May, leaving Leona surprised. The next day, Leona approached Riri and asked, what should we play today? But the girl just sat with her back turned in silence. Leona sat down next to her and asked, are you not even going to answer me now? Riri bluntly replied, I don't like it, so stop talking, it's annoying. Leona painfully lamented, aren't we back to square one? She optimistically thought, it's okay, if I visit her every day, look, little bunny misses Riri a lot. We'll be close again. Ta-da! Today I brought your favorite snacks. Leona thought it would work, but who would have guessed, nothing went as planned. She sadly thought that she had believed they had gotten a bit closer, but it seems like the distance between them is only growing. Suddenly, a voice said, the lady seems to have a lot on her mind today, startling Leona, who looked up to find it was Luca. When did he get here? Leona, still shaken, said, at least give me a signal. Luca replied, I'm sorry. I came to escort you, but seeing you alone in the room, I wondered where the young lady had gone. Leona, dejected, replied, well, lately Rebecca has been a bit irritable. She sent me away, and since she said that, I left. That's it. Luca smiled and said, before you return to your room, why don't you take a little walk? Getting some fresh air might improve your mood. Outside in the garden, as they walked, Luca said, even so, please don't be upset with the young lady. Leona, surprised, asked, why? Luca replied, she may seem stubborn on the outside, but inside, the young lady has endured a lot of pain. Leona admired, you seem to understand Rebecca very well. Luca continued, that's because I've been protecting and watching over her since the day she was born. Since when did the two of them end up in the maze garden? Leona silently thought that she had been following Luca all this time, not realizing they'd come this far. Wait, isn't that the wet nurse? What is she doing at this hour? Now that I think about it, they haven't met since she was driven out. Luca asked Lady Leona if she was lost in thought. Leona smiled and said, "No, it's just that Riri's situation has distracted me a bit. I don't know why she suddenly changed like that." At that moment, Leona suddenly realized, wait, thinking about it carefully, when did Riri change? During the time I couldn't meet her, the wet nurse remained inactive. Riri started turning away from me since the maze garden. Could it be that the wet nurse also? She hurriedly told Luca, "Thank you for the walk, but something urgent has come up and I need to return immediately." Luca watched her leave and suddenly smiled. A stormy night. Someone was riding a horse through the rain. Riri is sleeping alone in her room, she's quietly calling out for her father. The man on horseback in the rain, holding a red package in his hand, is standing guard outside Riri's room. The nursemaid suddenly says, "Your Grace, you've arrived." The Duke lowers his hat, revealing that he is the man who was riding through the rain. He asks, "How is Riri?" "I found the medicine." The nursemaid says, "What should we do?" "The young lady just fell asleep." Still dripping wet, the Duke replies, "Is that so? When she wakes, give her this medicine. I'll come back in the morning." The nursemaid cunningly suggests, "Your Grace, in fact, the young lady doesn't want to see anyone right now. You know, if she gets agitated, her condition could worsen. In the meantime, I think you should focus on resting and recovering your own health." The Duke sorrowfully asks, "Is that so?" Turning away, the Duke said, "I'll entrust Riri to you. Focus on taking care of her." The nursemaid replied, "Yes, Your Grace." After the Duke left, she secretly plotted, her eyes revealing a sinister intent. The next morning, the Duke was sitting alone in his room. Suddenly, someone said, "Lady Leona wishes to see you, sir." The Duke frowned and replied, "Let her in." As she entered the room, Leona said, "Sorry to bother you, but there's something you need to know." Walking in the garden, the Duke asked, "So you suspect the nursemaid?" Leona replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but that's my intuition." The Duke dismissed it, "What you're saying is impossible." The Duke said, "Riri's nursemaid was chosen after a strict and rigorous evaluation by the royal family. They selected the most capable nursemaid." The two stepped into the labyrinth garden. Leona said, "It seems like you trust the royal family a lot," and the Duke replied, "I have a deep relationship with His Majesty the Emperor." The Duke recalled the last conversation with His Majesty, "You did very well last time. I'm surrounded by political enemies, but thanks to you, I feel at ease. That's why I called my old friend." The Duke replied, "Your Majesty, just give the order. I'll handle the Empire's dirty affairs on your behalf." The Emperor handed the Duke a small piece of paper and said, "The target is here. Once again, I'm relying on you." That was the hidden truth of the Petri family. Back to the present, the two were walking in the labyrinth garden. The Duke looked over at Leona and asked, "Should I tell you about this now?" Leona smiled and replied, "Still, you're very worried about Riri, aren't you? You've been following me this whole time." The Duke shyly responded, "Because I find you suspicious too." As they were walking, they suddenly heard someone calling, "Miss, you've arrived as promised, right?" It was the voice of the nursemaid. It turned out that the nursemaid had arranged to meet Riri in this garden. She said, "I brought medicine for you today, miss." The girl replied, "I don't want it. It's too bitter, so I won't drink it." She held a small glass bottle in her hand and said, "I've told you, miss, you must drink this to improve your health. I'll have the servant bring you some snacks. But you must drink this before going to bed." Riri asked, "Isn't the nanny coming? Why do we always have to meet here since yesterday?" She replied sadly, "Unfortunately, since you didn't listen to me, I can't enter your room. I told you I would always be by your side no matter where you are. Do you remember? That woman, if you don't get rid of her, she'll take my place as your nanny. If that happens, I won't be able to stay with you anymore. Hearing this, Riri hurriedly ran over, clutching the nanny's dress, anxiously crying, "No, you can't leave, Nanny." She wiped Riri's tears, saying, "It's okay, miss. As long as you follow my advice, everything will be fine. Now, go tell the Duke that woman bullied you and get her out of here." She smiled maliciously, "If you don't want to be abandoned, you should be a good, obedient girl, right?" Riri hesitated, "But she hasn't done anything bad to me. She's different from the others." The nanny squinted angrily. "How many times do I have to tell you before you'll listen? Everyone leaves you because you're indecisive." She continued cruelly, "I think the Duke's patience with you is running out. Once he can't stand it anymore, you'll be left all alone." Riri burst into tears. "No, father won't do that." This entire scene was witnessed by Leona and the Duke. She thought, "So it's true, the nanny's been scheming all along. I had hoped I was wrong, but she's the one manipulating the girl. The nanny is everything to Riri. Other than obeying the nanny, the girl has no other choice." Taking advantage of the heart of a child who has no one to rely on, Leona also once didn't want to be kicked out of the orphanage, so she understands this feeling very well. Standing next to Leona, the Duke is clenching his trembling hands. He is extremely angry. Riri is hesitant, "But the nanny, she said she wouldn't leave me." "Maybe she really won't leave." The nanny, angry, says, "When did the young lady become such a bad child? Bad children need to be punished, right?" She raises her hand, intending to hit Riri. Suddenly, the Duke rushes forward, grabs her hand, and shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" She startles and says, "Duke." She stammers, "I was just..." Then Riri calls out, "Father! Father! The woman you brought back bullied me." The Duke is surprised, "Oh, really?" Riri confirms, "Yes. I couldn't even see the nanny, and I wasn't allowed to eat." The nanny, emboldened, chimes in, "That's right. I was just fulfilling my duties as the young lady's nanny. It was that woman who caused the chaos." The Duke frowned angrily as he listened to her, an insignificant noblewoman without status, who doesn't know how to raise a child, and yet you could leave the young lady in her care. The Duke angrily said, "Do you think I'm blind and deaf? I just witnessed you yelling and brainwashing the girl. Explain this to me now." She calmly replied, "It's discipline. To properly raise a child, discipline is necessary." The Duke angrily grabbed her hand, "So that's your answer? But no matter how you justify it, I will not forgive anyone who has harmed my daughter." Pushing her hand away, the Duke said, "Your actions will be questioned by the royal family. Take her away." The knight responded, "Yes, Duke." Riri, seeing her nanny about to be taken away, cried out, "Father, what are you saying? Why are you doing this to her? No, she promised to stay by my side. Don't take her away." The little girl burst into tears, "If she leaves, no one will be by my side anymore. If you take her away, what will I do?" Riri's crying made Leona sympathize. "Taking her away is for your own good. This is still confusing for you now, but..." Being led away by two guards, the nanny shouted loudly, "What are you doing? I have loyally served the Duke's family under the Emperor's command. How dare you treat me like this?" The Duke responded firmly, "I will let the royal family decide on this matter. For now, lock her in the dungeon. I will write a letter to the royal family." Bending down slightly, the Duke asked, "Riri, has she always been like this with you? Did you follow everything the nanny told you to do?" But Riri remained silent. The Duke sighed, "All right then." He reached out and touched Riri's head. "It seems like you have a fever again." Turning to Leona, he said, "Take her back to her room." The Duke suddenly noticed a bottle that the nanny had dropped on the ground. He picked it up, startled. This is. Scene transition. In Riri's room, she has been carried back. Leona said, Riri has always relied on the nanny. For a child, the person closest to them is the most important. So she trusts the nanny more than she trusts you. The Duke asked worriedly, she doesn't trust me that much. Leona replied, of course. There's something I want to ask you. Have you ever shown any concern for her, even just once? The Duke replied that he always tried his best for Riri. Leona said, but you don't know what she has been through. Looking at the Duke, Leona said she only wanted one thing. If you are truly her father, then please show her some care. Don't keep it bottled up anymore. Leona left, leaving just the Duke and Riri, who was fast asleep. The Duke quietly placed Riri's mother's gemstone on her pillow, then said, good night, Riri. The next morning, Leona, surprised, asked, she refused to eat again. The maid replied, yes, we brought all kinds of food as you instructed, but the young lady didn't eat a single bite. What should we do? Leona sighed, there's no other way, leave it to me. After that day, Riri frequently had fevers and refused to eat or drink anything. Whether right or wrong, for Riri, her nursemaid was her entire world. The sudden disappearance of someone so important dealt a heavy blow to her. The Duke brought back the previous nursemaid to care for her, someone with a gentle nature, but Riri's condition did not improve much. Unable to bear seeing her continue to starve herself, Leona began feeding her herself. Riri threw a toy at Leona's face, shouting for her to leave. That's what happened in Chapter 1. Leona gently said, I'll leave as soon as you finish eating, my Riri. Try this dish, will you? But the girl just shook her head, saying she didn't like it. Suddenly, Riri screamed. Her eyes bulged as she saw blood streaming down Leona's head. She cried out, blood. But the heroine seemed unaware. A while later, the Duke arrived. He said, since Riri hurt you, I will send money to your family as an apology. Leona, are you surprised? Money? Riri doesn't apologize, and you even send money to resolve everything. Riri angrily shouted, why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. The Duke calmly replied, that's right. I've already apologized on her behalf, so this matter ends here. Besides, Riri hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's just a mistake of a sick child. Leona angrily thought, what is he saying? Leona replied, you can't use the excuse of being young or sick. If she doesn't even realize her mistake, she'll do it again in the future. The Duke stood up as if to end the conversation, it's none of your business. My daughter, I'll teach her myself. This matter ends here. Riri smugly huffed. The Duke stood up and said, you should rest as well. Leona hurriedly called after him, wait. Riri said, Riri wants to go out and play, to which the Duke immediately agreed, all right, go ahead. The two closed the door, leaving Leona furious, like father, like daughter. The next morning, Leona is holding a hammer. Riri sees it and stammers in fear, what's with that hammer? She hurriedly hides behind a chair and shouts, are you going to use that to hit me? Are you planning to get revenge on me? Leona laughs and says, of course not. I'm using it for this, she says, pointing to a cake that looks very appealing and delicious. Leona uses the hammer to break the cake's crust while Riri watches in surprise. She then eats the filling with great enjoyment. Riri watched with her mouth watering. She quickly ran over and shouted, I want to eat those cookies too, but the main character calmly replied, no, you haven't finished your meal. If you want to eat, promise me something. Riri fell into the trap and asked, what should I promise? Leona cheerfully said, you can only eat snacks after finishing your main meal, how about that? Riri angrily gritted her teeth and said, that's unfair. She yelled, I don't want it, I'll ask the nanny to make it for me. The nanny helplessly replied, Miss, this snack was made by Lady Leona herself. We servants don't know how to make it. Riri was surprised and asked, what? Leona was happily eating chocolate, thinking to herself, in this world, there's no chocolate like this. Only I know how to make this treat. Riri angrily exclaimed, how annoying. Finally, she compromised, fine, I'll eat my meal, okay. The little girl pointed at the plate of cake, saying to give it to her. Leona raised the plate high and replied, I never said I'd give it to you right away. Riri angrily shouted, you deceiver, you tricked me. Leona calmly replied, I didn't trick you. Leona smiled and added, one more thing, if you promise me nicely, I'll give you the cake. Riri immediately responded, I don't want to. Why should I? I'm the princess of the Petri family. Leona turned away, then I don't want to give you the cake either. Riri angrily said, I'll tell my father. The little girl stormed off in anger, but Leona casually said, are you sure you want to tell him? If you do, you won't get to eat the cakes I make anymore. Leona continued, the next cake I make, let's see. If you break open a soft chocolate cake, you'll see the chocolate sauce ooze out. Riri started to drool. The little girl gave in, fine, I'll say it. I promise I'll eat properly. Leona smiled, satisfied. The two of them hooked pinkies and made a promise. Leona, satisfied, said, if you promise me, I won't be angry anymore. From now on, if you speak to me gently, it would be so much better. Leona handed the hammer to Riri and said, before the main meal, why don't you give it a try? Consider it a reward for you. Riri quickly ran to her seat. The little girl used the hammer to break the cake. She ate the filling. Leona eagerly asked, how is it? Is it good? Riri replied, well, it's not that good. The cake the chef made is better. Hearing that, Leona said, then I won't make you cake anymore, okay? I was planning to make it for dinner, but if you don't like it. Riri quickly responded. Make it, I allow you to. I especially permit it. Leona smiled happily. Afternoon. Leona stood in front of Riri's room, thinking to herself, hoping this time the girl would eat, even if just a little. She couldn't keep using family snacks to entice her. She softly called out, Riri, it's me. I'm coming in, let's have dinner together. As she opened the door and stepped in, she was wide-eyed with surprise. Riri was hugging a stuffed bunny, which held a letter in its paws. Leona bent down to take the letter from the bunny. The letter said, I'm sorry. Riri shyly said, until now, only my nanny has been on my side. I thought she was dismissed because of you, so I've always treated you poorly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Leona was surprised by Riri's unexpected reaction. The little girl approached and tugged on Leona's dress, saying she would no longer be naughty, she would eat and listen to her, she would call her mother, so please don't leave me. The main character was surprised by what Riri said. She smiled happily. Gently hugging Riri, she said, I understand, Riri. I won't leave you. I will be your mother. My dear Riri, thank you for your apology. Riri smiled joyfully and said, that's great. Suddenly, the little girl fainted, causing Leona to shout in panic, Riri, wake up, Riri. Leona carried Riri and placed her on the bed, worried endlessly. Riri was unconscious, and while in a coma, she kept calling, Mommy. Sitting by the bedside, Leona thought that Riri wasn't a bad child, she just wanted to be loved. Just like when I was young, with no one by my side, an abandoned child at an orphanage without even a birth certificate. Gently stroking Riri's head, Leona silently wondered if maybe she could help change the girl. Resting her head on Riri's, Leona whispered to herself that she would change the girl's future. Suddenly, the Duke burst in, calling out loudly for Riri. Startled, Leona quickly stood up and addressed the Duke. The Duke anxiously asked about Riri's condition. Leona replied that she had given the girl medicine, but the fever hadn't subsided. It seemed they would have to watch over her throughout the night. The Duke quietly approached and placed his hand on Riri's forehead. Suddenly, the Duke clenched his teeth in anger and said, it's still not working. Leona, leave the estate at once. What a surprise, Leona exclaimed. The Duke explained, the more worried Riri is, the higher her fever gets, which can lead to seizures. We still don't know the cause, but she's been fine these past few days. However, ever since you arrived, her fever has become more frequent. Leona angrily questioned, "Are you saying that it's all my fault?" The Duke asserted, "If it's not your fault, then whose is it? I don't care what it is, her illness is because of you." Leona indignantly retorted, "What are you saying?" The Duke turned away, firmly stating, "Regardless, the sooner you leave the mansion, the better. I don't want to see her suffer any longer." Leona clenched her fists in anger, muttering, "What the hell?" The Duke walked away, leaving Leona alone with Riri. She wondered to herself, "Is Riri really sick because of me? I am so confused." Suddenly, Luca appeared and said, "Madam, it's so late, and you're still by the young lady's side." Luca gently smiled and said, "If you continue like this, madam, you'll get sick. I'll take you back to your room, please rest a bit." Leona smiled and said, "Thank you." Luca took Leona back to her room. Luca suddenly asked, "Madam Leona, you're very upset about what the Duke said, aren't you?" She just gave a wry smile. Leona was inwardly very angry, and just wanted to punch the Duke. Luca smiled, "It's really tough, but please understand the Duke and the young lady. Everyone is doing their best in their own way. And please think carefully about what you really want." "Madam Leona." Leona asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" But Luca just smiled and said, "I'm just here to take you back. Good night, madam." Luca left, leaving Leona alone in front of the room, bewildered and wondering what was going on. Whatever it was, he truly was a difficult person to understand. The next morning, the Duke is walking in the hallway. The Duke recalls the words of the maids in the mansion, "I feel much more at ease now that Lady Riri is eating and smiling more often. It's all thanks to Madam Leona, she's always caring for her." That's right. When Lady Riri fell ill, Madam stayed up all night to take care of her. The maid's kind words about Leona made the Duke wonder whether he should send her away or keep her for Riri's sake. Perhaps it would be better to keep her. The Duke closes his eyes in exhaustion, deep in thought. The initial reason the Duke bought her was for one thing, that platinum hair of hers. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Duke said, "Come in." A servant entered and said, "Duke, we have the results regarding the composition of the medicine you mentioned earlier. It's the bottle that the wet nurse left behind." The Duke calmly replied, "Speak." The servant said, "The medicine contains toxins that have worsened the lady's condition. We've confirmed that a similar drug is being traded on the black market." The Duke asked, "Who's running the black market now?" The servant replied, "It's the Avilda family, sir." The Duke frowned and thought, "Isn't that the family backed by the royal court?" He then asked, "How was the wet nurse dealt with?" The servant replied, "The royal court said they would take her back and deal with her directly." The Duke stood up and said, "Is that all?" The servant replied, "Duke, His Majesty the Emperor wishes to meet with you privately." Quietly gazing at the scenery from above, the Duke said, "For now, I need to take care of matters at home. Send a letter to His Majesty saying I cannot comply with his order." The servant nodded slightly, "Yes, I understand." The Duke pondered, thinking that he needed to avoid meeting His Majesty for a while and learn more about the Avilda family. In a closed room, two powerful men were sitting across from each other at a round table. The nobleman said, "Greetings, Duke Petri. It's an honor to meet you like this." Duke Petri replied politely, "A pleasure to meet you, Duke." This man was Duke Avilda, a notorious figure in the black market. He laughed and said, "Unlike an old man like me, the Duke still looks very healthy. I hope you continue to contribute your strength to accomplish great things in the future. I've heard there's a new member in the Duke's household." Seeing Duke Petri remain silent, he calculated that the black market is currently on the rise, with no external forces interfering yet. In this situation, if I establish a relationship with the Petri family, the closest to the Emperor, I will also gain power in my hands. He continued, saying that you need a strong backing for your family. How should we assist you? The Duke asked in surprise. Assist? He cunningly said, that's right. I want to introduce someone to you, Duke. He called for Astra. A stunning young lady with jet black hair appeared. Hello, Duke Petri, I'm Astra, the eldest daughter of the Avilda family. The Duke politely replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Astra. The Duke thought, they approached me first, huh? It seems I can learn about that poisonous herb faster than I thought. Scene shifts to Riri's room. Riri shouted loudly, I don't like it. I won't eat. Leona was surprised, you really won't eat? You need to eat to get better quickly. But Riri stubbornly refused, I don't like it. I won't eat. Leona sighed, it's probably because she's been lying in bed for a few days that she has no appetite. She suddenly looked out onto the balcony. A great idea popped into her head, and she said, let's have an outdoor party. And so a small outdoor party was organized. Riri sat down at the table and asked, what are these? Leona replied, I prepared all this for you, Riri. Ta da. Leona unveiled a big chocolate cake in front of the little girl. Riri's eyes widened with surprise and delight. Smiling brightly, Leona said, since it's an outdoor party, we need to have special dishes. This is the melted chocolate I mentioned earlier, doesn't it look delicious? Riri's eyes sparkled as she replied, yes. Suddenly remembering something, Riri asked, can I really eat this? Leona said, of course, I made this cake just for you. Riri said sadly, but you said I had to eat my meal first before having snacks. Why are you letting me eat this so easily now? Is it because I am sick? Leona was surprised by what Riri said. She suddenly smiled and said no, it's just that I wanted to apologize to you. Riri was surprised and asked, apologize to me? Why? Leona gently smiled and said, your eyes light up whenever you like something, but I haven't done anything for you lately, so I'm sorry. So don't worry and enjoy your meal, okay? Riri suddenly grinned and said, Mom has tried so hard to apologize, there's no other way. So Riri will enjoy the meal. And from now on, if you give me delicious cakes, I'll forgive you. Leona happily smiled and said, all right, thank you. The little girl happily sat down to eat the cake. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, oh my, it turns out Lady Rebecca is here. Riri and Leona were startled and turned to look. A beautiful girl appears and says, hello, miss. Leona quickly stands up and asks, who are you? The girl smiles brightly and says, I'm Astra. I'm here because I want to get to know you, miss, and I have a special relationship with Duke Ian. Leona anxiously thinks, a special relationship with the Duke. Riri runs over and clings to the heroine's dress. Seeing the cake Riri is eating, the girl exclaims, oh my, the tea party for the most distinguished lady in the empire is a bit simple, isn't it? Her words make Leona and Riri extremely angry, and the maid silently cries, I made it with all my heart. Riri angrily shouts, get out, you ugly thing. She laughed slyly, oh, it seems the young lady's tongue is sharper than her appearance suggests. The higher your status, the more you should mind your words. Seeing that, Leona stepped in front of Riri and said, you seem to be acquainted with the Duke. Is there something you need here? She confidently replied, oh, haven't you heard? I'm here as the Duke's well-matched fiancé. Leona was surprised, fiancé. Riri looked behind her and exclaimed, ah, father. The Duke has arrived. Riri hurried over to the Duke and complained, father, that strange woman came to ruin my chocolate party with mother. But what's this about a fiancé? The Duke affectionately said, Riri, she is my guest. But Riri shouted, she's not a guest. Father, can you take her away? This chocolate party is just for the three of us, right? The Duke glanced at the half-eaten chocolate cake and said, Riri, let's save the party for later, okay? Looking at Leona and the other girl, the Duke said, you two, follow me. In the Duke's room, he said, this is surprising. You're the first person my daughter has ever taken a liking to. Leona responded, how sarcastic. I didn't even know you were such a narrow-minded person. The Duke, startled, asked, What? Leona eagerly continued, Isn't the way you taught your daughter to let her do whatever she pleases? You shouldn't act on your own whims, but follow hers. The Duke casually replied. She'll get bored soon. My daughter's liking won't last long. Leona angrily thought, Is this the method you came up with for her? But she only dared to say, Even so. She suddenly remembered what Luca had said, Lady Leona, think carefully about what you truly want. She recalled Riri's cheerful face when she said, Mom already apologized so much. There's no other way. Riri will eat well. Also, from now on, if Mom gives me delicious cakes, I'll forgive her. This made her determined as she said, I'm not going anywhere because I've promised to become Riri's mother. The Duke quietly looked at her, said it was up to her, but she would regret it. Standing behind, Lady Astra witnessed everything and was scheming something. Suddenly, a servant shouted, Lady Riri, you can't just run in like that. Startling everyone, they turned to look. Lady Riri, you are not allowed in. Riri angrily stormed into the room, shouting, Don't bully my mother. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, Riri. Riri angrily said, If father bullies mother, I'll throw a tantrum right here. The Duke helplessly asked, Riri, what on earth are you doing? Riri shouted, Mother has to stay with me. I don't care about some fiancé. Sitting down gently across from his daughter, the Duke asked, Is that woman really so good? Riri honestly replied, Yes, I like mother. Standing right behind, Leona was so moved she couldn't say a word, Riri. The Duke asked Riri why, and Riri stammered nervously, It's because Mom. The little girl suddenly shouted, because Mom gave me chocolate. Both of them froze, chocolate. The Duke calmly said, If it's about that, any servant could have given it to you. Riri replied, But Leona was the first one to make delicious food for me. The Duke was surprised and shocked by what Riri said. Leona, moved, exclaimed, Riri. The little girl ran toward Leona, to the Duke's surprise. The little girl ran up and hugged Leona's dress, saying. Looking up at Leona with her big, adorable eyes, Riri said, Mom, please don't go, don't leave me. Leona smiled, That's right, chocolate or whatever reason is fine, as long as you like it. The Duke stood up and said, Riri, that's enough. The Duke firmly said, Riri, you don't like being in pain, do you? If you want to get better quickly. But Riri insisted, I don't care, I don't want to. The mother I love is leaving. Looking at Riri, the Duke worriedly thought, It seems like she's getting a fever again. Leaning down slightly, the Duke gently said, Riri, for now, go outside with the servant and wait for us. Okay. This is an adult matter. Riri suddenly pushed the Duke's hand away, and shouted that she didn't like it. Riri firmly said, I will never leave my mother. The Duke had no choice but to compromise, All right, we'll continue this conversation later. Let's stop here for today. He gently closed the door. Left alone, the Duke sighed, holding his head, recalling what had just happened. Riri had said, Daddy, my chocolate party with Mom. Because Mom gave me chocolate. Suddenly, the Duke smiled, realizing that Riri liked chocolate, something he hadn't known. Scene changes to Riri's private room. The little girl had fallen asleep in Leona's arms. Leona thought, she looks so tired. She's not as feverish as I feared, thank goodness. Suddenly, Lady Astra appeared, saying something so foolish. A child's feelings will change soon enough, and she doesn't even know that. And she's opposing me. Don't tell me you intend to become the Duchess. After all, you're just from a poor, shabby Marquis family. Leona turned her head in surprise and thought, with a family as loveless as hers, insults probably don't mean much to her. But her personality is really terrible. Is this her true self? She continued maliciously, Go ahead and enjoy it while you can, because in the end, the one who will officially become the Duke's third wife will be me. Our families have already discussed the marriage. It's just a matter of time now. She leaned down and said, When the time comes, please take care of my child, temporary stepmother. With a fake smile, she added, Lady Riri, see you next time. I hope you'll like my chocolate when we meet again. Leona thought something was very strange. She didn't think there would be a change in the third wife in the original story. So what has changed? She suddenly realized, could this be a sign that the original story is changing? Scene transitions to Leona's room. Riri is sleeping next to her, grinning mischievously. Leona worriedly asked Riri, are you really okay? This place is old and narrow, and the bed is small too. You should sleep in your own room. But Riri firmly replied, I'm fine. This room is old, it smells, and the bed is tiny. But the girl suddenly smiled brightly and said, but I like being next to you, Mom. Leona happily hugged Riri and said, my dear Riri, even the way you talk is so cute. Riri mischievously smiled, I've always been cute. There's no child in the world as cute as me. Leona cheerfully agreed, that's right, my Riri is the cutest and most beautiful in the world. Riri held up a stuffed bunny and said, Bunny says he loves being complimented. Leona asked in surprise, really? But what's this bunny's name? Riri replied, are you curious? Then let me tell you, his name is Ugly. Leona asked in shock, Ugly? Riri looked at the bunny thoughtfully and said, he's not pretty. Because he doesn't have much stuffing, when you hug him, his body gets smaller. So, he's not pretty at all. Riri continued, this Ugly was made for me by the mother who gave birth to me. Leona was stunned by what she had just heard. Riri looked at the rabbit sadly and said, Mom, please don't make these things for me. Just being with me is enough. You keep making useless things, she always makes things that are pointless. Seeing Riri sad, Leona worriedly called out, Riri, but the girl replied, I already told you, I'm fine. The girl suddenly smiled and said, because I have you by my side, and you're not leaving anymore, so Riri will be fine. Leona was moved and hugged the girl, Riri is right, you'll be fine because I'm here with you. Riri buried her face in the heroine's chest. The girl suddenly said, Mom, do you know what? Dad is quite silly. This ugly little thing is the only thing I love, but Dad thought I liked rabbits, so last time he bought me 100 rabbits. Leona suddenly understood, no wonder there are so many stuffed rabbits in Riri's room. So, you didn't want those animals? Riri replied, yes, Dad doesn't know what I really need. He doesn't even ask for my opinion, just does what he wants. He wasn't like this before, but lately, he's been acting like a fool. Riri suddenly looked up and said loudly, but Mom was different. Leona gently asked, is that what you think? Then what would you do if I were like other mothers, or became as silly as your father? Riri suddenly smiled brightly and said, then I would love a mom like that. I wouldn't dislike you just because you changed. What Riri just expressed left Leona very surprised. Feeling shy, Riri quickly hid her face behind the bunny and said, don't misunderstand, I didn't say I love you. The bunny said it, the ugly bunny said it. Leona chuckled, is that so? She leaned down and said to the plush bunny, thank you. Riri smiled happily. She quickly drifted off to sleep. In her dream, the little girl smiled very happily. Watching Riri sleep peacefully, Leona thought she wanted to help the girl become better. A life determined by a few strokes of the pen, she wanted to change it, so the girl wouldn't end her life. The girl would turn 6, then 20. When the girl grows up and ages, she wants to protect the girl's pure heart. Thinking back, something feels very strange. Previously, the entire original story was clear in her mind, but recently, Leona can't remember it well anymore. Then she too gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the two were sleeping soundly, embracing each other. Suddenly, there was a voice calling Madam, which startled Leona awake. She realized it was the voice of her nanny, who was standing outside the door saying the Duke was looking for the young lady. And Madam, and that he seemed very urgent. The Duke is waiting in Riri's room. Leona took Riri back to her room, and as they walked, Riri complained about what was happening, saying she was sleepy. The Duke glanced at Leona and Riri holding hands tightly. He bent down and patted Riri's head, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Riri politely replied, "Yes, father, but why did you call me?" The Duke replied, "Because I wanted to give you a gift." Riri was surprised. "A gift?" The Duke pulled back the cloth, revealing a table full of gift boxes and chocolate bunnies. Riri and Leona were both amazed, their mouths wide open. Duke asks, "How you like it, Riri? Do you like these chocolate bunnies? I had the best baker make them." Leona is surprised he's prepared all this chocolate overnight. What's this all about? Oh, he remembered what Riri said yesterday, but it's a bit too much. Riri replied, "Well, I like just a little bit." Leona evaluates the gift-giving approach as a bit clumsy, but it seems the Duke has made a great effort for the girl. Suddenly, someone calls for the Duke, "Emperor. I need to find you." The Duke asked again, "Must I go?" If it's not an emergency, but the person replied that the Emperor had ordered the Duke to come this time. The Duke frowned, thinking he had deliberately avoided something for a while, but still did not succeed. He turned to the servant and said he understood, passing the word back to His Majesty that he would definitely come. Hearing this, Riri hurried back to ask her father, "Why are you leaving?" The Duke replied, "That's right. Father, sorry, Riri. If you want anything, tell the steward, and I'll buy it for you." Riri is about to cry and says, "No, I don't need any gifts anymore. So please don't go." The Duke awkwardly replied, "This is something I can't refuse. I'll go and be back soon." The Duke stepped outside, closing the door before Riri's disappointed eyes. Leona anxiously called out to Riri. Riri burst into tears, saying, "Idiot, you're an idiot." She threw the bunny to the ground, shattering it. While crying, Riri said, "I don't want these stupid bunnies like you. I just want to be with you." Leona approached and comforted Riri. She angrily thought, "At first, I thought he was doing well, but in the end, he ruined everything. What could be so urgent? What should I do to make her feel better?" Suddenly, she had a great idea. She leaned down and softly called, "Riri, let's make some chocolate cookies." Riri asked in surprise, "Chocolate cookies?" Leona replied, "That's right, let's do it together." After a while, the result of Riri and Leona's work, a tray of bunny-shaped cookies was born. Riri joyfully exclaimed, "Riri really made these chocolate cookies. They look just like little bunnies." Cookies made by Riri. Leona was happily surprised at how much she liked it. For the first time, she felt it was really good to have learned how to bake. Leona lifted the tray and said, "Now let's bake them." Riri responded, "Yes." There was a man standing next to the stove. Riri ran over and shouted loudly, "Daddy." That man turned around and said, "Miss." Riri, disappointed, said, "What is this?" "It's not father, it's Luca." Leona, surprised, asked, "Luca, what are you doing here?" Luca cheerfully said, "I heard you two were making cookies, so I wanted to help and brought some magic stones." Leona, surprised, said, "That's a magic stone. It's the first time I've seen one up close." Leona, doubtful, asked, "Can that stone really help bake cookies?" Luca cheerfully replied, "Of course. I just need to adjust the temperature and create fire. Trust me and leave it to me." Suddenly, Luca said, "Wait a minute, miss, there's some flour on your nose," then wiped Riri's nose with a cloth. The little girl angrily shouted, "Don't touch me." Luca just laughed and said, "I've wiped it off. Now you're all clean, miss." Leona, surprised, thought, "Strange, I keep getting confused. Luca looks just like the Duke." Cut to a moment later, Luca is grooming a horse. Not far away, Leona is sitting with her nanny and maid, watching Luca intently. Leona turns to ask the maid exactly what Luca's job is. She heard he was a knight, is that true? The maid replies, "I think so." The nanny says, "Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Luca. I don't remember when he started working here. Leona, surprised, asks, didn't he just start working here? The maid replies, no, he's been here a long time. The nanny says, really? As far as I remember, he only started recently. While eating a cake, Riri casually says, because everyone is so clueless, they don't know. Luca's been here since I was a little kid. Wiping Riri's face with a towel, Leona asks, really? Do you know what Luca's job is? The little girl looks confused, his job. Leona clarifies, like, what does Luca do? Riri replies, I don't know, but whatever Luca does has nothing to do with me. Leona smiled, thinking, that's right, just being cute is enough. Thinking about Luca, Leona wondered if she was mistaken because of his resemblance to the Duke. Truly a mysterious person. Scene change, in a dark room, a man holding a whip stands before a kneeling girl. The man says, Astra, being born a girl, you must do something useful. You have to live for this family. Understand? Astra replies, yes, father. That was Lady Astra's childhood. Back to the present, Lady Astra is now a grown woman, heading to the Duke's castle. Astra thinks, I will succeed. Failure is not an option for me. Today, she brings cake for Riri. Inside the mansion, the cookies that Riri and Leona made are finally baked. Riri cheers with joy, and Leona smiles, saying, the cookies baked perfectly because Luca helped us. It would have been nice if he had taken some. In the middle of it, he left. Luca politely said, excuse me, I'll be leaving now. I hope you all have a great time baking. Riri pouted and said she wouldn't give Luca, daring to be distracted, while Leona smiled gently. Holding a cookie, Leona cheerfully said that the cookies were done. How about we have a tea party? Mother will invite the nanny and May to join us. Everyone would probably enjoy it, right? Hearing Leona, Riri seemed to ponder. The little girl reached out to take the cookies she made herself. She brought the cookies back to her room. She put those cookies into a box. Inside the box now were the cookies Riri made and the gemstone that the Duke gave her. She saved the cookies for her father. Looking at the box, Riri smiled happily. She thought to herself, I'll give the chocolate cookies to father later. Looking over at Riri, Leona, and the nursemaid, they all smile contentedly. A moment later, the tea party is ready. Leona cheerfully says, all right, let's try the chocolate cookies we worked so hard to make. Riri pushes the milk cup away, saying, Riri wants to drink tea. The maid is surprised, oh. You're not having milk. The little girl responds, Riri is grown up now. I won't drink milk. Give me tea. Seeing this, Leona says, May, give me milk. Riri is surprised, Mom, you're drinking milk. But you're an adult. Leona happily explains, that's right. Because milk is full of nutrients that are good for health, so even adults should drink it. Riri, surprised, asks, really? Leona smiles and says, yes. She takes a chocolate cookie, dips it in the milk, and says, also, eating it like this is really tasty. She takes a bite of the cookie as Riri's wide, curious eyes watch her in amazement. Seeing her eat so eagerly, Riri widened her eyes in excitement. Riri held up the cup towards the maid, saying more, Riri wants to drink milk too. Give me milk, to which the maid cheerfully replied, yes. Riri quickly defended herself, it's not because I'm small that I'm drinking it, it's just because it's delicious, to which Leona smiled and said, all right, I know. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Astra stepped in, saying, hello, Riri, I'm going to be your stepmother soon. I can't believe you're eating that cheap cake today. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, and the nanny stood up, saying, what are you talking about, miss? She shouted, too noisy. Servants should be quiet and step back, making the nanny and maid fume with anger. Leona frowned in annoyance. She happily said, I've brought some high-class food suitable for you. Since we are about to get engaged, I need to play the role of a proper mother, right? Riri turned away angrily and said, get out of here. I only have one mother. She continued smiling without hesitation. Don't say that. Just take a look, Riri. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Much better than the cake that only commoners eat. She presented a 3-tier cake. Riri shouted, it's not delicious at all. Take this damn pile of crap and get out. Leaving her speechless. Crap? She asked. Riri continued, yes, because it smells like crap. So, ugly lady, get out of here. Leona worried that at this rate, the girl might develop a fever. Astra, with a malicious look, said, that's why I said children are truly spoiled. That behavior needs to stop. If you don't listen to your mother, I have no choice but to punish you. She raised her hand to hit Riri. Leona quickly embraced Riri, shouting, what the hell are you doing? The nanny and maid anxiously called out, young miss. Lady Leona. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Astra's hand, preventing her from hitting Riri. She aggressively turned around and shouted, who dares to stop me? Unexpectedly, the one who stopped her was the Duke himself. He asked her what she was doing. She stammered, Duke, this matter, But it turned out the person was not the Duke but Luca. She was surprised, realizing it wasn't Duke Ian. She struggled, let me go. Who are you? Leona looked up in surprise and called out, Luca? Luca seriously said, I am Luca, Knight of Duke Petri. I apologize for touching you without permission. However, Lady Rebecca is also very precious to us, so please do not touch Lady Rebecca. She shrugged Luca's hand off and said, arrogant fool. Luca calmly continued, the Duke said he will return soon. Would you mind waiting in another room, my lady? She angrily asked, what? Luca politely responded, didn't you insist on staying until you met the Duke? Please don't worry, we have prepared some exquisite tea and snacks for you. She clicked her tongue, fine, lead the way. Luca turned back and smiled at Leona. Luca led her out of Riri's room, and the door closed behind them. Leona sighed in relief. The nanny and maid rushed over, asking, my lady, madam, are you all right? We are so sorry. Are you hurt? Leona smiled and said, I'm fine. Looking down at Riri, Leona worriedly asked, Riri, were you scared? Are you hurt anywhere? The little girl replied, yes, I'm fine. With tears in her eyes, Riri said she was really upset, because that Isama ruined the tea party. Leona smiled gently, thinking she couldn't let her Riri be disappointed any longer. She called Riri, then fed her a piece of cake. She cheerfully asked, is it good? Then let's continue the tea party. Riri happily said, yes. And so, everyone continued the tea party happily, as if nothing had happened. The late afternoon. The Duke leisurely returned. He is extremely tired. He thinks, this headache is unbearable. How long do I have to keep doing this, doing the dirty work for the Emperor? The Duke recalls what Riri said, I don't need a gift, so please don't go, father. The Duke enters the room, thinking, I tried to come back as soon as possible, but she must still be upset. What gift should I give to make her happy? Suddenly, someone calls out to the Duke. It turns out to be a servant. The Duke asks, what is it? The servant stammers, well, while you were away, Lady Astra came to the estate. The Duke, surprised, asks, Lady Astra. The servant continues, they said Lady Astra tried to harm Lady Riri, but Lady Leona protected her. The Duke calls the two of them into the room to talk. The Duke asks Lady Astra, I heard from the servant that you intended to harm Riri. Is it true? Astra calmly replied, I just wanted to treat Lady Riri to a delicious snack, but her tone was rather unpleasant, so I simply taught her how to behave properly as the future mother. The Duke frowned and asked, taught her? Astra smugly responded, that's right, she needs to be aware that she is the daughter of a ducal family. The Duke, with a terrifyingly angry voice, said, Lady Astra, you don't need to do that. Stop doing such foolish things. Astra stubbornly replied, but I. The Duke interrupted, I said you are not to do such foolish things. Do you still not understand? Astra gritted her teeth in anger. Trying her best to endure, she bowed and said, I understand. I'll be more careful. Now, if you'll excuse me, I apologize for visiting unannounced. She turned and walked away. She's gone, the Duke said to Leona. All right, you protected Riri, didn't you? Leona angrily replied, if you were her mother, would you just sit idly by and watch your child get hurt? I was only doing what needed to be done. I don't know who the Duke thinks Riri's mother is. Leona's words made the Duke pause and think. He asked, I heard you organized a tea party and baked cookies with Riri. Leona responded, the Duke must know what she did when you weren't around, right? The Duke calmly answered, of course, every single action is reported to me. I know everything about Riri. Leona indignantly asked, is that so? Then what does Riri like? The Duke asked back, what? Leona firmly asked, do you know what her favorite snack is these days? Do you know what she likes to play with? The Duke awkwardly responded, well. Leona resolutely continued, do you think that just because the servants report to you, you can know everything about Riri without talking to her? Is there any truth about her that you've witnessed? Yourself. Nearly losing patience, the Duke said, watch your words. I don't need your advice or anything of that sort. But Leona firmly asked, then why did you summon me? Aren't you curious and want to know more about Riri? The Duke, confused, replied, this matter. Leona continued, it's not too late. Go directly to Riri and listen to her. What does she want, and what does she like? She firmly said, isn't that the role of a father? The Duke was stunned by Leona's words, as if she had awakened him. What she said made the Duke recall Riri's biological mother. The Duke suddenly said, I see, now I understand why Riri thinks differently about you. Turning away, he said, all right, you may leave, leaving Leona surprised. What? Why so suddenly? She asked. He answered, I know what I need to do now. I've finally figured it out. Leaving the Duke's room, Leona was upset, thinking why did he suddenly kick me out, did he really understand what I said? Calm down, he's smart, he'll understand. Suddenly, Luca appeared, asking Lady Leona how her conversation with the Duke went. Reaching out his hand, Luca said, I'm here to escort you back to your room. Leona refused, saying, no need, I've walked back to my room several times already, so I know the way. Luca replied, it's okay, my lady, you can lean on me. I'll take you to your room anytime. Suddenly, Leona grabbed Luca's hand and asked, Luca, who exactly are you? Long ago, in this world, there existed something called magic. Most people knew how to use magic. This was considered a time blessed by the gods. And dragons, once only existing in legends, are now soaring high in the sky. The 5 families that founded the empire possessed superior magical power. Except for the Petri family, the other families waged civil wars to expand their power and were destroyed. Magic, passed down through generations, gradually weakened. Eventually, people forgot about magic, and thus, it no longer exists in this world. Leona thought to herself, only the Petri family can use a little magic stone. If this isn't due to magic, how else can it be explained? She asked Luca, who are you really? Luca said, I am the knight of Duke Ian Petri. She replied, no, I'm asking about your true identity. Who are you really? She continued, every time I'm near you, strange things happen. Not only did you suddenly appear out of nowhere, but around you, I feel like I'm being hypnotized. It's always like this. I can't remember how many times I've walked this path. Besides, no one in the mansion knows who you are or where you came from, yet you naturally get along with everyone. You might say I'm being sensitive, but could this all be true? Hearing that, Luca smiled faintly and said, as expected, Lady Leona, you are an extraordinary person. No one has ever tried to understand who I am to this extent. He continued, please don't worry, my lady. I'm not a bad person. I just hope everything can harmonize naturally. Luca went on, if you're asking about my identity, and then he snapped his fingers, causing many stars to appear around them. Leona's eyes widened in surprise at what she was seeing. Luca winked and said, you can call me a sorcerer. Leona asked in shock, a sorcerer? Luca replied, yes, but I can only use a little magic. I didn't teleport anyone just now. I erased their memories. Sorcerers have long disappeared from this world. There's no way they could still exist. However, what just happened seems entirely plausible. Leona anxiously asked, what do you want from this family? Wealth or power? Luca smiled and replied that it wasn't either. As I said, I just want everything to be in harmony. I swear on everything I have that I have no intention of harming anyone here. Leona hesitated and said, honestly, this is hard to believe. How can I trust you when you can manipulate someone's memories and make them have a favorable view of you? Luca said, I only control memories. I don't interfere with emotions. I can guarantee that. Luca said, I know you don't trust me, but I will try to earn your trust. Please, believe me just this once. I swear on my existence that I will make a pact with you. Leona asked, a pact? I, Luca, knight of the Petri family. Swear before Duchess Leona Siona Petri. From now on, if any word I say to the Duchess is a lie, my existence will vanish. Luca placed both hands on Leona's hands. A magical pattern appeared on Leona's hand. Luca said, the contract has been established. If I don't follow what was just said, I will disappear. Luca continued, saying, that's it for today. Lady Leona, please assist me in the future. I will prove to you that I am harmless to you and this estate. Bowing down to kiss Leona's hand, Luca said, I wish you a peaceful sleep, my lady. Leona was stunned by what had just happened. It seemed her mind couldn't keep up. Luca disappeared. Leona, surprised, couldn't believe her eyes and wondered what just happened. She had a headache thinking about it but couldn't figure anything out. She should just ask him directly, though she didn't think he was a bad person. Remembering the time when Luca wiped Riri's nose, Leona told herself that he was more sincere with Riri than anyone else. The next morning, Leona thought to herself, there's not a single peaceful day. This morning, the Duke was dressed very elegantly. He asked why no one was saying anything. Riri, you have a guest today. Hurry and get ready. Riri was sitting and drawing with Leona. She asked, I have a guest. Who is it? It's the first time I'm hearing about this. The Duke casually replied, because I just told you. Riri immediately protested, I don't want to. I already decided that I would paint with my nanny and mother today. The Duke replied, how long do you plan to behave like a child, Riri? The Duke suddenly spoke sternly, and I've told you countless times to stop drawing. Riri was stunned as the Duke continued, isn't meeting new friends more important than drawing? You need friends to share your thoughts with, and I understand that now. As he turned to leave, the Duke instructed, I'll be bringing guests to this room, so you two must get along. Don't cause any trouble. Riri called out after him. Leona angrily thought, he just says whatever he wants and then leaves. He doesn't understand a thing from my advice. Riri, indignant, said, friends. What is he suddenly talking about? He always does whatever he wants. He's such a fool. Leona sat down to comfort Riri, saying, since you also have guests coming, let's prepare to welcome them. It seems your father wants you to make more friends. Riri, angry and on the verge of tears, heard Leona gently say, if you don't like talking to the guests, I'll find a way to send them away, okay? How does that sound? Riri threw herself into Leona's arms and said, I understand. Please stay with me, Mom. Leona stroked Riri's head and smiled, yes, I'll be right here. Everyone cleans the room, changes clothes, and prepares the tea party to welcome the guests. The door opens. Two beautiful little girls walk into the room. The blonde girl says, hello, Lady Rebecca Petri, I am Lily, daughter of Marquis Cup. The brunette girl says, hello, lady, I am Reina Ned Ia, the second daughter of Count Ned Ia. Please call me Ray. The two girls bow and say, "Thank you, lady, for inviting us to the tea party." Riri calmly says, "Come in, everyone, please have a seat." At this point, everyone is seated at the tea table. Leona sat next to Riri, quietly cheering, "Riri, you can do it, hang in there." Riri calmly said, "I am the daughter of the Petri family, Rebecca Petri." Lily smiled and said, "Thank you again, miss, for inviting us. We didn't expect to have a chance to meet you like this." Riri puffed her cheeks and replied, "I didn't invite you, it was my father." A bit awkward, Lily responded, "Oh really? Well, it's true that the Petri family invited us." Looking at the pile of stuffed rabbits stacked like a mountain in the room, Lily said, "There really are a lot of stuffed rabbits here, Miss Rebecca." The little girl continued, "When I was younger, I also loved stuffed animals, but stuffed animals are only for babies, right?" Ray, sitting next to her, covered his mouth, giggling. Hearing this, Riri became extremely angry. Lily continued, "I was also very surprised when the Duke suddenly wanted to find a friend for you. He even directly mentioned this." Ray said, "That's why Lily and I came here especially." The two girls turned to talk to each other, "Isn't that right? Isn't it?" Riri angrily wondered why she felt so annoyed. Leona sat beside her, only able to click her tongue in frustration. She suddenly had an idea. She asked the ladies if they wanted something tasty to drink, and the two girls exclaimed, "Oh my." Leona poured milk into a glass. She kindly said, "Let's drink some milk, ladies. How does that sound?" But Riri refused, incredulous, "Milk? That's something only babies drink." The two girls then turned to each other and said, "Right. Right?" Ray agreed, "That's right. Just give me tea." Riri added, "Me too, make it a bit strong." Leona said yes. She helplessly thought, indeed, kids these days are really mature. The two girls expertly added sugar to the tea, then gracefully enjoyed their tea. Lily said the aroma is very fragrant, saying Petri's tea being the best is not an exaggeration at all. Ray agreed that it's completely different from the bland milk. Lily suddenly mocked, "Speaking of milk, don't go around saying that drinking milk is better, Lady Rebecca. I'm saying this out of concern for you." Riri, sitting opposite, had a darkened expression. She angrily said, "You talk like crap." Surprised, the two girls asked back, "What did you just say? Did I hear crap?" Riri angrily asked, "Do you want me to say it again?" Sitting next to her, Leona helplessly pulled her hair, internally exclaiming, "Oh my God, no, Riri." But Riri shouted in anger, "I said, you all speak like crap." The two girls, trembling with anger, asked back, "Crap?" Riri sharply questioned, "Does drinking milk make you a baby? So, are you all adults now?" Then adding a lot of sugar, "Isn't it just like eating candy?" The two girls were speechless, knowing that they had indeed added a lot of sugar to their tea. Leona, wanting to mediate, picked up the milk jug with a smile. "Drinking milk is good for both adults and children. If you drink milk, ladies, you'll grow tall very quickly." Suddenly, the girl Riri shouted, "Shut up. How dare someone as lowly as you interrupt our conversation?" Leona waved her hands, "No, it's not like that, I." Riri immediately took Leona's hand and said, "Hey, she's my mother." Riri was surprised, saying, "But Mrs. Mother, Ray, is she really telling the truth? Anyone would think she was just a servant." Riri angrily replied, "I said she's my mother, so she's my mother. She's the only mother I have. You speak without even knowing who my mother is. You act all grown up. But in the end, you're just a child." The two girls angrily slammed the table, asking, "What are you saying?" Riri continued, "The only reason you're sitting here is because of my father, because I'm the daughter of Duke Ian Petri, isn't that right?" The two girls stood up, saying, "Miss, you've gone too far." Riri retorted, "Too far? You were the ones who went too far just now." Riri angrily shouted, "What you said to my mother is the same as saying it to my face. Don't you dare underestimate me. Riri quickly tried to explain, we only wanted to give you advice as your friends. We weren't looking down on you. Riri sarcastically replied, oh, really? Could you say what you just said in front of my father? The two girls were speechless and didn't dare say anything. Riri aggressively added one more thing, you'll be punished for insulting my mother. Riri retorted, but the lady's mother isn't that woman, the one who will become your mother is Lady Astra. Riri angrily asked, what did you say? That foul-smelling woman is my stepmother. No, she's not. The little girl pointed at Leona and declared confidently, my mother is right here, in front of you all. Those words from Riri deeply moved Leona. The two girls trembled. Ray said, we were just saying what we were taught. As long as we respond and ignore the lady, we'll be rewarded. Riri asked in surprise, what? Who told you that? Ray explained, she said the lady needs to change her bad habits, that's why. Leona pondered, could that person be Astra? Ray continued, that's why we ended up like this. Suddenly, Riri grabbed Ray's hand and shouted, shut up. Ray was still hesitant, wanting to continue speaking, but just that much, Riri could already guess. It was indeed related to that woman, because of that stench, that Asura woman or whatever, she's nothing at all. She's been lying the whole time. You've been deceived. You two girls are in a tough spot. Pointing to the door, Riri said, all right, can you leave now? The two girls asked in surprise, what? Riri shouted, didn't you hear? Get out of here. Riri glared menacingly, or do you want to keep playing with me? The two girls trembled in fear when they saw that look, and quickly asked to leave. The two of them ran away immediately, but Riri, disappointed, thought there was nothing special. Only Leona and Riri were left in the room. She worriedly asked, are you okay? Anyway, Mom. The girl interrupted, no, it's not okay. Riri angrily said, Mom, let's go scold Dad. The scene shifts to the Duke's room. Riri bursts in, shouting, Dad. The Duke, startled, turned and asked, Riri, are your friends back already? Leona, who was out of breath from running, helplessly called out, Riri. Running towards her father, Riri said, friends. What friends? You're an idiot, Dad. Why do you always do this to me? The Duke, surprised, asked, what are you talking about? Don't you like those young ladies? Riri angrily says, what do you mean angry? I don't need friends. From now on, Father, don't do that anymore. The Duke, surprised, asks, you don't need friends. But didn't you like that woman because she treated you like a friend? The Duke calling Leona that woman makes her extremely angry. She thinks, this crazy man, all this time, hasn't understood a thing, has he? Riri yells, Mother is like a friend. Mother is by my side, listens to me, and protects me. But those two, they sided with Aunt Astra, and came to cause trouble for me. The Duke frowns and asks, what? Leona agrees, the Duke, Riri is not wrong. Leaning closer to Riri, the Duke asks, those children listened to Astra's instigation. That can't be true. Riri fumes, see. You don't even believe your own daughter's words. The Duke, confused, says, no, I believe you, Riri. Tell me the details. Riri, tearing up, says, they mocked my stuffed bunny, mocked my mother. I don't like kids like that. Do you want me to be friends with kids like that? Do you want Riri to be heartbroken and miserable? Kneeling beside Riri, the Duke anxiously said, it's not like that, Riri. Why would I want that for you? It was me rushing without understanding you. I'm sorry, Riri. Suddenly, the servant beside the Duke interrupted, Your Grace, I'm sorry, but it's time. Reluctantly, the Duke said to Riri, I'm busy today, so I have to leave soon. Calm down first, and we'll talk later, okay? Hearing that her father was about to leave again, Riri became extremely angry. The little girl pulled her hand away from her father's hand and shouted, Stop it. Furious, she said, You're just like them. I don't want to see you anymore. I hate you. The Duke helplessly called out to Riri, but the little girl kicked him in the leg. Sticking out her tongue and making a face at the Duke, Riri said, I don't need a father who doesn't listen to me and is always busy. Riri dashed off, saying this time she would leave before her father, leaving behind Leona and the Duke, who called out to her in panic. A moment later, all the servants in the estate hurriedly went searching for the little girl, calling out, Miss Riri, where are you? Leona, along with everyone else, searched everywhere for the girl but couldn't find her. She, frustrated, told the nanny that there must be a rabbit hole in the mansion. How else could a child disappear so quickly? The nanny suddenly said, Lady Leona, please listen to me, and Leona turned around and asked, what is it? Leaning close to Leona's ear, the nanny whispered, I know where the young lady is. This is where she often played alone before Lady Leona came here. Even after I was dismissed as her nanny, I would still bring her cookies. It's a room with a lot of books. Leona entered, surprised, exclaiming, is there really a place like this? She saw Riri hiding behind a tall stack of books with her ugly stuffed bunny. She gently bent down and said to the stuffed bunny, hello, bunny. Do you know where Riri is? Mom is really worried about Riri. If you know, could you tell me? Suddenly, to Leona's surprise, Riri grabbed the bunny's hand and said, Bunny says Riri is fine, so Mom, don't worry. Leona smiled, is that so? That's great. She gently said, Bunny, could you tell Riri that Mom doesn't want her to be sad, okay? The little girl nodded, yes, don't worry, Riri is really fine. Leona closed the door, quietly sat down, leaned against it, and thought sadly, she's been in there for a while, but she still hasn't come out. Is she still upset? Worried about Riri, she opened the door and softly called, Riri. The little girl had fallen asleep at some point. She was sleeping soundly. Leona carried Riri and realized she was asleep, lying like that must be uncomfortable, so she decided to take her to bed. Suddenly, Leona noticed the book Riri was resting her head on, titled Black Rabbit White Rabbit. Picking up the book, Leona thought to herself that the text was a bit faded, wondering if someone had written it. It was a comic book. Once upon a time, a little rabbit lived happily with its family in a small village in the forest. The young rabbit was very good at eating carrots and was a brave, lively child. On rainy days, the little rabbit would sleep in the arms of its mother, the golden rabbit. Then one day, while picking wild strawberries, the rabbit's father was shot and killed by hunters. Mother Golden Rabbit and the little rabbit then left. They were very sad, but the two rabbits loved each other and bravely survived each day. Now the little rabbit is old enough to go out and pick wild strawberries by himself on rainy days. Mother Golden Rabbit has been lying in bed for many days. As for Black Rabbit, he is no longer a small rabbit, silently sitting by the bedside of Mother Golden Rabbit. Finally, Mother Golden Rabbit could not wake up from a long sleep. Black Rabbit is left alone, no longer bothering to go out to pick wild strawberries. On rainy days, Black Rabbit always thinks about Mother Golden Rabbit and feels very sad. But one day, Black Rabbit heard someone crying in the forest. It turned out to be a little white rabbit crying alone in the forest. The Black Rabbit took the little white rabbit home and gave the little rabbit some wild strawberries. The little white rabbit sobbed as it ate the wild strawberries. For the first time in a long while, the Black Rabbit regained its smile. Riri was sleeping soundly in bed, while Leona was sitting and reading a comic book. She gently touched the smiling Black Rabbit's face and thought to herself, just as I suspected, this is a children's book written by someone. She wondered who exactly had written it. She recalled the nanny's words that the room was where Riri's mother's belongings were kept. Glancing at the sleeping Riri, Leona thought to herself, the nanny did say that. She murmured to herself, feeling a headache, wondering how she should handle the situation between Duke Ian and Riri. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her shoulder. She was startled and asked who it was. It was the Duke. She exclaimed in surprise, Duke Ian. The Duke said, follow me, then roughly grabbed her hand and dragged her away, making her cry out in pain, wait, Duke, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, She shook off the Duke's hand, angrily shouting, "Duke Ian." She questioned him, "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Standing by the window, looking outside, the Duke bitterly said, "It's all because of you. You were suffering. Riri isn't a child who says harsh things. She always listens to me, but ever since you came here, she's been like this." Leona angrily retorted, "What? You're blaming me for everything now?" She asked him, "Do you hate me being with Riri that much?" The Duke clenched his fists in anger. He straightforwardly admitted, "Yes." Leona wondered what she should do. "I just want to help improve their relationship. I want them to be happy." She blamed herself, thinking, "Is it all my fault that things turned out this way? I love her, and she loves me too. So that's why their relationship fell apart." Strange, in the novel, the Duke isn't someone easily influenced by others, but now he seems very uneasy. Leona has a headache. She wonders if, after everything that happened, there's been a change inside the Duke. She asks Duke Ian if he knows what's inside Riri's precious box. The Duke asks back, "What is it?" She replies that inside the box are things the girl cherishes, like a red gemstone brooch and clumsily made rabbit-shaped cookies by Riri. Who are all those things for? The Duke painfully asked again what she was trying to say. "What did I do wrong?" Feeling cornered, he justified himself, "I'm just trying to protect Riri," but Leona turned away, disapproving. The Duke suddenly said, "Indeed, I shouldn't have brought her back, even if she has platinum hair." Leona was surprised. What is he mumbling about? The Duke suddenly asserted, "Riri is more important to me than my own life, but if you're here, Riri will never look at me again. So please, leave. As long as you leave, we can go back to how things were. I'm begging you, I'll give you whatever you want, just please leave." Leona was shocked, frowning in displeasure at what the Duke said. She clenched her fist, thinking that if he had just been out playing around or acting like a madman, she would have resisted and not left. But his gaze and actions made me feel like I was just a stranger intruding between the two of them. Leona sadly said, "I understand, I'll go." The Duke happily asked, "Really?" She thought perhaps her existence was an obstacle that shouldn't have been there. She said, instead, "You said you'd grant me what I want, right? Then do me a favor." The Duke immediately asked, "What favor?" Leona replied, "What I've always asked of you, please be with her, even if just once." She calmly said, "This might be your last chance because her heart is gradually closing. Don't avoid her just because you're busy or because of your pride. No matter what anyone says. She only looks at you, only remembers you. She loves you and sees you as family." Turning toward the door, Leona said, "That's all I want. I'm leaving now." The Duke suddenly said, "Wait, take this," his final gesture of concern for her. The Duke wanted to give Leona a bag of money. But Leona just said, "No need, I gave you advice, not to take money." The Duke was surprised by what she said. Suddenly smiling, she continued, "I do all these things for Riri." Nighttime. Leona walked alone in the forest. She had left the Duke's mansion. Looking back at the mansion, she sadly thought, "The place where Riri and I were happy together this morning has now become a place that's no longer for me. In the end, I'm just like any other stepmother. Riri, it would be better if you hated me. I once promised I wouldn't leave, but please don't be heartbroken for too long because I broke that promise. Remember, the only one who will always be by your side is your father. So your relationship with him must return to how it was before. I will always remember you." Looking up at the sky, she told herself, "And I will find my own path." The next morning, in a small inn, Leona was sitting, grimacing in pain, saying, "Oh, it hurts so much. I've only been walking for a few days, but I guess my stamina is weak because I've been cooped up in the mansion for so long." She thought, "Even though my body aches, I slept very well. What should I do from now on?" She suddenly remembered that she had made a pact with Luca. She wondered, now that I've left the mansion, does this pact still hold? Looking at the hand marked with a magical seal connected to Luca, she resolved, all right, I'll find out whether magic still exists in this world. She searched through the books and exclaimed, Luca wasn't lying. It seems like he's trustworthy. Everything Luca said was absolutely true. She closed the book and put it away, telling herself that it didn't matter anymore since she would never see him again. Walking down the street, she thought to herself, at least she felt reassured that Luca wasn't the kind of person who would harm Riri. Suddenly, Leona's eyes widened in surprise. In front of her was a temple. Although there was no magic in this world, people still believed in the supernatural. They believed in the god Amadeus. They built temples to worship this god, and the royal family had a close relationship with the temple, even receiving prophecies related to the country. Looking up at the temple, Leona thought that there might still be some clues about magic inside the temple, and if so, maybe she could find a way back to her world. And perhaps she could discover something about the Petri family related to the royal family. And also Luca's identity. I'm no longer related to the Petri family, but as for Riri, I can't give up the wish for Riri to live happily. She opened the door and stepped into the temple. Inside the temple, there was a priest standing. The priest asked if she had any matters to attend to. Leona smiled and replied that she wanted to pray. She thought to herself that now she would find out what she could do. The scene shifts back to the Duke's mansion. On the night Leona left, the Duke was standing on the balcony, looking down. The Duke watched her as she left. He clenched his fists, regaining his resolve. She left, and the Duke turned toward his desk. He wondered if everything would now return to its rightful place. The Duke closed his eyes. He remembered what Leona had said before leaving, please stay by her side, even if just once. This might be your last chance, because her heart is slowly closing. Don't avoid her just because you're busy or because of your pride. No matter what anyone says, she only looks at you, thinks of you, because she loves you and considers you her family. Looking at the pile of paperwork still on the desk, the Duke painfully thought to himself. The Duke suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He swept all the paperwork off the desk onto the floor. He collapses to the ground in pain. Bowing his head, the Duke curses, damn it. Scene shifts back to the present in the temple, where the priest asks Leona, is there something you need? Leona smiles and replies, I want to pray. The priest looks at her with a scrutinizing gaze. He notices Leona's worn-out dress. He then says, please, this way. He points to a seat quite far away, saying, over here. Leona angrily said, yes, it seems like you're accepting people based on their appearances. She obediently sat down in the seat assigned to her, telling herself that causing a scene here wouldn't do any good, so she decided to endure it for now. She clasped her hands in prayer and then looked up at the priest. He was cheerfully chatting with someone in the front row. It was a lady who seemed to be of noble status, and he was very polite to her. Seeing the poor people seated at the back rows, Leona, who wasn't religious, felt that this sight was quite displeasing. She saw the noble lady handing money to the priest. Leona frowned, surprised that the temple had degraded to the point where they had to use such means to make money. It seems she'll face obstacles in learning about magic in a place like this. Has real magic completely disappeared? She sighed and prayed for Riri. Prayed that Riri would no longer be sick, always be happy. If there is a God, may he erase the child's memory of me. My existence has only brought pain to you. Forget the mother who hurt and abandoned you. Grow up in happiness. Suddenly, a man appeared near Leona. The man was wearing a hooded cloak, an older gentleman. Startled by the sight of him, Leona was shocked. He quickly took off his hat and apologized for scaring her. Leona, surprised, asked why he was looking at her like that. Did he know her? The old man smiled kindly, no, this is our first meeting, but you are very interesting. Leona was surprised, wondering what was so interesting about herself. The old man said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Cole, my name means dog, isn't that interesting? Leona smiled wryly, oh, yes, I'm Leona. The old man smiled brightly and said, Leona, that's a very beautiful name. Leona wondered to herself if something was wrong with him. Suddenly, the old man took out a gold coin and said, "Take it." Leona stood up, smiling awkwardly. "I can't accept this. I'll be going now." The old man, feeling regretful, said, "You're leaving already?" Leona, feeling uneasy, replied, "I have things to do, so." The old man reluctantly said, "I see, I understand." He suddenly said, "What you desire will come true. The god Amadot will help you. Live with faith in the god." Leona, still confused, said, "Yes, you too." "Well, I'm off now." Leona turns around and walks away, leaving the old man with a sad and contemplative look. The old man looks down at the gold coin he was about to give to Leona. Suddenly, a voice says, "So you're here." 3 high priests appear, saying, "We've been looking for you, sir." High Priest Kola Benedict Samu. One of the priests asks, "Are you wandering around in that guise again?" He calmly replies, "Sometimes it helps to hear people's stories." Another priest says, "There's a notice that His Majesty the Emperor will arrive soon. There's an important place you need to be, so please prepare." He responds, "I sense the signs of something." The high priest suddenly says, "Listen here, priests." The priests respond, "Yes, what are you saying?" The high priest asks, "Do you think we, as priests, can fully understand the will of the gods?" "We can, when the time is right." Looking towards the door where Leona just left, the high priest says cheerfully, "Anyway, we'll meet again, Leona." Scene change to Leona walking down the street. She is nearly exhausted from fatigue. She thinks to herself in distress, "Wasted a gold coin, but didn't find any trace of magic. Where do I go now?" Come to think of it, there's a port nearby, and there are ships that go to other countries. Leona cheerfully tells herself, "That's right, I'll leave here by ship." Suddenly, Leona bumps into someone, and she cries out in pain, "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to what's in front of me." The person she bumped into turned out to be Luca. Leona exclaimed in surprise, "Luca, why are you here?" Luca replied, "Because I'm worried about you, Leona." Leona frowned and turned away. "What? Does he think I won't leave her side?" "No need to worry, I'll get on the ship and go far away from here." Luca smiled, "We haven't seen each other for 3 days, and you're still as strong as ever." She snapped, "What are you talking about? We haven't met in 3 days, and if you're here on the Duke's orders then." Luca moved closer, and put his hand on Leona's head. Leona pushed his hand away and shouted, "What are you doing?" Luca says that right now her mind is full of thoughts. She feels stifled because she can't do anything. She's worried about Riri and also feels guilty, feeling a heavy burden on her heart. "Cry if you want. I won't let anyone see, so go ahead and cry, Leona." Leona grits her teeth in anger. "Who do you think you are?" She pushes Luca away, shouting, "Who are you to comfort me? You only say these things because the Duke looks down on me." Luca softly says, "You're just like Riri, strong on the outside but very fragile inside." Leona retorts, "What do you know about me?" Luca calmly replies, "I don't know, but I can understand." Leona asks, "Why are you doing this? Aren't you his man? Why else would you be here? Did the Duke send you to monitor me?" Luca quickly denies, "No, the Duke doesn't even know I'm here." Gently covering Leona's face, Luca says, "So don't worry, I won't report back to him." Having endured enough, she breaks down in tears. She asked, "What exactly are you?" After a moment, calming down, Leona turned away. Luca laughed, "You stopped crying already, huh?" Leona denied, "I wasn't crying." Luca asked, "You want to leave here, right? Are you going now?" Leona frankly admitted, "That's right. I want to leave here, that's my intention." Luca asked, "Do you love the child? I hope she won't be hurt. What about the Duke?" Mentioning the Duke, Leona said, "The guy I hate most in the world," surprising Luca. Luca tried to salvage a bit, "He has some good sides too," but Leona dismissed it outright, "No, not as a man, not as a father either. She suddenly looked over at Luca. She asked, "What's with that expression?" Luca helplessly said, "Just don't hate him too much." Leona casually responded, "Are you his spokesperson or something?" Luca suddenly said, "Leona, if you want to leave here, I'll help you, and if you want to return, I'll help you as well." Leona, surprised, asked, "Help me? How?" Luca suddenly smiled. Gently taking Leona's hand, Luca said, "Like this." Leona closed her eyes and asked, "Are you casting a spell?" Scene transitions to a vast ocean, waves crashing with white foam. Leona opened her eyes. She screamed in surprise, "The sea." She thought to herself, "I was planning to go to the port, but it's so far away. How did I end up here?" Luca smiled and said, "Leona, I want you to be happy, so do what you want to do, go where you want to go." Leona pondered, "Do what I want to do? What is it that I truly desire? Maybe Luca could take me back to my own world, but then what? No one is waiting for me there. I want to be with the person important to me, with the one I love. And that person loves me too." She suddenly recalled the image of Riri calling out, "Mom." She gently lowered her head and called out, "Riri." She clenched her fist, hesitating, "I." Suddenly, Luca spoke up, "To be honest, Duke Ian is currently looking for you." Leona asked in surprise, "Looking for me? Why? You're lying, aren't you? He chased me away, so why is he looking for me now?" Luca replied, "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" Luca covered Leona's eyes and said, "Then see for yourself. This is the Sioni estate, the home of Leona's parents." The Duke was there, angrily asking her parents, "Where is Leona?" Her father replied, "We don't know where she's gone." The Duke angrily said, "She's your daughter. How can you not know where she is? Or tell me the places Leona often visits, or her friends?" Her father replied, "We don't know." Luca gently removed his hand, and Leona slowly opened her eyes, silently calling out, "Duke Ian." She asked Luca, "What was that just now?" Luca replied, "I used magic to show you what's happening at the Sioni estate." Luca explained that since the day she left, the Duke had always regretted it, but he didn't have the confidence to go find her. Even unable to recognize his own emotions, all he does is get angry with the family. Leona laughed happily. She laughed and talked like a fool. Seeing her laugh made Luca happier. Luca asked what she wanted to do now. Leona said, "I don't know, but thinking about the Duke makes me upset. I miss Riri, so." She cheerfully said, "I want to return to her." She continued, "Luca, take me back to the old place, there's somewhere I want to go, I don't know if I can return myself, but." Holding her hand, Luca said, "It's okay, even if everyone says no, I will still come for you. Because I miss you too, Leona. Let's meet again at the mansion, I'll be waiting for your return." After saying that, Luca disappeared. Leona returned to the street where Luca had just appeared. Leona silently vowed, "Yes, I will definitely return." Looking up at the temple in front of her, she told herself to stay strong. She returned to her house, and upon reaching the door, she wondered why it was damaged. She heard someone shouting, "Find it right away." She saw the Duke yelling at her parents. And they still call this her family. She thought. She entered, sarcastically saying, "You really have the nerve to say those things." Everyone turned around, shocked, exclaiming, "Leona." She sharply continued, "Anyone looking at you would think you're searching for someone you miss dearly, while you were the one who drove me away." The Duke stammered. "That was just a misunderstanding." Leona dismissed it, "Misunderstanding? I only came here because it was too noisy over there." "What do you mean by acting so rudely after coming all this way?" The Duke, flustered, responded, "It wasn't rude at all. No, you're right, I was rude. I had no other way to find you, so I came by here several times, thinking you might return." Looking at the broken door, Leona remarked, "Breaking in isn't exactly the polite behavior of a duke." The Duke, dejected, said, "How embarrassing." Leona glanced at her parents, seeing only money in their eyes. They signaled to her. He broke down the door, so ask him for compensation. Leona thought to herself in frustration, this family hasn't changed at all. The Duke suddenly said, come back with me. I have so much to tell you. Leona quickly turned away and replied, thanks to whom did I have to walk along the mountain road all night? The Duke was speechless, but Leona walked to the door and said, stop standing there talking nonsense, let's go. If you want to say something, say it while we walk. Suddenly, her father rushed over, grabbed her hand, and said, Leona, you have to listen to your father. You can't just leave like that. The Duke has visited us these past few days. And you see how hard we've worked. Don't you think it's better to talk directly with the Duke? Leona said wearily, you're going to ask for compensation for the door again, aren't you? The Duke calmly responded, I will do as Leona wishes. Leona tiredly said, it's been a long time since I've seen my daughter. Is that what you say to her? Shouldn't you ask about her health first? Her father was left speechless. Oh, right, it's been a long time since we've met. Since you seem well, I didn't think to ask. Leona suspiciously asked, is that so? Speaking of the door, the compensation money you received last time for my head injury wasn't enough. You spent all of it already. Leona looked at the expensive outfits and the dazzling jewelry they were wearing. Leona sharply said, I didn't know you spent it all. You seem to be enjoying life quite a bit thanks to your injured daughter. Her mother exclaimed, Leona, how can you talk like that? We only used it because it was important. Yes, everything we did was for our family. Leona angrily told them to watch their words, there's no me in this family. She continued, don't think you can use my name to get more money, stop expecting it. Her mother, disappointed, called out, Leona, what's wrong with you, why have you changed so much? She turned back and replied, of course I had to change, why should I sacrifice my life for this family? That might as well not exist. She went on, from now on, I will live for myself. I am no longer part of your family, don't contact me, leaving them speechless. Suddenly, Leona smirked and said sarcastically, but we haven't been in contact from the start, why should I worry? She turned to leave, saying, stay well, while her mother desperately called after her, Leona, and her father yelled, are you crazy, Leona, stop right there. But she calmly walked away with the Duke. The Duke took her back to the manor, the two riding together on one horse. So tired, Leona closed her eyes, thinking it was quieter now. Seeing her like that, the Duke worriedly asked if she was okay. Leona calmly replied that she was fine, but asked what brought him to her. The Duke confessed that after sending her away, he hadn't had a single day of peace, and Leona thought to herself, serves you right. He continued, you were right. After you left, I followed your last piece of advice and listened to Riri's feelings. When you disappeared, she kept crying, and finally, for the first time, she opened up to me. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, as the Duke recalls when Leona had just left. In Riri's room, the girl threw a toy at the Duke's face, shouting that she didn't want to see him and telling him to go away. Sitting down gently, the Duke said, Riri, she left because she wanted what's best for you. The girl, saddened, asked, what's best for Riri? The Duke replied, yes, you won't be sick anymore. Riri clenched her fists and said, but it's so strange. The Duke worriedly asked what was wrong, and the little girl replied that without her mother by her side, she felt even more pain. The little girl burst into tears, asking why it had to be this way, father. Hastily hugging his daughter, the Duke could only say, Riri. The little girl, still crying, said, you don't know anything, father. I've never once celebrated my birthday with you, not even once. In books, they say a birthday is a happy day, but I'm always alone. You've never said you love me, or that I'm good at anything, not even once. The Duke could only say, I'm sorry, Riri. The little girl continued, I'd rather play with mother than receive gifts from you. So now I feel so sad, Father. The Duke understood, saying, Father will bring her back to you, Riri. Scene transitions back to the present. The two are riding horses through the mountains, and the Duke expresses, I feel as though the tangled thread has been unraveled and realized how foolish I've been. Because of that, my heart is no longer burdened. I assumed we would be fine without you, driven by my arrogance, which led me to make such a foolish mistake. It's all my fault. Fearing I would lose my daughter, I wronged you. It's okay if you don't forgive me. As long as you can be Riri's mother again, that's all that matters. My daughter and I understand each other better because of you. Clenching her hand, Leona thought to herself that if he had told her how he felt after coming back, her heart wouldn't have wavered so much. The Duke generously said, Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Leona nonchalantly replied, What if I say I want the magic quarry? Unexpectedly, the Duke's response was, Sure, leaving Leona stunned with her mouth agape in surprise. Upon arriving at the mansion, the Duke dismounted his horse, helped Leona down, and said, Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'm serious. Leona thought the magical mine was something the Emperor desired, yet he said he'd just give it away like it was nothing. She asked, Why are you going to such lengths? Don't you have a fiancé? She's probably Riri's mother by now, right? The Duke smiled and replied, I've taken care of that, so don't worry. That position is yours now. Leona's eyes widened in surprise, What are you saying? The Duke extended his hand, Come with me. He gently said, You can hate me, but please be the mother of my child. Leona frowned and replied, Even if I die, I won't forgive you. To me, you're the worst. As she dismounted the horse, she said, I'm doing this only for my beloved daughter. The Duke smiled, Thank you very much. Leona was certain about what she truly wanted. It wasn't to stay in another world, nor to return to the modern era. She only wanted to be with Riri. She ran to find Riri, wondering if her return would make the little girl happy. If not, would she be angry that Leona was here? It's okay if she's angry, I'll hold her close. I need to apologize to her for many days. No matter what Riri says, I'll accept it all. Because I'm Riri's mother. She opened the door and softly called out, Riri. Seeing her, the nanny and the maid exclaimed in surprise, Madam. They rushed over, overwhelmed with joy. Oh my goodness, madam, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. Leona smiled and said, I'm sorry, but how is Riri? Hearing this, the nanny hesitated and glanced behind her. About that. Riri was hiding behind the chair, hugging her ugly rabbit. Leona gently approached and said, Riri, Mommy's home. But Riri remained silent. She gave a bitter smile, thinking the little girl was really mad at her. Suddenly, the girl said Riri doesn't have a mother. This shocked Leona, and she quickly said, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, Riri, Mommy was wrong. But Riri still shouted that she doesn't have a mother, go away. Leona patiently said, It's natural for Riri to be angry with Mommy, so I won't go anywhere until Riri wants to see Mommy again. She gently told the nurse and the maid, Everyone, please leave, I want to be alone with her. They replied, Yes, I understand. Riri shouted again, I said go away. I don't want to see Mommy. Picking up a stuffed bunny, Leona cheerfully said, I'm not Mommy, I'm Bunny, Bunny here, Bunny and Mommy will wait until Riri feels comfortable. Riri suddenly burst into tears. Leona gently said the bunny wouldn't cry like that, and Riri responded that it was silly. Leona felt sad, thinking that Riri's tantrum was breaking her heart, but, indeed, compared to the time living alone, she felt happier being with Riri. The little girl continued, saying that her father was the same because he drove her mother away. He said it was his first time being a father, so he didn't know what to do. Then he apologized to her, saying he would find her mother no matter what, so Riri waited. Leona called out in distress, Riri. Riri cried and said, But thinking about not knowing whether Mom will come back makes me very sad. I got a fever and cough too. I kept dreaming that Mom wouldn't come back. no matter how much I called for her. But Mom didn't even look back, and left me all alone. Leona said sorrowfully, from now on, Mom will definitely never leave you again, but the little girl didn't believe her, saying, you're lying. Leona patiently said, Mom is telling the truth, I promise. I'll always be by your side until you trust me. Riri put down the teddy bear and said, you're silly, Mom, you're so silly, you don't listen to me, you're stubborn, and now you come back and say I'm beautiful or something. Leona smiled, wiping Riri's tears, thinking, even so, you still call me Mom. She said, I missed you so much, just a few days and my Riri has already lost weight. Riri shouted, whose fault is that? Leona hurriedly hugged Riri tightly, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. From now on, we'll eat lots of delicious food and live together, okay? We'll enjoy our meals, play together, and stay healthy, all right? In her mother's arms, Riri responded, whatever, just like that. The little girl smiled happily. Nighttime. Leona is sitting and taking care of Riri, who is sleeping, when a voice says, is the little girl asleep? It turns out it's the Duke. Leona replies, yes. Riri is sleeping very well. Looking at Riri, the Duke affectionately says, it's been a while since she slept so peacefully. Leona suddenly responds, you should say that when she wakes up. You should directly say those words to her. The Duke, surprised, replies, I'll do that, of course, to Riri, and to you as well. Leona angrily says, no need, I refuse. She silently thinks, saying that to me will only cause more trouble. She angrily turns away, and the Duke has to make peace, all right, I understand. Looking at Leona, the Duke gently asked if we could have a little talk. The two moved to another room. After sitting down, Leona asked, so, what do you want to talk to me about? The Duke replied, I mentioned before that the position of Riri's mother is yours. Do you remember? Leona answered, yes, I remember. The Duke continued, actually, a few days ago, the engagement between me and Avilda was annulled, and I've also informed the Avilda family about this, which surprised Leona. She asked, what? Why so suddenly? The Duke responded, from the start, I used this marriage to investigate the black market. Leona, surprised, asked again, the black market. The Duke asked, do you know anything about the Avilda family? Leona replied, no, I don't. Illegal transactions are taking place in the black market. This place specializes in selling and trading unauthorized, unidentified drugs, often used in criminal activities. The family behind running the black market, and profiting from it is the Avilda clan. Since it's illegal business, I'm concerned it might hinder the transactions of the merchants out there, so I need to investigate them, and protect the people in the area. By chance, when we arrested the wet nurse earlier, she dropped a vial of medicine, the very medicine she tricked Riri into taking, which made the girl's condition worse. When I looked into the origin of this medicine, it turned out it came from the black market. While we were investigating the person who made it, we discovered that both the person and related items had disappeared. It seems like someone is trying to obstruct our investigation. My approach to the Avilda clan, accepting the engagement, was originally to gather information about the black market, but now, honestly, I don't want Riri to be with someone who could harm her. The person she needs is right in front of me, I misjudged you. I'm sorry. Leona gently said, that's enough, no matter what you say, I came back because of Riri. She worriedly said, but about the black market. Leona thought, the black market. Is this mentioned in the original story? No, even if I try to recall the original, I can't remember anything halfway through. Everything's blurry. This wasn't in the original story. I feel like everything's unfolding differently from what I imagined. There's no other way but to reason it out. Scene transitions to Duke Avilda's house. The Duke angrily shouted, damn it. Are you pretending there's no engagement? How did it end up like this? Astra, trembling, knelt on the ground. The Duke continued angrily, even though there were already rumors about becoming one family with the Petri family. Throwing the candlestick towards Astra, the Duke yelled, "If you had done it properly, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation." "What exactly did you do?" Astra screamed, "Ah." The candlestick struck her hand, causing it to bleed. She cunningly said, "Father, don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you." The next morning, Riri woke up and cheerfully asked her mother, "Did you sleep well?" Leona said, "Good morning, Riri. Did you sleep well?" The little girl answered, "Yes." Gently stroking the girl's cheek, Leona thought to herself, "It's been 10 days since I returned to the mansion. After I came back, Riri fell ill for a few days, but now she's fully recovered. Every day, Riri clings to me like a shadow. She's probably afraid I'll leave again, but she doesn't need to worry because I'll stay by her side now and never leave." Hugging the little girl, Leona said, "My Riri is so warm and soft." Riri happily replied, "You're warm too, Mom." Suddenly, Riri jumped up and said, "Oh right, this isn't the time for this." Leona, surprised, called out, "Riri." The girl pulled Leona up and said, "It's probably done now, Mom. Let's go see it." Leona was surprised, "See what?" The girl replied, "Your room," surprising Leona. They both entered the room, and Leona's eyes widened in surprise. Riri proudly said, "Dad has been redecorating this room for a while now. It looks pretty good." Riri continued, "Now it's your room, Mom." Leona exclaimed in shock, "What?" Leona asked, "But I already have my own room." Riri frowned, "Are you talking about that dark and cramped room? How could you stay in a place like that?" Looking back, Riri asked, "Isn't that right, Dad?" The Duke appeared behind Leona, answering, "That's right," startling her as she called out to the Duke. He continued, "This is the Duchess's room. It's been vacant for a long time. Now that you're Riri's mother, it's naturally yours." Leona hesitated, but the Duke asked, "Or do you still feel it's not enough? If you want anything, even something precious, I'm ready." The pressure was overwhelming. So Leona quickly replied, "No, I feel it's enough." Leona still hadn't adjusted to the situation. Looking at the father and daughter, she smiled and thought, "But if Riri is happy, then I guess it's not so bad." Suddenly, the Duke asked if everyone had eaten yet. Leona answered, "Not yet." Shyly, the Duke said, "Me neither." "If that's the case, how about you join us? I'll prepare breakfast." Leona was surprised and asked, "What?" Riri cheerfully exclaimed, "Breakfast. Are we going to eat together?" The little girl chirped, "Mom, let's have breakfast together, okay?" Leona asked, "Is that what you want?" Riri said, "The nanny said we have to dress up nicely for breakfast." Leona was surprised, "Why is that?" The little girl pulled Leona along, running off, and called back to her father, "Mom and I will change and be right back. Wait for us, okay?" Leona called out, "Hey, Riri, slow down. You'll fall." Looking at the scene in front of him, the Duke smiled happily. Turning back to the room, the Duke cheerfully thought to himself, "This room has finally found its owner." The carefully preserved outfits. The day has come for the shoes and jewelry to shine. The maid cheerfully said, Madam, leave it to us. We'll do our best for your first breakfast together." Leona shyly waved her hand, "But it's just breakfast, no need to go overboard." But Riri eagerly agreed, "Yes, everyone has to make Mom and me look dazzling." "Yes, the two maids replied. Leona thought in surprise, "Why all this fuss?" While Riri happily picked out jewelry, wondering which would match best. The maid cheerfully remarked, "Look how excited Miss is." Riri handed a necklace to Leona and said, "Mom, wear this necklace." Leona happily responded, "All right, I'll listen to you. My Riri is both adorable and kind, so everything you choose is beautiful." After being praised by her mother, Riri puffed up her chest and said, "Of course, it's me. There's nothing Riri can't do." Then Riri bent down to look at the pile of drawings she had made. To everyone's surprise, she picked up a drawing and said, "Look, Mom. Riri can draw beautifully too, she said, holding up a picture of 3 people holding hands. Leona joyfully exclaimed, "It's true. My Riri is good at everything." The girl proudly said, "Of course." Looking at the drawing, Leona smiled and thought to herself, "This is the most beautiful picture in the world." The door to the room opened. The Duke, dressed in fine clothes, was standing ready. Seeing the two arrive, he grumbled, "You're finally here. So late." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Leona and Riri looked as beautiful as 2 angels. Seeing the Duke staring at her like that, Leona nervously explained, "I was preparing this and that, so I'm later than I thought. I'm sorry, do I look strange?" The Duke, also flustered, said, "No, not strange, just a bit surprised, that's all." Riri knowingly smiled mischievously, "Dad, you're surprised because Mom is too beautiful, right?" Leona shyly called, "Riri." But the Duke just said, "Let's sit down at the table." A lot of delicious food had been laid out on the table. Riri didn't let it go, asking again, "So, Dad, answer me, isn't Mom beautiful?" Both the Duke and Leona choked on their food when they heard Riri's question. Leona shyly said, "Riri, if you ask like that, it's a bit," but the little girl insisted, "But I'm serious, Mom." "Dad, what do you think? Answer honestly." The Duke awkwardly replied, "It feels like someone else," but Riri protested, "That's not an answer. In times like this, you should say, you were already beautiful. And now you're even more so. That's how you should answer." The Duke asked in surprise, "Really?" Riri helplessly sighed, "How did such a silly father have such a smart daughter like me?" "Now, say it again." The Duke became extremely flustered. Turning to Leona, the Duke said, "You were already beautiful, and now you're even more so." Riri stood up, raising her hand in praise, "Good job, Dad." Leona smiled awkwardly and said, "Riri, compliments should come from the heart." Riri quickly replied, "It came from the heart, Mom. For sure, because Dad's fallen for you." Leona thought, embarrassed, "That's not true." But still, even though it's not sincere, he's not the type to say such things easily. It seems like he's changed compared to before. The Duke, shyly changing the subject, thought, "Come to think of it, Riri, you've been drawing lately, haven't you?" The little girl replied in surprise, "Yes." Remembering last time, Father didn't allow me to draw, making Riri lower her head sadly, saying no, Riri didn't. Leona worriedly said, "Duke, about this matter." But the Duke said, "If you like it, just draw." Riri asked in surprise, "Really, Father? I can draw?" The Duke replied, "Yes. I've always disliked you drawing. Do you know why?" The little girl answered, "No." He explained, "Your mother loved drawing, but because of her frail body, she could only draw in her room every day. She had a talent for it, just like you. Because your body is also frail, I was afraid you'd become too much like your mother." The little girl suddenly stood up and vehemently protested, "I'm not weak. Riri is very strong. I'm still sick now, but I will get better." The Duke smiled, "Yes, my Riri will get better. For sure." Leona recalled the comic book about the black and white rabbits that she had read. She thought to herself, as expected, it was a fairy tale written by someone, but who could it be? Could it be that the person who created that book was Riri's biological mother? Before Riri was born, the only one who could have drawn in this mansion was her. Riri asks her father, while talking about her mother, "Father, do you love Mother?" The Duke, surprised, asks back, "Your mother?" Leona thinks the little girl is curious about her mother. Lost in memories, the Duke answers, "I love your mother more than anyone." Riri puffs out her cheeks and says, "You have to give that love to Leona's mother too. Do you understand? I'm serious. It's a pity Mother is with you, but I still want a happy family forever." The Duke, surprised, asks back, "A pity?" Riri, sounding like a little old lady, says, "Of course. Mother is as beautiful and adorable as a rabbit. And you're only good looking, but your personality is terrible." Oh, but you're rich too. Leona, admiring, says, Riri, you think that deeply. The Duke's head is about to explode and he can't say a word. Leona quickly hugs the little girl, saying, in mother's eyes, Riri is as cute as a rabbit. The little girl, delighted, says, of course. Now eat, Mom, and stop talking. The little girl feeds her mother, saying, Mom, say ah. Seeing this happy scene, the Duke smiles. The Duke said, after we finish eating, let's go to the garden you like and have some tea. Riri asked, the rose garden. Not believing her ears, Riri asked again, really? Are we really going there? The Duke smiled and said, I give you permission. I can't keep forbidding you forever. Riri cheerfully exclaimed, you're serious, right, father? You won't be angry with me anymore. Leona curiously asked, what kind of place is it that you didn't allow her to go there? The Duke quietly answered, it's a place that holds memories of Riri's mother. Leona said in surprise, you've been mentioning her a lot today. The Duke smiled, in the past, I always avoided it, but now I've decided to face it. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. Leona was stunned by the Duke's unexpected gratitude. She hesitantly said that she was doing this just for Riri. She thought it was strange that he suddenly became honest with her like this, but it wasn't bad. Scene transitions to the rose garden. Riri exclaimed, Mom, look. Isn't it beautiful? Leona's eyes widened in amazement as she exclaimed, wow. Looking around, Leona said, the garden is truly beautiful. Now I understand why you like it. Riri turned and smiled, right. Gazing at the vibrant blue roses, Leona wondered, blue roses? Do they really exist in this world? As if reading her thoughts, the Duke answered, blue roses are a type that doesn't exist. I used magical stones to create them. Leona asked, you were able to create such beautiful roses? Gently touching one of the blue roses, the Duke said, these flowers can only be kept in the greenhouse. Not everyone is allowed in here. This garden was specially made for Riri's mother. Leona was surprised by what the Duke said. Looking at her, the Duke smiled and said it suits the beauty perfectly. She wondered if he realized how inappropriate those words were for him, but the Duke asked, really? Suddenly, the Duke called out to Riri, and the little girl turned around and asked, what is it, father? The Duke sat down facing her and said, listen carefully, this was your birth mother's favorite place. She would sit here happily, eagerly awaiting your arrival. In your mother's heart, you were her treasure. Riri sadly said, but mother passed away early and left me. If I was her treasure, why didn't she bother to name me? She said she would wait for me, but didn't even leave a letter. The Duke was taken aback, not knowing what to say, Riri, about that. Riri suddenly brushed the Duke's hand away, shouting, Father, don't say anything more. Running towards Leona, Riri said, now Leona's mother is more important. So don't talk about the past anymore, or Riri will get angry. The little girl ran ahead, leaving the two behind. Leona felt sad, thinking the girl was only 5 years old, so it was very hard for her to accept her mother's death. She turned to Ian and said, Duke, is this something she really needs to know? He replied, not necessarily, but. Leona said, then give her time until Riri fully accepts it. She asked me, I see you also like this place, so why haven't you come here all this time? The Duke replied, actually, Riri's mother couldn't accept having the child at first, and by the time she did, many things had happened. Then, after she suddenly passed away, I didn't want to come here anymore. But the fact that she loved the child is true, and I want the child to know that her mother loved her very much. Leona asked, that's not all, is it? The reason you hid the truth about Riri's mother from her? The Duke turned away and said, perhaps. She continued, you have a reason you can't tell me, but you can't keep hiding it forever. You can't keep lying to Riri forever. Not yet. Wait until she grows up, then tell Riri the truth, the Duke replied. I will think about it. Suddenly, Riri ran towards Leona with a blue rose, saying, Mom, take it. It suits you very well. Leona smiled happily and asked, "A gift for Mom?" "Thank you, Riri." Suddenly, the Duke said, "Upon reflection, there's something I haven't mentioned during the meal." Leona asked, "What is it?" The Duke said, "Soon, I will announce that you are officially becoming the Duchess of the Petri family." Both Leona and Riri were shocked and asked, "Announce it?" Riri asked, "Do you mean that Mother will officially become my mother?" The Duke happily replied, "That's right." Riri joyfully said, "Really? That's great. Let's throw a party so everyone knows." "A party for Mother?" The Duke asked, "I thought you hated parties." Riri replied, "I do hate them, but now that I have a mother, I don't hate them anymore. I'll tell everyone I have a mother now, so they won't look down on me anymore." Leona, feeling sorry, thought, so that's why she didn't like parties. Riri schemed, "I'll make them embarrassed. Last time, they dared to tease me. Yes, even that smelly old hag." Leona cheered, "All right, let's invite everyone, even that woman, Astra." "Riri, my dear, let's teach them a lesson." The little girl replied, "Yes." The flag of unity was raised. Riri smiled happily and said, "Then I'll wear an outfit just like yours, Mom." Leona agreed, "Sure, let's do that." The girl added, "But it can't be like the one you're wearing now." The Duke was surprised by their enthusiasm. Turning to the Duke, Riri excitedly said, "Dad, get my shoes and outfit ready now." The Duke smiled and said, "All right, I'll get it ready." The three of them enjoyed a happy moment together in a garden filled with beautiful roses. A few days later, Riri fell asleep while drawing. Leona smiled lovingly and said, "My dear Riri, you're sleeping so soundly." Suddenly, from outside, there was a voice saying, "Sorry for disturbing, madam." Leona asked, "What's the matter, May?" The maid replied, "There's a guest." Leona asked again in surprise, "A guest?" The maid said, "Miss Astra said she wants to see you, madam." Leona was surprised and thought, "Astra wants to see me." She wondered why Astra suddenly wanted to see her, and told the maid to bring Astra to her balcony room. She would try to listen to what Astra had to say. At Leona's balcony room, the two of them sat facing each other. Astra politely said, "I came so suddenly and yet you still welcomed me, thank you, Miss Leona." Leona got straight to the point, "Why do you want to see me?" Astra replied, "I came to apologize for what happened." Showing remorse, Astra said, "I acted hastily because I wanted to treat the girl well. At that time, I didn't know I was wrong. Thanks to Miss Leona, I realized my mistake. I want to apologize to Miss Rebecca." "So, where is she?" Leona replied that the girl was taking a nap, and Astra said, "I see, then I'll greet Lady Rebecca later." Leona thought to herself, it's good that she knows her place, but is she sincere, or does she have another scheme? Astra said, "Actually, not long ago, Duke Ian sent word that the engagement was off. You know about this, don't you?" Leona replied, "I know." Astra smiled and said, "It seems Duke Ian has told you. Soon, you'll officially become the Duchess. After all, Lady Rebecca is very obedient, but will you really be okay?" Leona cautiously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Astra maliciously continued, "Because the vassals and the lords who follow the Duke aren't pleased at all. This isn't your fault, Lady Leona, but isn't your background somewhat unworthy?" Leona firmly replied, "They can think what they want about my background. I don't care. This is something Duke Ian has decided, and they'll have to follow it." She sneered, "Is that so?" Astra asked again. She stood up and said, "Although I came here out of concern to offer advice, seeing that you're better, I think my sudden visit has surprised you, so I'll take my leave." She turned to the servant and said, "Bring me my coat." Leona suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. On Astra's coat was a blue rose. She smiled wickedly and said, "Ah, this brooch. Blue roses are indeed beautiful, aren't they? It was a gift from Duke Ian. I don't know if you know this, but blue roses are only found at this estate. Not everyone can have them. So I mistakenly believed I had the Duke's true affection. Remembering the time in the rose garden, the Duke said that these roses aren't real, that he had specially created them using magic stones. At that time, you even asked if such beautiful roses could really be created. These flowers can only be grown in a greenhouse. Not everyone can easily enter this place. The Duke also said that this type of flower is only for beautiful people. Leona sadly thought to herself that he had indeed said that. Astra whispered to herself, "What gift? It took me so much effort to find it," but outwardly she maliciously said, "Oh my, what's wrong, miss? Could it be that you're upset because of this brooch?" She deceitfully pretended to care, asking, "Are you okay, Miss Leona?" Leaning close to Leona's ear, she wickedly continued, "Doesn't Lady Rebecca treat you like her own mother? That's why the Duke made you the Duchess. Why would he drive you away?" Leona, surprised, asked, "What?" Suddenly, the nursemaid appeared behind the door. The nurse hesitantly apologized for interrupting. "My lady, do you have a moment? Lady Riri woke up, and has been looking for you." Atra feigned cheerfulness and exclaimed, "Oh dear, if that's the case, I must hurry back then." She continued, "It was a pleasure talking to you, Lady Leona. Let's meet again another time." She smiled deceitfully. She turned and left, leaving Leona standing still, overwhelmed by her thoughts. The nurse, noticing, asked, "My lady, are you all right? You don't look well. Did that woman say something unpleasant to you again?" Snapping out of it, Leona replied, "No, I'm fine. More importantly, how is Riri?" The nurse responded, "Lady Riri thought you had disappeared again, and is crying loudly. I told her you were attending to a guest, but she didn't believe me and kept running off to find you." Leona replied, "I see, let's return quickly." She recalled what the Duke had said, "You can hate me, but please, become a mother to my child. I will quickly announce to everyone that you are officially the Duchess of the Petri family." Just now, Atra said, "Didn't Lady Rebecca treat you like her own mother? That's why the Duke made you the Duchess. There's no way he would send you away." Leona sadly thought, as expected, Ian chose me to be the Duchess out of responsibility towards Riri. The next morning. So many beautiful and splendid clothes. Riri exclaimed, "Mom, what should we wear to the party? Which one suits us best?" Leona smiled and replied, "All of these are for you to choose, Riri. No matter what I wear, I'll look beautiful." She suddenly thought, but if I didn't have to wear a corset, it would be great, because wearing one makes it hard to breathe. The nanny suddenly turned to her and said, "My lady, don't worry, none of the dresses here have corsets." Leona was surprised and asked, "Really?" The nanny continued while picking out dresses, "Luca was also there, and he even gave me advice that my lady would prefer these kinds of things." Luca said, "How about this style? I think it suits you very well, Lady Leona. It's also very comfortable to wear." Riri then replied, "Good, let's take it." Leona smiled and said, "Luca is so thoughtful." Suddenly, Riri ran over holding some necklaces and called out, "Mom, I think these match you very well. Why don't you try them all on?" Leona gently smiled and said, "Really? Should I try them as you said?" Riri continued, "Because you have to look really radiant at the party, so this one suits you, and so does that one." By evening, Leona exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I'm exhausted." Remembering earlier, Riri had dragged her along. "Mom, next is that one. Try it on," she painfully asked, again. "We've already tried on 10 outfits. The preparation for the party is no joke. My body is aching all over." Looking over at Riri, who was sound asleep, she thought to herself, "Even so, today was really fun." Looking at the clock, she thought she couldn't sleep, so she decided to take a walk. In the garden at night. Leona was walking when suddenly someone asked, "Can't you sleep?" Surprised, she said, "Luca?" The person who had just appeared was Luca. Luca smiled and said, "I'm very happy to see you at the mansion again." Leona replied, "I promised I'd see you again, didn't I?" Luca asked. Lady Leona, your feelings for the Duke haven't changed, have they? Leona replied, I suppose not. Lately, I've been worried about whether I can stand by the Duke's side. She thought to herself that recently, she had felt their relationship had improved a little. Luca said it may look that way, but the Duke thinks about the lady a lot. Leona responded, you're always speaking well of the Duke. Why do you do that? Is it out of pity? Luca replied, actually, since that day, the Duke hasn't been the same. Leona, surprised, asked, that day. As if reminiscing, Luca said, since he was young, he didn't know fear, so sometimes he did things no one could understand, like being irrationally jealous. Sometimes he's even more childish than Lady Riri. I don't know how the Duke appears in your eyes, Lady Leona, but still, I feel like you're the only one who can change him, Lady Leona. Scene change. In the Duke's room, he is sound asleep. He is dreaming, and he utters, no, don't go. In the dream, the Duke is still a boy. The Duke's father says, Ian, remember, you must never fall. The family is only left with you. Don't hand it over to. Then the father turns and walks away. Ian, terrified, calls out, Father, Mother, don't go, please, don't leave me. Ian reached out, but his parents gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a girl pulled Ian back. That girl called Ian, he couldn't clearly remember her face. At this point, the Duke woke up startled, shouting ah. He held his head and cursed, damn it, it's that dream again. He wondered, who were those people, my father, mother, and someone else? My childhood memories are all jumbled up. He thought, lately, I've been feeling dizzy, even experiencing unexplained pain. What's happening to me? Clenching his fist, he reassured himself, stay calm, think about the people you need to protect. The person who matters to me the most right now is Riri and this family. I reassure myself, just thinking about this. The next morning. Leona is very tired, she didn't sleep last night. Recalling last night, she thought to herself, thanks to talking with Luca, her mood had improved a lot. Luca said, I have a feeling only Lady Leona can change the Duke. At that moment, Leona asked in surprise, me. Why do you think that? Luca smiled and said, because in this mansion, you're the only one who sees his true self. Then she remembered what Astra had said. Didn't Lady Rebecca see her as her own mother? That's why the Duke made her the Duchess, so why would he send her away? And the blue rose on Astra's shirt. She wondered if she was the only one who could change him, yet she couldn't even guess his true feelings. Seeing her like that, the maid worriedly asked if she couldn't sleep last night, noting that she looked very tired. She smiled and said, I'm fine. Riri had just woken up too. The girl continued, if possible, I would like the lady to rest a bit more, but you have work to do today. Leona asked in surprise, work to do? May continued, didn't you and the lady say you wanted to host a party? So the host of the party. Suddenly, the Duke opened the door and walked in, saying, you're awake already. He blushed in surprise upon seeing Leona in her nightgown. Leona was surprised and turned to ask the Duke, Ian, what's going on so early in the morning? He replied, I'm here to prepare for the banquet that you and Riri will host. Leona, confused, asked again, what? He placed a stack of books as tall as a mountain in front of Leona and said, I'm leaving everything for the banquet in your hands. Peeking out from behind the stack of books, Leona asked in surprise, what did you just say? Looking at the pile of books, Leona could only gape in astonishment. Riri came closer and asked, is Mother handling everything related to the banquet? The Duke cheerfully replied, exactly. He continued, your mother will be in charge of everything, from the wine to be served to the guests, to the dress code, the types and quantities of dishes, even the color of the chandeliers, curtains, and the floor. Leona picked up a book in distress, thinking, why on earth? The Duke cheerfully added, the organization of the Petri family events has always been the responsibility of the Duchess. This position has been vacant for a while. And it's been a long time since we've held a banquet like this. But it would be very meaningful if you prepared it yourself, because this is an opportunity to show everyone that you are the Duchess. The nanny joyfully said, indeed, the Duke cares deeply for the Duchess. If he didn't, he wouldn't have entrusted all these tasks to her. Leona, in distress, said. Entrusting tasks is caring. Isn't he just bullying me? Seeing this, the Duke cheerfully said, don't worry too much, you have everyone to help you. Looking at the Duke's hand resting on her shoulder, Leona wondered what was happening. The Duke suddenly noticed his hand on Leona's shoulder. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. Embarrassed, he blushed and turned away, saying, I'm counting on you. Buried in a towering pile of books, Leona lamented, oh my God, why are there so many decisions to make? My head is about to explode. Seeing her exhausted, Richard ran over, concerned, and asked, Mom, is it really hard? Is it like when I learned numbers? Leona forced a smile and replied, it's a bit tough. This is the first time I'm dealing with these things too. She thought to herself, he said that organizing the family's events was all handled by the Duchess herself. Maybe this is the chance he's giving me. Sitting for too long made Leona stiff and tired. She shakily stood up from her chair when suddenly there was a voice, Lady Leona, it's me, Luca. May I come in? Leona, struggling, said, come in. Luca opens the door and enters, carrying another tall stack of books, cheerfully saying, good morning, Lady Leona, miss. Riri asks in surprise, Luca, what are those books? Luca replies, they are all materials related to the party. The Duke asked me to come here to assist Lady Leona. Putting the tall stack of books on the ground, Luca asks, but Lady Leona, are you feeling unwell? You don't look very well. Leona smiles painfully and says, no, I'm fine. Seeing this, Riri asks in panic, Mom, are you sick? Leona quickly says, no, I'm fine. But Riri still shouts, Mom, you can't be sick. Doctor, call the doctor immediately. The doctor arrives and hurriedly asks, Miss, where do you feel pain? Holding Riri's hand, the doctor asks, do you have a fever? Are you coughing, or having seizures? Riri calmly replied that she's not sick. The doctor, surprised, asked again, what? Pointing towards Leona, Riri said, it's not me, it's Mom. She's the one who's sick. Leona was sitting on the bed at that time. The doctor, surprised, said, I was urgently called here because someone was ill, so I thought it was the young lady. Turning to Leona, the doctor asked, Madam, where do you feel pain? Riri anxiously urged, Doctor, hurry up. Hurry. Luca replied, Madam's face is pale. I think she might be feeling dizzy. Leona answered, I'm fine, really. Riri worriedly said, Mom always says she's fine, but what if it's something serious? What would we do then? The doctor sat down and took Leona's pulse. After a moment, the doctor said, other than a slow pulse, the madam is fine. She's probably just exhausted from all the accumulated fatigue. A good night's sleep will make her feel better. Leona shyly asked, really? Handing Leona a bottle of medicine, the doctor said, please take this. Leona responded in surprise, saying she didn't think it was necessary to take medicine, but the doctor explained that it was a tonic to help restore strength. And that he was about to send it to her because the Duke had asked him to. Leona asked again, the Duke asked you? The doctor replied, actually, not long ago, the Duke gave me some rare herbs. He asked me to make a tonic beneficial to your health. So that bottle is one of the medicines I made. The rest will be sent to you later. Leona was suspicious, thinking, for me. Could it be poison? Riri smiled smugly, saying, finally, Father has come to his senses, knowing how to take care of Mother properly now. Leona smiled wryly, asking, really? Looking at the doctor, Luca asked, and what about the lady's illness? You still haven't found a solution. The doctor replied nervously, yes, the lady's condition is very difficult to diagnose. So, However, I've noticed that she has improved recently, even without taking any special medication. It's really strange, the doctor continued, while Riri thought in surprise, improved. The doctor added, this is just my speculation, but somehow, Lady Leona seems to have cured her. Leona was surprised by what the doctor said. After the examination, the doctor stood up and said, well then, I shall take my leave. Looking at the doctor, Leona smiled softly, she was feeling better now. She recalled what the doctor had just said, Miss Riri's condition tends to worsen when she feels excited or anxious, but recently, since she has been spending time with Lady Leona, her seizures have decreased, and her health has stabilized. Lady Leona plays a very important role in Miss Riri's treatment. Hearing this, Riri asked in surprise, Doctor, are you saying that my mother is like medicine to me? Leona smiled brightly, no, dear, the doctor means that the key to your recovery seems to lie in stabilizing your emotions. Riri asked again in surprise, stabilizing my emotions? Leona replied, that's right, as long as you're happy, your illness will heal faster. The little girl exclaimed, really? Standing nearby all this time, Luca suddenly spoke up. I don't think it's that simple, but one thing's for sure, Miss Riri's condition has improved since Lady Leona returned. Who knows, thanks to Lady Leona, we might find the key to curing Miss Riri's chronic illness. Hearing this, Leona joyfully asked, really? She eagerly said, it seems like hearing the news that your illness can be cured has made me feel completely better now. Riri exclaimed, Mother, really? Since I've said it. You must also be cheerful, Luca said, me too, let's be happy. Leona thought to herself, it's a relief that it's good news. If things keep going like this and she recovers completely, that would be wonderful. Getting out of bed, she said, all right, let's get back to work. Riri protested, no, you can't. You need more rest. Leona smiled, I took some medicine, so I'm feeling much better now, dear. Suddenly, Luca placed his hand on Leona's shoulder and said, Madam, I also want you to rest well, but the day of the party is approaching, so you might need to handle some things first. I'll show you a few names, you can choose one. You can even make your choice while lying down. Riri exclaimed, oh Luca, that sounds perfect. Leona was surprised. She suddenly burst out laughing joyfully. She said, all right, I'll leave it to you, Luca. Everyone is eagerly working. Time flies like the wind, it's already the day of the party. Early in the morning, the maid and the nanny enter and say, good morning, madam. Leona and Riri are still not awake. Seeing Leona already up, everyone happily says, you're awake. It's finally the day of the party. Leona, surprised, asks the nanny, really? Everyone gathers around to lift Leona out of bed, saying, Madam, leave it to us. We'll make you look stunning. Leona can only exclaim, huh? The maids take Leona to bathe, saying, we've used a more fragrant essence than usual, madam. After that, everyone gives Leona a facial mask and massages her. The maids kindly ask, Madam, are you feeling comfortable? Leona responds, yes. After finishing her facial care, Leona was stunned when she looked in the mirror. She exclaimed, wow. Leona turned around and asked, almost forgetting, where's Riri? My answered, Madam, don't worry. The nanny has gone to wake her up. Just as she said that, Leona heard Riri shouting, I don't like it. I said no. Leona quickly stood up and called out, Riri. Riri suddenly burst through the door, crying and calling out loudly, Mom. Leona anxiously asked, Riri, what's wrong? The little girl threw herself into her mother's arms and asked, Mom, why are you here? Riri clung to Leona's dress, crying as she said, I woke up and couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you had left me again, so. Leona, heartbroken, realized that Riri was afraid she had left. The child's emotions were still unstable. She thought, I've been too careless. She bent down and gently said, Riri, I'm sorry. It's my fault. She picked up Riri, and the little girl said, "Mom, don't go. Without you, I don't even like parties anymore." She gently reassured her, "All right, Mom won't go anywhere." The little girl cried and said, "When I sleep, when I wake up, I have to hold Riri's hand." She softly kissed Riri's forehead. Leona promised, "I will definitely hold your hand tightly." Suddenly, Riri opened her eyes and asked, "But Mom, what are you doing here?" Leona gently said, "I'm preparing for the party." "Now you should get ready for the party too." The little girl replied, "I'll prepare with you, Mom." Leona said, "All right, I'll listen to you." A little while later, Riri had bathed and finished her face mask. Everyone cheered. "The young lady's face is shining so brightly, how adorable." Everyone was very happy, and Riri said, "I'm so excited." May started brushing Leona's hair. May suddenly exclaimed in surprise, seeing the large scar on Leona's back. Leona turned around and asked, "What's wrong, May?" May wondered if it would be rude to ask about the scar, so she smiled and said, "It's nothing." Holding Leona's hair, May said, "Whenever I look at it, I always find your hair to be magically beautiful." Leona asked in surprise, "Magically?" May replied, "Because platinum hair is rare. I've never seen anyone with platinum hair." "Oh, now that I think about it. I once worked at the royal palace for a while and saw someone with similar hair. That person seemed to be a noble lady of high status." May thought to herself, "Now that I think about it, I feel that person's aura is very similar to yours." She then said, "Besides that person, you're the first one." Leona replied, "Is that so?" She thought to herself, "It's true that platinum hair is not common in this world. Among the Seoni family, no one has platinum hair. Is this just a meaningless coincidence?" May suddenly commented, "But Our Lady's platinum hair is both beautiful and radiant." The wet nurse and Riri also agreed, "Yes," which made Leona laugh happily. "Thank you everyone." A moment later, May said, "Madam, young lady, everything is ready." The mother and daughter wore matching blue dresses, both beautifully adorned like two fairies. Leona bent down, extending her hand to Riri cheerfully, "My beautiful daughter, let's go to the party." The little girl smiled brightly, "Yes, my beautiful mother." Leona took Riri's hand, and the two went to the party together. The scene shifts to a luxurious room, where a man sits in a very prominent position holding a glass of wine. That person is none other than His Majesty the Emperor, who is very displeased, frowning. "This headache, insurgents are rising all over the empire. I've tried my best to reach this position. And now I'm still sending the formula to Petri to deal with the leaders of the rebel forces. Although we've managed to curb their expansion, everything has its limits." The emperor gritted his teeth, thinking he must quickly consolidate the power of the royal family as soon as possible. "Is there any other way?" The emperor turned to ask the person beside him, "When will we receive the prophecy from the god Amy?" The person standing next to the emperor is the high priest. The high priest said waiting for the god to make a decision during this time is the right thing to do, sir. Hearing this, the emperor became despondent. The high priest continued, saying, "I know what concerns your majesty, but to consolidate power, shouldn't we ensure heirs for the royal family? What your majesty desires is also what the gods desire." The emperor gave a sly smile. The emperor smugly said, as expected of the high priest. The priest replied, "I will do my best. Fortunately, my advice was helpful to your majesty." Looking at the glass of wine, the emperor thought, "Right, why didn't I think of that?" If that's the case, the emperor happily said that the child would be the right person for this position. And so, a letter written by His Majesty the Emperor was sent to Duke Petri's residence. The Duke read the letter, and he was very worried. On the day of the banquet, the courtyard of the Duke's residence was filled with the carriages of noble ladies. The guests had arrived in full, and they were chattering away. Some said that the Duchess this time came from a lowly noble family, others clicked their tongues, saying the previous wives weren't any better. One asked, "Do you mean the Duke married the daughter of a fallen family, and still held a party like this. Another guest replied, wasn't it all because of Lady Rebecca from the beginning? Ever since she was born. Suddenly, someone interrupted, hey, be careful with your words. If Duke Petrie hears this, it'll be hard to live. The other person continued, but I'm right, aren't I? As soon as Larry Petrie died, a child appeared, and he called her his daughter, but not even a son. Behind the door, someone was standing and had heard everything the guests were discussing. The guest continued, unbelievable, if only the Duke of Avilda's daughter had become the Duchess, how wonderful it would have been. Outside in the hallway, Duke Petrie is looking at the letter the Emperor just sent him when suddenly a servant rushes over to call the Duke. He turns around, his face full of contemplation. The servant whispers in the Duke's ear, recounting what the guests are discussing in the banquet hall. The Duke frowns angrily upon hearing it. Sighing softly, he says, I know. At that moment, a blue dress appears. Leona and Riri have arrived. The little girl cheers, Father. Beautiful Leona says, Duke, you're here. Have you been waiting long? Riri excitedly asks, Father, what do you think? Mom and I look beautiful, don't we? Sparkling, right? Shining like stars. The Duke is surprised, his gaze fixed on Leona. The Duke blushed, embarrassed. Yes, it's beautiful. Riri smirked, Father, you look cool too. Leona asked, shall we join the party now? The Duke suddenly stopped her, no, before that. The Duke seriously said, talk to me for a bit. In the Duke's room, the two sat facing each other. Placing the letter just sent by the Emperor on the table, the Duke said, the royal family sent a letter to me. They want Riri to become the crown princess. Leona was shocked, what, the crown princess? This seems to be following the original storyline. Leona objected, she's only 5 years old. Why rush it? Does Riri know about this? The Duke, saddened, replied, not yet, but it's definitely good for Riri, and it's also for her safety. The Duke pondered, maintaining a friendly relationship with the Emperor until now has been to quash the noble rumors about Riri's birth, to prepare a position for her that no one could challenge. And now, that time has come. If she becomes the crown princess, no one will be able to harm her anymore. Leona thinks it's been so hard for father and daughter to reconcile, and now this. Does this mean we can't avoid the original plot? Leona suddenly becomes resolute, but I don't think so. The Duke is surprised, why? Becoming the crown princess is every lady's wish. Moreover, once she is in that position, no one would dare harm Riri anymore. Leona asks, so you want Riri to become the crown princess? The Duke replies, I didn't mean that, but. Leona continues, becoming the crown princess doesn't guarantee her safety. Besides, you always act on your own. Have you forgotten the uproar that happened before? Leona firmly states, even if Riri wants it, I will still oppose it. Because marriage to the crown prince is the reason for Riri's death. Although everything is very different from the original plot now, there's no need to step into the tragedy we already know. We must eliminate all factors that could lead to disaster. Leona is so upset that she stands up abruptly. The Duke, surprised, thinks, honestly, I thought she would agree, but I didn't expect such strong opposition. Thinking for a moment, the Duke stood up, all right, I understand. There must be a reason why you didn't agree to this. I will think about it more. Leona sighed in relief, phew, what a load off my mind. At least we both agree that Riri's happiness is the most important thing. She said, all right. Suddenly, there was a call from outside the door, Your Grace, the lords and vassals wish to greet you. The Duke replied, all right, let them in. The guests entered the room, bowed with their hands over their chests, and said, it is an honor to meet you, Duke Ian Petrie. The Duke said, you must all already know why I've called you here. He gestured toward Leona, introducing, this is Leona Petrie, who will become my Duchess. Leona bowed in greeting, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Leona. The guests feigned surprise, so that's how it is. It's truly an honor to meet the madam. One guest said it's just that the Duke had never introduced his wife, so we were quite surprised. Another said that Lady Leona would be the new Duchess, which is something to celebrate. Finally, we can put the worry about the next generation to rest. Isn't this a good thing? The Duke frowned, recalling the whispers of the guest earlier. The guests chatted noisily. One said, "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we last met." Another replied, "That's right, thanks to the banquet. This is the first feast since Lady Larith passed away." Suddenly, the Duke shouted, "Enough. Stop these meaningless words at once. You're not here to reminisce about the past." Leona muttered, "Larith Petri, she must be Riri's biological mother, the one who left this world." The guest responded calmly, "Since it's been a long time since we've had a chance to meet, I inadvertently brought up these matters. Please, Duke, calm your anger." Looking at Leona with a sneer, he said, however, "I wonder which family the Duchess hails from. I heard she comes from the Avilda family, but it seems I was mistaken." Those words made Leona uneasy, stammering, "I." The Duke suddenly said, "Does that even matter?" This left the guests stunned. What? But to become part of the Petri family. The Duke coldly responded, "The Duchess doesn't need support from her birth parents." What? I thought you would like this. Why don't you bite back now? The guest retorted. "Duke, how could you say that? We only do this for you, for the glory of this family." Taking Leona's hand, the Duke said, "Enjoying glory twice will destroy an entire family." The Duke bent down to kiss Leona's hand. Looking at Leona with affection, the Duke said, "Now that the greetings are over, let's go to the banquet hall." Taking Leona's hand, he walked away, leaving the guests behind. The Duke tossed back a few words, "This is a party for the Duchess, make yourselves at home." The guests gaped in astonishment, faces as black as coal, exclaiming in disbelief. The Duke escorted Leona to the banquet hall. Leona, worried, asked, "Are you sure this is okay?" The Duke calmly replied, "I am the Duke, what's not okay?" Leona was still anxious, but the Duke cheerfully reassured her, "It's fine, you don't need to worry. Riri has been waiting for us. Let's go." Hearing this, Leona smiled happily, "Yes." They held hands and entered the banquet hall. The butler announced, "Duke Ian Petri, Duchess Leona Petri, and Lady Rebecca Petri have arrived." Everyone fell silent and bowed respectfully. Leona, nervous with all eyes on her, worriedly asked the Duke, "What should I do now?" "Duke, you don't need to do anything. Just be yourself as usual, aren't you always confident?" Leona was at a loss for words, only able to say her, while Riri tugged at her, "Mom, smile." Raising one hand, the Duke declared, "Today's banquet is held to officially announce that Leona Petri will be the Duchess of the Petri family. Everyone, please enjoy the party." Leona tried to smile. She was very nervous and silently told herself, "Be confident, me." In the banquet hall, with the soft sound of music playing, the Duke happily conversed with everyone. Watching from a distance, Leona thought, as expected of the Duke, his demeanor when talking with the nobility is so natural. I must behave like him in the future. Leona sighed anxiously, "Can I really do well?" Riri tugged at her, "Mom, you've greeted everyone, let's go dance, Mom." She smiled brightly, "That's right. How about we two go dance, mother and daughter?" As they descended to the hall, everyone surrounded Leona, greeting her as the Duchess, taking her by surprise. Someone said they finally had the chance to talk to both of them, the new Duchess and Lady Rebecca. Leona began to sweat anxiously. The person continued, saying even though the Duchess came from a fallen family, so what? The Duke still cares deeply for the Duchess, which is why this banquet was organized. Right? Everyone agreed, "Yes, it's my first time meeting Lady Rebecca too. I've been very curious all this time, but never had the chance." Riri hid behind Leona in fear. The woman sneered, no matter how you're born, a lady is still a lady, you must have the qualities befitting your status as a lady, hiding like that won't do. Hiding behind Leona, Riri looked fearfully at those around her. They are like ghosts mocking us. Seeing that, Leona sharply retorts, what are you doing? The guests quickly make excuses, we didn't do anything, just greeting the Duchess and the young lady. Leona firmly responds, greeting. So this is how you nobles greet someone. She coldly continues, you dare to comment on the young lady's birth in front of the Duchess. I didn't expect you to belittle Lady Petrie's lineage, the legitimate heir of the Duke. Who exactly lacks the qualities of a noble here? The guest angrily retorts, what did you say? But Leona, unafraid, continues, the Duke has already said that anyone who dares to speak carelessly about me, Riri, and the Duke's family will be severely punished. She confidently adds, let's see, what did he say again? Oh right, something about cutting off tongues. The guest is tongue-tied, sweating and stammering, well. Leona pretends to call out, Duke Ian, you should come over here directly with us. This startles the guest, causing them to shiver in fear. The guests quickly say, Duchess, Lady Rebecca, our apologies, we'll be leaving now, and then they all quickly flee. Leona angrily thought, let that be a lesson. How dare they speak so carelessly, with their rubbish greetings. Riri tugged at her hand and called, Mom. The little girl smiled brightly, of course, Mom, you're the best. You're so cool. Leona bent down and picked up Riri, asking, really? The little girl replied, yes, but it's such a shame. I was planning to get revenge for you. Leona gently said, then next time, you can get revenge for me, okay? The little girl agreed, yes, leave it to Riri. Music suddenly started playing, and Riri excitedly exclaimed, Mom, it's our song. Let's dance. Leona smiled, all right, let's dance. Leona held Riri, and they danced together. The little girl smiled, feeling very happy. Everyone in the hall was also dancing. Leona hesitated, am I dancing correctly? I've never danced before, so I don't know much about it. Riri replied, it's okay. Mom? I don't know either, but it doesn't matter how we dance because we are the main characters. The mother and daughter danced together in the center of the hall. Riri said, I feel so happy right now. Leona smiles, and so does her mother, both incredibly happy. Suddenly, Leona's foot catches her dress, and she stumbles, nearly falling. The Duke appears just in time to catch both mother and daughter. He clicks his tongue, really now? The Duke gently says, my lady, it's good to be happy, but you should be more careful. Riri exclaims, Father, you came to dance with mother and me too, right? The Duke responds, dance together, you say. Then let's all enjoy ourselves. Leona shyly says, wait a minute. Riri happily says, come on, let's smile. The three of us dancing together is so joyful. Leona looks at the Duke, flustered. She suddenly burst into joyful laughter. She thought she wasn't good at dancing, but at this moment, she felt truly happy to be together like this. There were so many beautiful and delicious cakes. Riri was happy, exclaiming how delicious they were, and Leona agreed, saying, that's right, eating right after dancing is perfect. Leona laughed as she wiped Riri's face, you've got food all over your face. The Duke wiped Leona's face with his hand, you say that, but you've got some on your face too, he said, making Leona blush, thank you. Suddenly, Leona asked the Duke, did you give Miss Astra blue roses as a gift? The Duke, surprised, asked back, blue roses? What are you talking about? Lowering her head, Leona felt sad. If the Duke loved someone else. Suddenly, someone called out to Duke Ian. Lady Astra arrived. She said, congratulations on your new family, Your Grace. I'm here on behalf of the Avilda family to present you with a gift. Riri pointed at her and shouted, oh, the dung beetle lady is actually here. Making Leona burst into laughter. Astra was extremely angry, dung beetle, huh? Suppressing her anger, Astra said, along with this congratulatory gift. I bring my father's message to Duke Petri. We still maintain a friendly relationship with you, unchanged. Putting down his wine glass, the Duke asked, a friendly relationship, huh? Well, before sending a gift, shouldn't the Avilda family have done something first? Astra, surprised, asked back, what do you mean? The Duke coldly replied, didn't you intend to harm our Riri before? Have you already forgotten? You should apologize directly to my daughter, shouldn't you? Astra stammered in fear, I. The Duke coldly said, apologize to her right here and now. We'll talk about the rest later. Riri aggressively added, that's right. You also ordered Lily and Raina to insult my mother. Apologize now. Mother Leona has officially become the Duchess. You should apologize and sincerely admit your mistake in front of everyone. Astra is in an awkward situation. Astra denies, why would I tell the children to do that? What are you talking about, my lady? She curses under her breath, damn it, if this keeps up, things will get complicated. She's still stubborn. I don't know where Lady Rebecca heard that rumor, but I. Suddenly, Leona notices a blue rose on Astra's chest. The Duke, who had been watching Leona, wonders what she's looking at. He's shocked as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in surprise. He sees the blue rose. He realizes, so that's it. He walks towards Astra, leaving her confused. She asks, Duke Ian. He snatches the blue rose from her chest. The Duke, angry, says, not long ago, I was told a small rat had entered the garden. So, the rat is here. Astra, terrified, opens her mouth but can't say a word. Leona was stunned, so she was the one who stole the blue rose. It wasn't Duke Ian who gave it to her. The weight in her heart was now lifted. Suddenly realizing the change in her heart, Leona was surprised. What's this? Why do I feel so relieved? Astra cursed under her breath, damn it. I didn't come here to be treated like this. Throwing a hateful glance at Leona, Astra calculated, at the very least, I can't bear this humiliation alone. At this moment, the servant brought out the hot pot, the water boiling furiously, passing by Leona. Astra maliciously thought, right now. Having been watching her all this time, noticing her evil intent, the Duke suddenly called out to Leona, Riri, it's dangerous, come here. The Duke hugged Leona and Riri tightly in his arms. Astra's action almost caused the servant to spill the hot pot on Leona. Unexpectedly, the hot pot spilled all over Astra, making her cry out in pain. The servant and everyone were trembling, unable to speak. Riri casually remarked, it's turned into a pile of poop. Astra was drenched, it was hot chocolate. She angrily gritted her teeth, how dare you humiliate me in front of everyone? Suddenly, Astra's father, Duke Avila, rushed in, what's going on here? Astra suddenly cried out, Father. The Duke Avilda said he was worried about leaving his daughter here alone, so he came to check on her, only to witness this shameful scene. What happened, Duke? Ian said, Duke Avilda, please calm down. I'm sorry, Lady Astra, but this was merely a servant's carelessness. I will strictly educate them afterward. Astra's eyes blazed like a madwoman. Carelessness? Was it really carelessness? Didn't the Duchess conspire with the servants to humiliate me? Leona, surprised, said, what are you talking about? Riri angrily shouted, you piece of shit. My mother didn't do that. Leona said, I never did that. Why would I humiliate Lady Astra? Astra, with malice, replied, because I almost became the Duchess, and you wanted to humiliate me. Why are you treating me like this? She rushed forward, raising her hand to strike Leona. The Duke timely grabbed Astra's hand to stop her. Enough? Turning to Astra, the Duke asked, young lady, what are you planning to do with my family, or do you not want to use this arm anymore? Astra, enraged, replied, what do you mean by that? Are you doing this to me just because of a lowly person like her? The Duke frowned angrily, you're really in a hurry to die, aren't you? Astra's father hurried to intervene. Duke Ian, please stop, but Ian coldly said, even though you are Lady Astra, I have my own limits. Throwing her to the ground, Astra screamed, and Ian declared firmly, Leona is the Duchess. You cannot treat my wife like that. If it happens again, I will take it as a declaration of war from the Avita family against the Petri family. Astra's father protested, Duke Ian Petri, why are you doing this? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he broke into a sweat. It felt as if a snake was tightening around his neck, causing him great pain. He wondered what this strange feeling was. His body couldn't move. Could this be the power of Duke Petri? Duke Petri was glaring at him with furious eyes. He was sweating in fear. Could the rumors about the Duke be true? Duke Ian Petri possessed a mysterious power. Wizards had long vanished from this world, but it was rumored that the magic passed down in the Petri lineage had been inherited by him. He thought to himself, he used to believe it was just a story someone made up to praise him, but it was real. Terrified, he knelt down. About my daughter, I am deeply ashamed. Please be merciful and forgive us. Astra cried out, Father. He turned and scolded his daughter, be quiet. He whispered, the situation is dire. You'd better keep your mouth shut for now. For now, we need to get out of here. Duke Ian still glared at him with fierce eyes. In the afternoon at the corridor of Duke Petri's mansion, Astra unwillingly asked her father, why suddenly like this, if we try to make everything better then? Not letting her finish, he slapped her across the face, told her to shut up, you useless thing, causing Astra to cry out. He was furious. Do you know what will happen if you keep pushing? Your petty schemes will disgrace the entire family. I don't have a child like you, drag yourself back on your own. Astra was in pain, knowing her father had every right to be angry with her. Since childhood, she had never been able to meet his expectations. She recalled the angry eyes of Duke Petri, as he gripped her hand tightly. What do you intend to do to my family? And with the words her father just scolded, don't you know what will happen if you keep pushing? Your petty schemes will bring shame to the whole family. Astra, I'm at my wit's end. What should I do now? Suddenly, Leona appeared, gently calling Lady Astra. Astra turned back miserably, Duchess. She sneered, why are you here? Did you come to mock me? Is there nothing interesting at the banquet? Suddenly, Leona handed Astra a handkerchief, leaving Astra stunned. Leona gently said, I've already prepared a carriage waiting for you at the gate. Astra widened her eyes in surprise. She's still stubborn, I can't believe it, she kept trying to insult me until the very end. She went on to say she prepared it herself, I'm not going to thank her, Duchess. She left behind those words, you're the host of the party, go back and enjoy it. Leona looked after her with a sad gaze. The Duke appeared and asked, Leona, are you okay? It turns out Leona was there earlier, when Father Atra scolded her. Leona heard everything and saw him hit Atra. Leona felt sympathy. Atra just wanted recognition from her father. With a slightly sad bow, Leona replied to the Duke, nothing, let's return to the banquet. The two were unaware that Astra hadn't left yet, and was hiding nearby. The two of them linked arms and returned to the banquet hall. Seeing Leona looking sad, the Duke worriedly asked, are you really okay? Leona smiled, I really am. The Duke looked at Leona, still not reassured. They entered the banquet hall, and Riri called out loudly, Mom. Dad. Riri rushed to hug Leona and asked, has that poop head left already? Leona gently replied, yes, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Riri smiled sweetly, I wasn't alone. The servants were with me. I'm strong now, so I'm not afraid of being alone anymore. Suddenly, Riri turned to Ian, worriedly, but Dad, the Emperor, he has acknowledged that I'm your legitimate child, right? The Duke answered, of course, you are my daughter. The little girl continued, then those who say I'm not part of the Petri family are really wicked for considering the Emperor a liar. Was I wrong to say that? The Duke was furious. Who dares to say such things? Riri immediately pointed at a group of guests. It's them. When my parents aren't here, they say such things. Those people hurriedly explained, but we didn't lie, it's true. Lady Larith suddenly passed away. How do we know if the girl is from the Petri family or not? The Duke angrily shouted, how dare you? But Leona gently stopped him. She said, His Majesty the Emperor acknowledges this, do you dare to disobey? Leona wisely continued, even if it wasn't His Majesty, Duke Petri here also acknowledged it. Lady Rebecca is his daughter. So tell me, what reason do you have to deny this? No, even if you admit it, so what? The fact that Riri is Duke Petri's daughter, as well as our daughter, doesn't change. The Duke was surprised to see Leona so brave and determined. She continued, don't spout nonsense anymore. People often say parents are the mirror for their children to follow. What are the children seeing in their parents as they grow up now? Leona looked towards the little noble boys and girls nearby. Turning to look at their child, the guests remained silent, saying nothing. The Duke, still wide-eyed with surprise, heard Riri exclaim, Father, Mother is so cool. Don't you think so? The Duke smiled and agreed, yes, your mother is very cool. The Duke reminded everyone not to forget the purpose of this banquet. He then declared, Leona Sioni is recognized as the Duchess of the Petri family, a member of this household. In the future, if anyone dares to question my choice of Duchess as the head of the house and Duke of Petri, I will not tolerate it. He continued, the same applies to the young lady. Keep this in mind. The guests bowed in reverence, remaining silent, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, Leona noticed something and looked in a particular direction. Those are the two children who came to play with Riri last time. The two children looked at each other as if discussing. Then they nodded in agreement. The two children approached Riri, calling her Lady Rebecca. Suddenly recognizing them, Riri pointed and shouted, Aren't you the ones who mocked me and my mother last time? The two girls hesitated. Lady, hello, I am Riri, how are you? I am Ray. Riri angrily turned away. Are you here to cause trouble again? The two girls bowed. About last time, we apologize, lady. We only did it because we listened to the adults. But honestly, we really want to be friends with you. Lady Riri. Because we always act superior, thinking we are very capable, it's hard for us to make friends. It's also because we are ignorant. We sincerely apologize for being disrespectful to the Duchess and you, lady. Riri turned to look at them in surprise. But the little girl replied that she really hated becoming friends with people who act superior. To be honest, there were times when I was disobedient and thought I was the best, but I befriended someone who understood my true self. Suddenly, Riri reached out her hand and said, So? To the surprise of the two girls. Riri smiled happily and said, I also want to be friends with you too. The two girls exclaimed in shock, Lady Rebecca. The two girls were overjoyed to the point of tears, ran to hug Riri, and thanked her profusely. From now on, please take care of us, my lady. Riri cheerfully said, Now we are friends, right? The two girls answered, Yes, that's great. Seeing Riri so happy, both the Duke and Leona smiled with joy. Night at the mansion. Leona stretched comfortably and exclaimed, Finally, it's over. Sitting on the bed, Leona asked Riri, Did you have fun at the banquet today? She answered, Yes, more than I thought. Plus, I got to show off my mom. Hugging Riri, Leona asked, Really? She thought to herself, I didn't expect her to be this happy. In the afternoon at the banquet, Riri proudly talked about her mom to her two new friends. Leona suddenly said, Now that I think about it, as soon as the banquet ended, Duke Ian suddenly disappeared. Is he still thinking about work at this hour? Riri replied. If it's Dad, he probably went to invite the painter. Leona asked in surprise, A painter? Riri answered, Yes, that's why we are dressed like this. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, Leona, may I come in? The Duke led the painter into the room. The painter said, Excuse us, Duchess. The group of artists rearranged the room in preparation for painting. and Leona's eyes widened in surprise at what was happening. The Duke said, "Leona, go sit over there on the sofa." She was surprised, thinking, but over there? What on earth are they doing? Hugging her, Riri cheerfully said, "Mom, they are going to paint a portrait of us." Leona asked in surprise, "A portrait?" Riri pulled Leona toward the sofa, saying, "Yes, a family portrait. With such a beautiful mother and an adorable child, isn't it normal to paint a portrait?" Gently pushing the still confused Leona onto the sofa, Riri said, "Mom, sit here." The little girl climbed onto the chair, saying, "And me?" Jumping into Leona's lap, Riri said, "I'll do it like this." Leona smiled and asked, "Always right next to Mom?" The little girl replied, "Yes." The Duke suddenly asked, "Riri, what about your father?" The girl smirked mischievously, "Oh right, father is also a member of the family." Pointing to the empty seat next to her, Riri agreed, "All right. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let father sit next to me." The Duke sat down and said, "Thank you, Riri." Turning to the Duke, Leona asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to have a portrait drawn?" The Duke cheerfully replied, "Well, since we are a family now, I want to have at least one family portrait." "Is that strange?" Leona was surprised. "Not strange at all." The artist suddenly spoke, "Shall I start now? If so, please hold your poses for me." Riri quickly hugged her parents close and said, "Mom, Dad, come closer and don't move." The Duke and Leona smiled happily, "All right, let's get closer together." And so, the portrait of the Duke's family, a happy family of 3, was completed. Our story ends here. In her room, little Riri was looking at a family portrait, in which her mother and father were painted with her. A cheerful smile appeared on the child's face. The smile made her even more adorable and delicate like a doll. Just then, the door opened, Leona walked in, smiling and calling her daughter, "Riri, you're here, you're looking at our family portrait again." Seeing her mother walk in, the little girl happily rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Yes, our painting is very beautiful. Let's paint another one later, Mom." Leona laughed happily and stroked her daughter's head, "So, let's paint one every year for your birthday. When you are 6, 10, or 20. Every year we will capture your appearance." This suggestion was truly wonderful. The little girl couldn't hide her excitement and nodded hastily, "Yes, I like it very much." A painting expressing the happiness of their family. At this moment, Leona suddenly remembered the reason she was looking for her daughter, because some friends had come to see Riri. "Let's go see them, my daughter." A moment later, in the beautiful garden of the mansion, Riri and a few of her friends were playing together on the soft grass. The laughter of the children echoed everywhere, making everyone's mood relax. Leona sat drinking tea with a young lady while watching the children play. "Children should run and play like this. Look how happy she and her friends are." The busy nobles who spoke ill of Leona and Riri after that banquet completely changed their attitude. To the point that Leona had a headache because too many apology letters and gifts were sent to the mansion. Those gifts and letters piled up like a mountain in the room. Anyway, seeing Riri's smiling face made Leona's mood much lighter. Her smile is so lovely and cute. The children stood in front of Leona waving their hands. Riri continuously called her mother, "Mom, let's play hide and seek. We will hide and you will be the seeker." Her 2 friends also echoed, "Yes, madam, please be the one to find us." Leona was infected by the children's cheerful atmosphere. She smiled and stood up. "Children, do you know that I'm a search expert? Okay, I'll count to 30, so hide carefully. Get ready," she said, looking at the children with sharp and alert eyes. Madam agreeing to participate in the game made the children extremely excited. The starting call rang out. The children immediately ran in all directions to find a hiding place in this hide-and-seek game. Who would have thought? Just a moment later, Riri pouted and asked dejectedly, "Why was I the only one found so early?" Her appearance made Leona feel like teasing her. She patted her chest proudly and said, "It's all thanks to the love for you that I know where you're hiding." Little Riri angrily waved her hands and feet, saying that her mother was cheating. But her frustration came and went quickly, when Leona suggested that Riri should help her find Lily and Gina, so she smiled happily, and ran after her mother to find her friends. "I'll look on this side, Mom will look on the other side." The two of them split up to continue the game they were playing. Stepping into the walls made of grass, Leona suddenly saw the figure of someone hiding behind a large wooden tree. She thought it was a child participating in the hide-and-seek game, so she stepped closer and laughed. "Found you, you hid better than I thought." But right after that, the smile on her face froze because in front of her was not a child, but a young man with jet black hair. Leona, of course, recognized him as Luca, but wait, there was something very strange about Luca's body, which startled Leona and made her feel confused. Why is Luca's body so transparent? What's going on? At that moment, Luca's closed eyes slowly opened to reveal pupils the color of a bright orange-red sunset. Suddenly, little Riri's cheers rang out, startling Leona. "I found you. Why did you hide in such an easy place, Dad? You're such a fool." Duke Ian helplessly held his daughter's hand and explained, "I wasn't playing hide-and-seek." But the little girl insisted that she had found her father, so she had to catch him. The little girl also saw her mother, so she called out, "Mom, who did you find?" Hearing that, Leona looked back at the father and daughter in a daze, about to tell her daughter that she had found Luca. But in the blink of an eye, when she looked back, there was no Luca at the base of the tree, completely empty, without anyone. The person who was here just disappeared. Leona stared at the base of the tree in horror, while little Riri was also curious. "What's wrong, Mom? There's no one here." Leona could only nod in confusion, but he was clearly here just now. Where did he go? And that transparent body too. Before Leona could think too much, the maid hurriedly ran over, interrupting her thoughts. "Duchess, I have something to tell you. Your family has come to visit." News that wasn't good at all made Leona stunned. Then her eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. "Are they shameless? They actually came here." Seeing the terrible expression on the woman's face, Duke Ian asked her with concern if she was okay, while Leona felt a headache. "They've come all the way here. So I don't think they'll easily go back." She sighed and told the Duke that she would go see them, then looked down at her daughter and instructed, "Riri, I have something to go out for a bit. Can you help me find your two friends? Once you find them, eat the cake May made together, okay?" Little Riri happily nodded in agreement with her mother's request. "Yes, Mom, trust me." A moment later, Leona and Duke Ian walked towards the main gate, seeing the two shameless old people shedding crocodile tears. Oh, our lovely daughter Leona. We miss you so much. Are you doing well? It's been a long time, you look thinner. Have you been eating enough? We are so happy to see you like this." Facing their fake concern, Leona couldn't help but find the scene ridiculous. She replied coldly, "Yes, I'm fine. It's been a while, why did you suddenly come here?" Mentioning this, the mother's voice had a bit of complaint. "You still ask why? You really don't know the reason. Why didn't you invite us to the last banquet?" Hearing these words, Leona's eyes narrowed slightly, laughing inwardly. "Aha, they didn't think I'd become a duchess, yet as soon as they heard the news, they came immediately." Leona bluntly replied sarcastically, "I didn't invite you because not everyone can come to that banquet." Her words made the old mother dumbfounded. "What do you mean, we are nobodies?" Leona continued mercilessly, "Not really, you're even worse than nobodies." Unexpectedly, she dared to say such words, so the two old people didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing that, the older sister stepped forward and smiled questioningly. "How can you have such an attitude towards us?" She was Leona's older sister. If she hadn't appeared here, perhaps Duke Ian would have forgotten that his wife had an older sister. Last time when he came to find Leona, he didn't see this older sister, so he almost forgot about her. Standing in front of her sister, Leona was not inferior, saying frankly, "You weren't home before, so you didn't know. I've ended contact with the Selner family. So you don't need to talk about attitude anymore." But the truth was that her older sister was angered by her, and immediately brought up the past to blackmail Leona. "Ha ha, you really are ungrateful. We treated you so well. Every day you pretended to be sick, but we didn't chase you away, we took you in." Mentioning this, the two old people suddenly panicked and angrily turned to scold their daughter, Jane, "Shut up." As for Leona, she asked in confusion, pretending to be sick. "What are you trying to do again?" Looking at her younger sister's appearance, the older sister sneered. "Why, are you going to say you don't remember? You think you can fool me with that trick? Back then, when you woke up, you pretended to be dazed or fainted. In the end, we had to invite a doctor, and received the verdict that you had an incurable disease. Weren't you just acting to change your life?" It seemed that Leona didn't know about this news in her past, so when she heard this from her sister's words, she was startled, and Duke Ian was equally surprised. Pushing her older sister aside, the two old people stepped closer and held Leona's hand earnestly. "Even so, we still tried to raise you in one way or another. Everyone knows that, you can't just ignore us like that." They were kidnapping her morals, using some vague favor from the past to force her to support them in return. Leona was so angry that she couldn't say another word. She darkened her face and violently pushed their hands away from her. "That's ridiculous. Your daughter is sick, but you say she's pretending and make me work. May I ask what favor I owe you? Now, in your eyes, you don't have this daughter, only the mansion and the assets of this family. What should I do so that you no longer consider me your daughter?" Her decisiveness angered the old man, who raised his hand to slap her down. He shouted, "Leona, you ungrateful thing." But in time, Duke Ian hugged her tightly and grabbed the old man's arm. While he cried out in pain, the Duke's cold and terrifying voice rang out at the same time, "How dare you lay a hand on my wife?" The Duke's appearance at this time made even the older sister tremble with fear. The Duke glanced at them coldly and said, "That's right, you weren't at the banquet. So how could you know? Listen carefully, and then behave accordingly. Those who disrespect the Duchess, no matter who they are, Ian Petrie will absolutely not let them go, understand? Remember that for me." The Duke's strong aura and killing intent subdued the three people, making them like quails, not daring to say another word. Being hugged tightly in the Duke's arms, Leona blushed and she also felt a firm warmth. He had acted the same way at the banquet, and it made her feel extremely secure. But in this close moment, Leona suddenly saw something unusual in the Duke's eyes. How are his eyes golden? After a commotion, that night Leona lay on her bed and sighed. Finally, those people left empty-handed. No matter how shameless they are, they must tremble before Duke Ian. At least they won't come here for a while, and I'll have some peace. Hearing her mother's sigh, little Riri turned over and sat up. "Mom, I've been thinking." "Mom, do you know why we met?" Leona smiled at her and replied, "Let's see, why?" Riri excitedly replied, "Because every day I prayed for a mother who would love me, that's why we met." Hearing this, Leona asked in a daze, "Why did you say you didn't believe in God?" This immediately made the little girl flustered and tried to explain, "That's because I met the Rabbit King too late. Now I believe it. Riri guessed that God really likes me, so he sent me such a beautiful flower." Every word was somewhat naive, but filled with love from her daughter, making Leona's bad mood somewhat better. "So we met all thanks to you." Riri happily reached out to her mother, "Now you have me and Dad by your side, you won't be lonely anymore." The little girl's hand touched her mother's platinum blonde hair. This unexpected comfort made Leona's heart melt. She was touched and reached out to hug her daughter. "That's right. Thank you so much, Riri, thanks to you, I don't feel lonely anymore." A moment later, little Riri fell into a sound sleep. Leona lay beside her, watching her daughter's sleeping figure in happiness. This child has such a strangely peaceful and pleasant beauty when she sleeps. Suddenly Leona heard a sound from the balcony. She looked up towards the balcony. What's that sound? Not letting her wait too long, the balcony door suddenly opened. The person who just walked in startled Leona. "Is that Luca? Why is he here at this hour?" Countless confusions and questions arose in Leona's mind. until she was called by Luca, she was fully awake. At first, Leona was a bit panicked, then she remembered the morning when she was playing hide-and-seek with her daughter. Her eyes narrowed, staring at the young man in front of her, determined to get to the bottom of everything. Leona got out of bed and approached the young man, her voice ringing with a bit of inquiry. Just in time. I have a lot of things I want to ask you about today. More precisely, you knew I noticed it, so you came here at this hour, right? Now tell me about Luca. Looking at the beautiful lady standing in front of him, the young man was silent for a moment, then a wry smile appeared on his lips. Since I've been discovered, there's no point in hiding. I came here because I don't want Lady Leona to hate me or have any confusion in her heart. His attitude also made Leona somewhat conciliatory. She nodded and continued, all right, I'm listening. First, about what happened this morning. She remembered Luca's faint figure by the tree this morning, when she saw his golden pupils. Then, while meeting her family, when the Duke got angry and accidentally revealed his golden pupils, the Duke's eyes at that time were the same as Luca's eyes this morning. So a daring thought arose in Leona's heart, about the connection between Duke Ian and Luca. At this moment, she asked bluntly, when playing hide-and-seek and when my family came. Both were Luca, right? Facing the question, Luca didn't deny it. He put his hand on his chest and nodded in confirmation. Yes, both were me. To be honest, I thought you wouldn't be able to know about this, but you still noticed, which makes me very touched. Hearing the answer, Leona wasn't too surprised. But more questions arose in her heart. Not knowing what reason she thought of, surprise and shock appeared on Leona's face. Don't joke around. Who are you, Luca? Are you the Duke's twin brother, abandoned and now back for revenge? What kind of dramatic romance is this? Looking at the lady's panicked appearance, Luca chuckled. Ha ha, sometimes you say things that are hard to imagine. Unfortunately, that's not the case, my lady. I'm not the Duke's twin brother or anything like that. How should I put it simply? You could say I'm a part of Duke Ian. Then, to satisfy Leona's curiosity, Luca carefully explained everything. Many years ago, due to some event, Luca was separated from Duke Ian. He didn't know how to return to the Duke, so he lived like a ghost. Luca realized that the longer they were separated, the more unstable the situation became. The eyes would change color, the body would become transparent, the soul would change erratically, and Luca began to show unusual signs. Although the Duke didn't say it, Luca was sure he was also going through similar things. After saying that, Luca bowed slightly and placed a gentle kiss on Lady Leona's hand. His voice was calm, interspersed with a sigh. I don't know how to make us one again, and there's no solution for the time being, but recently I've found a way. Lady Leona, the one who can do that, for the Duke and me, please lend us your strength. Facing his request, Leona was extremely confused and bewildered. Huh? I don't know how to make you two one either. This is the first time I've heard of this, so I have no idea. Luca still smiled, holding her hand and shaking his head. No, you can definitely help us. Because you came to this place. He suddenly paused for a moment, then used his golden eyes to look at the beautiful woman in front of him. Because you coming to this place isn't a coincidence. After that brief conversation with Luca, or rather, with another part of Duke Ian, a night quickly passed, welcoming the warm sunlight through the glass windows of the mansion. Little Riri woke up after a good night's sleep, so she was in a very good mood and greeted her mother. Mom, it's morning. Good morning. Ah, good morning, Riri. Hearing Leona's faint voice and sluggish appearance, this morning probably wasn't very good. Little Riri was also startled by her mother. Almost popping her eyes out, Mom, what's wrong? Couldn't you sleep? Leona gave a stiff smile, reassuring her daughter, No, I slept very well. In fact, she had lost sleep thinking about what Luca had said last night. He asked for my help, so it's fine, but I don't know anything, so how can I help? Why is there always homework to do? And it's the kind of homework that falls from the sky. Looking at her mother's lifeless appearance, Riri patted her shoulder and comforted her. Mom, are you like this because you're hungry? Let's go eat. Last night, Luca had said very firmly that besides Lady Leona, there was no one else, so he asked her to help them. During breakfast, Leona kept thinking about these words. Until she was startled by the Duke's announcement. The Duke looked at his wife and daughter and instructed, "Tomorrow our family will go to the royal palace. Leona and Riri, prepare well." His news made Leona extremely annoyed, thinking to herself. One person asks for help, the other goes to war. Are they really the same person? Meanwhile, little Riri curiously asked her father, "Why are we going to the royal palace, Dad?" Hearing this, the Duke replied, "Riri, you received an invitation. His Majesty asked me to take you to the royal palace to play." Hearing that, Leona, sitting next to him, couldn't help but open her mouth and ask curiously, "If it's about last time, didn't we say we refused?" Mentioning this, the Duke was also embarrassed. He looked down at the food on the table and sighed, "I've thought a lot about it, but it's not too late to decide after going. As you said, Riri might like it. But honestly, Leona didn't want to take her daughter to the royal palace at all. That's even worse, because the crown prince is like a death flag to Riri." Hearing the conversation between her father and mother, little Riri said, "I don't want to go, but if I don't go, Dad will be in trouble, right?" Facing his daughter's gaze, the Duke nodded honestly. Seeing that, Riri looked tired and thoughtful like an old woman. "Oh my, what should I do?" A moment later, as if thinking of something, she suddenly sat up and looked at her father excitedly. If you grant me a wish, I'll go." The Duke asked in a daze, "A wish? What wish do you want?" Only the little girl smiled mysteriously and happily, but didn't give a specific answer. "I'll tell you later when it's just you and me, Dad." "What do you think? Can you grant me a wish?" After thinking for a while, the Duke nodded, "All right, then it's decided, right?" Hearing this, Leona panicked and slammed the table, standing up and looking at her daughter. Wait, Riri, do you really want to go?" "Yes." Looking at her daughter's smile, Leona couldn't tell if she really wanted to go, so she stubbornly asked again, honestly. "Do you really want to go?" The little girl didn't understand why her mother reacted so strongly, but she nodded again to confirm, "Yes, I want to go." This made Leona even more confused, muttering to herself, "Oh, what should I do? If you go, you'll fall in love with the crown prince and do terrible things that will cost your life. But I can't say that. What should I do?" Wait a minute, Leona's eyes paused as she remembered the details of the story, and something startled her. According to the original story, from a young age, Riri had already done unforgivable things, but at this time, she hadn't done anything yet. She could play happily with her peers, could make her bed every morning, and was loved by everyone in the mansion. Contrary to the original story, she had returned to her true age. That's right, what if the wheel of fate starts rolling backwards? If that's the case, Leona also gave herself a step down. She turned to her husband and daughter and said decisively, "It's decided, if Riri wants to go, then let's go together. Let's go to the royal palace." Her intuition, along with the events that had happened during the past time, reminded Leona that, we can all change our future, and moreover, the future has never been a fixed constant. Just avoid meeting the crown prince. Can't we avoid one person in such a large palace? Let's go to the royal palace. Because they had decided, their family didn't hesitate too long, sitting in beautiful carriages, and heading towards the royal palace. Riri observed the surrounding scenery through the window and kept cheering, "Wow, our carriage is really moving." Seeing her daughter so excited, Leona wondered, "Don't you often ride in carriages, Riri?" Facing her mother's question, Riri looked at the scenery outside and replied, "No, I haven't. Since I got sick, I haven't been allowed to ride in carriages because Dad didn't allow me to go out." "Is that so?" But Leona wasn't much different from her daughter. This was the first time she had ridden in a carriage since becoming the Duchess. Thinking back, Leona looked up at the Duke and softly called, "By the way, Duke. Why did you bring me back to the mansion in the first place? With a declining family, we couldn't afford to treat her. If you are a Duke, you could have chosen someone from a better family." After hearing her question, Duke Ian calmly turned to look at his daughter. He replied, "That?" It was very difficult to determine the cause of Riri's illness. "I called countless doctors, but all of them were helpless." Meanwhile, the emperor had the key to the Holy Temple library, and was allowed to enter and exit. "I heard that there were many rare and hard-to-find books kept inside the Holy Temple. And I found a book. That ancient book recorded a vague piece of information that, although not widely known, was very rare in this country. That people with platinum blonde hair have healing abilities." Hearing the reason, Leona was surprised because she was a girl with platinum blonde hair. Facing her gaze, the Duke continued. "It wasn't easy for me to discover that the second daughter of the Selner family possessed platinum blonde hair, so I hastily proposed a marriage contract. But to be honest, I regretted the day I brought you back, because you were trembling with anxiety and suddenly lowered your head, as if you were sleeping, then suddenly sat up and looked straight at me. Of course, after that, I completely changed my attitude towards you because you influenced me a lot." Hearing this, Leona understood what her older sister had said a few days ago. She said that Leona had pretended to faint, woke up, and said she didn't remember anything. As a result, they had to call someone for a checkup and received the news that she had an incurable disease. Her older sister thought this was a play she had staged to change her life. So that's it. The reason why the Duke brought Leona back to the mansion was explained. She had always been worried about Leona's real condition before she took over this body, even now. So Leona looked at the Duke and spoke again. "Duke, can you help me with this?" "Help you? What with?" the Duke asked. What was Leona asking him to help her with? What was she thinking about? Time gradually passed. Their carriage finally stopped in front of a luxurious and splendid castle. "So this is the royal palace." Leona and little Riri were both stunned by the vastness of the royal palace. The castle was so big and sparklingly amazing. Yes, the palace is really big. However, the beautiful palace in front of her made Leona even more wary in her heart. She told herself to be more careful, absolutely must not let Riri and the crown prince meet each other here. "We've arrived at the royal palace. Leona, take my hand." The Duke got out of the carriage first and reached out to her, and at the same time, little Riri, standing next to her father, also reached out to her mother. "Mom, take my hand." Their invitations to hold hands rang out simultaneously, then their eyes met, creating sparks for a silent battle. "I'll be the one to hold Mom's hand," the Duke retorted. "Riri, your hands are short, so let me do it." "Step back. They are not short, I can hold Mom's hand." Seeing her father and daughter start to argue, Riri was speechless. What are these two doing? "Oh well, good." Leona smiled happily, and then bent down to take her daughter's hand. "Thank you, Riri." Little Riri cheered happily. "I knew you would choose to hold my hand, Mom." Meanwhile, the Duke, who was ignored, stood frozen. He pretended to cough to hide his embarrassment and then said, all right, let's go in. His Majesty is waiting for us." Looking at the Duke's still outstretched hand, Leona suddenly felt amused, and more than that, a joyful happiness in her heart. She didn't hide it, but showed that happiness on her beautiful face with a bright smile. "Yes, let's go." Just now she had felt very tense and a little uneasy, but holding their hands, that tension seemed to have disappeared. These two people, at some point, had become important people and a spiritual support for Leona in this world. Walking straight into the palace, the family of three came to the main hall where His Majesty's throne was placed, bowing their heads in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." His Majesty, with his characteristic golden hair, saw their family arrive and stood up happily. Oh, you've arrived. I've been looking forward to seeing you." He walked closer and looked at Leona in greeting. This is the Duchess, right? Just relax, don't mind the formalities. Leona replied awkwardly, but you are His Majesty. Hearing this, the Emperor chuckled, ha ha. Being like this makes me feel more uncomfortable. Faced with the Emperor's persistence, Leona had to follow suit and bowed again. If your Majesty has said so, then thank you. Meanwhile, the Emperor's gaze turned to the beautiful little girl standing behind Leona. The Emperor immediately said excitedly, Miss Rebecca, have you been well? It seems like it's been a while since we last met. Hearing this, the Duke, standing next to him, reminded him. Your Majesty saw Riri 3 years ago. Riri has no memory of that time, Your Majesty. The Emperor smiled and nodded, is that so? Time flies so fast, I think Miss has grown older than her age. The Duke casually replied, is that so? But to me, she is still just a child. As for Riri, she listened to the adults' conversation, understanding some things, not understanding others. The Emperor continued to wonder, right, I heard that the Duke's family recently held a banquet. Before, you didn't hold a party because Miss didn't like it, but why did you hold a banquet now? Mentioning this issue, Riri excitedly raised her hand to answer, because Riri has a mother now, that's why we held a banquet. Her innocent answer made the Duke remind her, Riri, you have to speak politely. But the Emperor was magnanimous and smiled, waving his hand, ha ha, it's okay, let Miss talk to me comfortably. By the way, Miss, if so, from now on, if the royal palace holds a banquet and invites you, will you come? Riri happily held her mother's hand and nodded, yes. If you also invite my mother, I will go. These words made the Emperor's eyes narrow with profound meaning, oh really? Then all right. It seems that Miss Rebecca really likes the Duchess. I'm sure the Duke is very pleased, right? Facing the Emperor, who always smiled but no one knew what he was really thinking, the Duke didn't know how to answer that question for a moment. Oh my, I can't let my distinguished guests stand like this forever. Everyone, please sit down, let's sit and talk slowly. Everyone sat down at the prepared tea table. The Duke and His Majesty focused on talking about their work. Because the content of the conversation wasn't something a child like Riri could understand, she became sleepy and slumped against her mother, Leona. She's sleepy. It's understandable since the conversation is all about the current situation of the country. Even Leona felt a little uncomfortable, so how could a 5-year-old child be interested? His Majesty also happened to see her sleepy appearance and exclaimed, oh dear, did I bore Miss? But I still have something to say to Miss. Seeing her look at him, the Emperor suddenly suggested, right, why doesn't Miss try going to the royal palace gardens once? There are many places for Miss to see. And I guarantee it won't be boring. Hearing that, little Riri immediately became excited, really? Riri wants to go, Riri wants to go. But Leona didn't feel very good about it. After all, she felt that walking around the royal palace wasn't good at all. What if we run into the crown prince? But then again, maybe going out is also a way to avoid him. So she suggested, Riri is still young, so I'm not at ease letting her go alone, so I'd like to go with her. The Emperor, of course, nodded in agreement, the Duchess is right. Just go, the servants will lead you to the garden. I hope you both enjoy it. For some reason, when he said this, a somewhat ambiguous look appeared on the Emperor's face again. Is he plotting something? A moment later, under the guidance of the servants, Leona and Riri strolled along the corridor in the castle. The little girl seemed to enjoy singing while walking. Unexpectedly, she likes it that much. I'm glad I didn't let her go alone. Riri, be careful not to fall, she said as they walked past a cloaked figure in the hallway. Suddenly Leona froze because a strange feeling arose in her heart. At a glance, the person who just passed by seemed to be wrong. Leona looked back in a daze, muttering, that person just now. Seeing her mother suddenly stop, little Riri wondered, what's wrong, Mom? Is that person your acquaintance? They only saw the back of the person walking away, cloaked in a mysterious black cloak. Leona hesitantly replied to her daughter, "No, I don't think I know him." But why did she have a familiar feeling in her heart? Was it her imagination? That person was an old man with white hair and a beard the same color as his hair. Later, the two of them finally reached the garden that His Majesty had mentioned. It truly was a beautiful garden full of plants and fragrant flowers. The chirping of birds and the fresh air made people feel relaxed. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." Little Riri cheered, her mouth wide open in amazement as she looked at the garden. Not to mention the little girl, even Leona was amazed. "Yes, it's really beautiful. The royal palace garden is truly different." The maid standing next to them introduced, "If you go deeper into the garden, there will be more beautiful and rare flowers." Hearing that, little Riri happily took her mother's hand and hurriedly pulled her along, running inside. "Mom, it's more beautiful over there, let's go see it." Leona followed her daughter's steps in a panic, her eyes cautiously glancing around. "I don't know what will happen or who we will meet. I must not let my guard down." This garden was surprisingly large, like a miniature forest. Riri ran around happily, still full of energy. "Wow, it's so big and interesting. Mom, I'm all sweaty." Meanwhile, Leona was almost dead tired. "Is that so?" "As long as you like it." The two of them had been walking around for a while, but there was no one besides the servants. Leona wiped her sweat and thought to herself, "I must be overthinking it." The little girl stood under a tree and cheered, telling her mother, "I wish our garden also had so many colorful flowers." Hearing that, Leona smiled and suggested, "Let's ask Duke Ian." While the two of them were talking, suddenly, a figure appeared, sitting on the treetop. A cold voice rang out, making the two of them freeze. "Who dares to make noise in my garden?" Riri looked around in a panic, searching, "Where's that voice coming from?" Meanwhile, Leona had an unbelievable premonition. She slowly looked up at the treetop. Could it be the Crown Prince is here? Oh my God! The person sitting on the treetop was a teenager with golden hair, reading a book. Seeing him jump down to the ground, Leona smiled and explained, "I apologize, but His Majesty allowed us to come here. We didn't know it was already occupied. We were just about to leave." The teenager was still annoyed, questioning, "People can come and go as they please. How dare you make noise in my garden?" Faced with the teenager's pressure, Leona smiled wryly and asked, "Do I have to apologize more?" Immediately, the boy pointed at her and said loudly, "Of course, because I'm not satisfied yet." His actions, words, and attitude angered little Riri. Immediately, Riri rushed forward, pointing at him and retorted, "Who are you to talk to my mother like that?" The boy was startled by her imposing appearance and then retorted, "What? How dare you be disrespectful to me? Do you know who I am?" Riri angrily replied, "No." Hearing that, the boy angrily pointed at himself and declared loudly, "I am the Crown Prince of this empire." After hearing him, Riri not only didn't stop, but shouted even louder in the middle of the garden, "Crown Prince. So what?" The little girl's reaction made the Crown Prince dumbfounded. You're not afraid of me?" Riri flew into a rage, pointing and scolding, "Why should I be afraid of you? I'm not even afraid of the Emperor, let alone you. More importantly, apologize to my mother immediately." Looking at the two children arguing, Leona, standing behind, was petrified. This is very different from what I imagined. Oh my God. In the original story, Riri fell in love with the Crown Prince at first sight, but now, no matter how you looked at it, this atmosphere. Why does it look like they've met an enemy? Is there a bit of love at first sight? The little Crown Prince, with a surprised voice, stared at Riri. Unexpectedly, "You're the first person to dare talk to me like that." On this side, Riri covered her mouth and laughed provocatively. "Oh really, hee. Seems like the Crown Prince isn't that great. It seems like no one around you dares to tell you the truth. Am I wrong?" The Crown Prince angrily retorted, "You're wrong." Seeing the endless heated argument between the two children, Leona had to step forward and advise, "Your Highness, please calm down. Riri, you too, calm down a bit. Hearing this, the two children fell silent and looked at Leona with teary eyes. Riri was very obedient to her mother, but she was still very angry. Meanwhile, His Highness looked down at the little girl and asked, what's your name? Riri frowned and wondered, why are you suddenly asking my name? I don't intend to tell my name to someone who's mean to my mother. No way, bleh. As she spoke, the little girl made a face and stuck her tongue out at His Highness. Then she quickly took her mother's hand and pulled her along. Mom, let's go. It's not fun anymore. Meanwhile, Leona was still confused, just leave like that. But under little Riri's urging, Leona hurriedly said to the crown prince behind them, Your Highness, we'll take our leave now. Watching the two of them leave, the crown prince's face became pensive, wondering what he was thinking. A moment later, by the lake in the garden, as she walked, Leona couldn't help but ask, Riri, you met His Highness directly, what do you think of him? Is he so handsome that you want to see him again? Before her mother could finish her sentence, the little girl interrupted angrily, Never, Mom. That guy dared to badmouth you, so I hate him. He's really hateful. So what if he has a handsome face? Her words made Leona so happy that she had to ask again, Do you really think so? If she really thought so, things were very different from the original story. Leona didn't expect her meeting with His Highness to turn out like this. So that means the future can also be changed. If so, then that's great. Suddenly, Riri said something, Mom, you've changed your preferences. This statement was not related to the issue they had just been talking about. Facing her mother's curious gaze, Riri continued, As I grow older, my preferences also change. So I don't like that crown prince. The way she explained, like a little old lady, made Leona laugh. Has Riri grown up? The little girl nodded seriously, Of course, I'm 5 years old now. So you can also change, Mom. Now you still hate Dad, but later. Unexpectedly, the little girl still misunderstood this, making Leona flustered. She scratched her head and explained. I don't hate your father, how can I make you understand? Riri reached out and counted, muttering, Then how much older do I have to be for you to like Dad? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. 1 year is enough. Leona asked in surprise, 1 year. Why? Riri smiled excitedly, 1 more year, and I'll be 6 years old. When Riri turns 6, you will also like Riri's dad. That way, you'll stay with me. Her somewhat naive words softened Leona's heart. Her voice also became gentle, All right, I understand. Even if I don't like your dad, I'll still stay with you, Riri. This answer made Riri even happier, smiling brightly, yes. Back at the base of the tree where His Highness was standing, for some reason, he was still standing there silently without leaving, then suddenly reached into his pocket, and took something out. His Highness looked at the object in his hand, remembering the conversation with the mysterious man that Leona had accidentally met in the hallway. He had given this to the Crown Prince. At that time, the Crown Prince wondered, Why are you giving this to me? The man replied, Sometimes your Highness needs a secret to win someone's heart. I am telling you this because you are the Crown Prince. I hope it will be helpful to your Highness. What he gave His Highness was a sparkling piece of jewelry, a beautiful pale purple gem. Clenching his hand, the Crown Prince muttered in frustration, as expected, having this is also useless. He's teasing me again, so annoying. As he spoke, the boy turned and left. He didn't notice that the jewelry he was holding suddenly emitted a light dark purple smoke. At the same time, at the tea table, His Majesty inquired of the Duke, Have you thought about my proposal? I mean, about making your daughter the Crown Princess. Mentioning this issue, the Duke slowly shook his head. About that, I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty, but I would like to decline. As expected, the answer puzzled the Emperor. Why? Every noble wants their daughter to become Empress. Hearing this, the Duke continued, That's true, but it seems my daughter doesn't want that position. To be honest, I want my daughter Rebecca. I want her to have a free and carefree life. His Majesty took a sip of hot tea and exclaimed, "Is that so? So this is your answer? Duke Ian Petrie, I respect your opinion." His Majesty's words made the Duke slightly happy, but before he could smile, he was doused with cold water by the next sentence. "But I'm a little worried about you. Lace Eyes, have you forgotten about her?" A name uttered by His Majesty made Duke Ian freeze. The Duke's expression became bewildered and somewhat distraught as he remembered a part of the past. His Majesty continued, "Her health wasn't good, but what if she were in a higher position, the position of Empress? Clearly, not only me, but all my subjects prayed for her speedy recovery and tried to treat her, but she was the one who refused it. And now your adopted daughter's health is also like that." As he spoke, the Emperor glanced at the person sitting next to him, his voice carrying a bit of a threat. "Do you want to relive that nightmare again, Duke?" Stunned by the Emperor's words, the Duke's expression was extremely unpleasant, while his hands clenched into fists. Is there some secret hidden in these words? The Emperor stepped closer and patted the Duke's shoulder. "Of course, freedom is important. I understand better than anyone how much you care about Miss Rebecca, so Duke, think carefully again about what is truly the right choice." A moment later, the maid led Riri and her mother back. "Your Majesty, Duchess Petrie and Miss Rebecca have returned." Seeing that, the Emperor's expression returned to his usual smile. "Oh, you've already returned. What do you think, miss? Did you like the garden?" Riri immediately cheered. "Yes, the garden is so big and beautiful. Thank you, Your Majesty, for letting me and my mother admire the beautiful scenery." Leona added, "I apologize, Your Majesty, for picking a few flowers on the way here. May I take them back?" Because she wants to make a flower crown. The Emperor smiled generously. "It's good that you two like it. I can give you as many flowers as you want. But now, anyway, the Duke and I have finished talking. Everyone, rest a bit, and then we'll have a meal together." Leona was a bit awkward but tactfully declined the Emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but we'd like to take our leave now. It's been a while since Riri went out, so she's tired now." The Emperor nodded in understanding and then glanced at the Duke. "It's a pity, but there's no other way. Then you can go back. I hope Duke Ian will think carefully about what I said." Meanwhile, the Duke remained silent and pensive. His eyes narrowed. He replied helplessly, "Yes, Your Majesty." After they left, His Majesty coldly asked the maid behind him, "Did you take them to the right place as I instructed?" The maid nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, His Majesty smiled with satisfaction and muttered, "HMPH, Duke Petrie, do you think you can escape my grasp?" Meanwhile, on the carriage back to the Duke's mansion, Duke Ian sat in the carriage, lost in his own thoughts. Leona noticed this keenly. It seems like his mood hasn't been very good since talking to His Majesty. What did they talk about? Meanwhile, little Riri kept telling her father about her visit to the garden, and at the same time, asked for his opinion on planting many beautiful flowers when they returned to the mansion. Ian regained his composure and smiled at his daughter. "Oh my, look how much you like it." Riri nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I really like it. But it would be more perfect without that guy." Her words made the Duke puzzled. "That guy? Who?" Leona explained, "Actually, I and she met His Highness in the garden." Mentioning that person, little Riri angrily complained to her father, "That guy dared to point and criticize my mother. Riri was so annoyed that I had to tell him off. The royal palace was also interesting, but because of that guy, I don't want to go anymore." But after hearing his daughter's story, Ian's attitude was a bit strange. He sat there muttering, "You said you met the Crown Prince." Suddenly, Ian came closer, took his daughter's hand and hurriedly suggested, "But Riri, you only met him once, how can you understand him clearly? Meet the Crown Prince one more time, okay?" Hearing that, the little girl angrily pushed her father's hand away. "I don't like him, why do you keep telling me to meet him again? I'd rather play with Mom." Looking at his daughter's sulking appearance, Ian was flustered. Riri, this isn't a simple matter. Calm down and listen to me for a bit. But no, the little girl was so angry that she shouted in her father's face, I don't like him. I said I don't like him. I hate that guy, so why do you keep talking about it? You're hateful, I hate you. After saying that, she angrily threw herself into her mother's arms, refusing to look at the Duke. While the Duke wanted to say something more, he was coldly stopped by Leona. All right, Duke Ian, she doesn't like him that much, why do you keep forcing her? Faced with her questioning, Ian sat down on the chair with a headache. No, it's because His Majesty met her directly, and was very pleased, so. Hearing that, Leona's voice became harsh. What did Riri just say to you? Didn't she say she didn't like him? You are her father, but you can't protect your own daughter. Duke Ian sighed. Leona, I also value her opinion. But in the end, it's also for Riri, so I have no other choice. I also don't want Riri to suffer. While the two of them were arguing, suddenly, little Riri, who had just been angry, fainted with a flushed face. Immediately, this made Leona and the Duke panic and worry. Riri? Riri? They hurriedly checked on her in fear, while Riri seemed to be infected by a faint dark purple smoke. Carrying her back to the mansion, Duke Ian shouted to the servants as soon as he entered the door, Rebecca's condition is not good, call a doctor immediately. The group of servants hurriedly took the order and went to call a doctor, while Riri was placed on the bed by her father. At this time, the little girl also regained some consciousness and opened her eyes to call her father. The Duke asked anxiously, Riri, are you okay? Do you recognize me? The little girl lying on the bed weakly replied, Dad, don't worry, Riri is okay. But my flowers. Hearing that, Leona quickly walked from behind to the little girl, pointing to the flowers in her hand. Riri, your flowers are here. Seeing her mother and the flowers, the little girl's lips tightened, and then she burst into tears. I wanted to go home and make a colorful flower crown with you. Every tear that fell on the little girl's pitiful face made everyone in the room ache. Leona stepped closer, gently comforting her and placing a kiss on her face. Don't worry, I'll leave the flowers right here. When you're better, we'll make a flower crown together, okay? Hearing that, Riri stopped crying and nodded weakly, yes. Her face was flushed with high fever, and sweat soaked her forehead. Just then, the doctor pushed the servant aside and burst through the door, looking extremely chaotic. Oh my God, what happened again this time? Seeing the doctor arrive, Leona hurriedly stood up and sobbed, Doctor, Riri suddenly had a high fever and fainted. We hurriedly brought her back here. Hearing this, the doctor rummaged through his medicine box and said, Then I'll give Miss some fever medicine first. But why did she suddenly have a high fever? Clearly, her condition has improved a lot recently. His daughter's recurring illness made the Duke gradually lose patience. He asked the doctor sternly, What should we do to completely cure her? The doctor, while giving the little girl medicine, replied, The medicines that Miss has been able to absorb so far have no effect on her, even the tonics. The Duke wondered, Tonics? What do you mean? According to the doctor, the medicines that Miss used were basically not treatments. They were only temporary measures to control her condition, like emergency firefighting. But once the body resists the medicine, I can't use that medicine anymore. The symptoms that appear when Miss gets agitated and the way the medicine works are completely different from normal illnesses. Leona anxiously inquired, So there has never been a case like this before? The doctor, faced with this question, pondered for a moment. Let's see, it may have appeared somewhere before. But as a doctor, I can't just search the medical records of other patients. So where can we find it? The doctor said that the temple library had records of cases of illnesses with unknown causes, but not everyone could enter there. If she wanted to view the records there, Leona needed to get permission from the high priest. This path was much more difficult, but was there really no other way? Lost in thought, Leona suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly turned to ask the Duke. About the rare book you said you found in the temple library, with the help of His Majesty. The Duke nodded in confirmation, but he hadn't had the key and access for very long. You have to have the key to be able to enter and exit. However, the Emperor doesn't always get permission from the High Priest, so I'm worried whether this method will still work. Hearing that, Leona suddenly patted her chest. Give me the key. I'll try to meet the High Priest. Faced with this unexpected offer, the Duke was momentarily stunned. Then he looked at the flowers placed by his daughter's bedside. His voice became soft and somewhat helpless, as he called his daughter's name. Hearing her father's voice, the little girl tried to open her eyes and reply, "Dad, I'm okay." His daughter's words were like what that woman had once said, lying on her sickbed, saying the same thing, "Ian, I'm okay." Then the Duke remembered His Majesty's previous threat. Do you want to relive that nightmare again? Remembering these words made Ian freeze, thinking to himself, I can't lose another important person to me. Absolutely not, it can't happen again. Then he suddenly made a gloomy decision. I will change the doctor immediately. This decision made Leona confused and annoyed. What? Why? Hearing this, the Duke explained, didn't you hear what he said? That doctor prescribed tonics, not treatments. Because he prescribed the wrong medicine, that's why her condition hasn't improved. Hearing similar reasons again, made it difficult for Leona to contain her anger. She asked loudly, what did you just say? Did you hear what the doctor said clearly? Riri's illness isn't a common illness, it's a strange illness that has no similar cases before. The doctor tried to find a treatment and prescribed the appropriate medicine for her. But you don't understand that and still want to fire the doctor immediately. If you arbitrarily change doctors, and Riri's symptoms worsen, what will you do then? Will you regret it later and blame the past? Why do you always make such sudden decisions? I understand you think this way because of your love for your daughter. But at times like these, if you are a father, act like a father. Don't let your mind become weak because of a little setback. The Duke's foolish action was bluntly rejected and clarified by Leona. He was temporarily speechless. Hearing the two of them raise their voices at each other, Riri, on the sickbed, tiredly called out to her mother and father. Seeing that, Leona hurriedly turned back to ask her, Riri, what's wrong? Are you in pain again? Only to see her shake her head and continue, are you two arguing? Hearing this, Leona calmed down a lot and sighed, no, we are not. At the same time, she told herself not to raise her voice in front of her. After all, she was also at fault. Feeling the warmth from her mother's hand, Riri closed her eyes and said, Mom, no matter what, don't go anywhere. I don't hurt when you're by my side. Leona smiled, stroking her hair, reassuring her with words, yes, I'm not going anywhere. I'll always be by your side, Riri. Duke Ian stood silently behind them, watching them, wondering what he was thinking. A moment later, the Duke turned and left the room. Night fell quickly. Leona, sitting by the bedside taking care of her daughter, fell asleep at some point. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure approached and looked at her sleeping soundly. That person's hand gently stroked her platinum blonde hair. Although in a daze, Leona felt someone stroking her hair. Who is it? This feeling was so warm and affectionate, but her eyelids couldn't open anymore. A night passed with the warm sunlight shining into the room, dispelling the coldness. Leona was woken up by the sunlight and rubbed her eyes. Oh my, when did I fall asleep again? Little Riri was still fast asleep. Checking her daughter's temperature, Leona breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her fever has gone down. I have to change the wet towel. Leona was about to get up and leave, but she suddenly noticed something placed on the table by the bedside. It was a finished flower crown. The appearance of this item surprised Leona. This is a flower crown. Who made it and left it here? And the feeling of someone stroking my hair last night. A terrifying guess appeared in her mind. Could it be Duke Ian? No way. Leona panicked, changed her clothes, and hurriedly left the mansion, heading towards the Grand Library. In her heart, she kept denying, it must be Luca. Who else could it be? It can't be that Duke. A few hours before Leona arrived at the temple, Duke Ian Petrie had said this. He said that the doctor had disappeared. Leona was astonished, her mouth agape. What did you say? You didn't do it, did you? She looked at the Duke suspiciously. Didn't you say yesterday that you would change the doctor? Misunderstood by her, Ian waved his hand in annoyance. No, I didn't mean Riri's doctor, I meant the doctor you asked me to find. On the previous trip home, Leona, sitting in the carriage, suddenly asked the Duke for a favor. Can you help me find the doctor who examined me before? The Duke repeated it, and Leona realized her misunderstanding, flustered. Oh, you mean that doctor? What? He disappeared. Duke Ian turned his head to look away before replying, yes, disappeared without a trace. I apologize, but I can't help you with this. Hearing this, Leona could only sigh. It's okay, you've put in the effort to look for him, thank you. But he said the doctor disappeared without a trace. What happened? Although she couldn't find the doctor, Leona noticed that the Duke's attitude was also very strange. This attitude was like his previous self. Walking on the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Of course, she also realized that there must be something wrong with the royal palace. After returning from the royal palace, everything was messed up, leading to the fact that wanting to change fate also made her feel delusional. However, Leona still had the key in her hand. Let's try going to the temple library and see. To find the records that could help Riri's condition, she definitely had to get permission from the high priest. After arriving at the temple, she only waited for a moment before the door opened. The man with white hair appeared right in front of Leona. Greetings, Duchess, we meet again. Dumbfounded, looking at the face in front of her, Leona then panicked and pointed at the man. You are the person she had met in the hallway of the castle. Who was he to appear before her like this so many times? The homeless old man she met in the royal palace that day. Why was he here? Looking into her bewildered eyes, the man spoke first. I heard that the Duchess would be coming to the temple, so I came to welcome you. Duke Petrie requested His Majesty for permission to enter and exit the temple library. Did you bring the key? Leona took out the key in her hand. Oh, yes, I have it. But what she cared about was why he was here, and what he was doing here. Just then, someone from the temple ran out from inside and said in a panicked voice, High Priest Caleb, leave that to us. The High Priest doesn't have to. Hearing that, Leona's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the man in front of her. You are the High Priest. Oh my. Seeing her extremely surprised look, Caleb smiled. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. Meanwhile, the young man was also extremely surprised because the Duchess didn't know. High Priest Caleb. The High Priest possesses extraordinary abilities that are considered magic. His abilities are recognized by His Majesty and have a significant influence in the royal family. And he is our great High Priest Caleb. Hearing the young man's proud introduction, Leona wondered why such a great person dressed like a homeless person before. At this time, the High Priest smiled and said to her, Being praised like that, I don't know how to react. I'm just doing my job as a priest. Please treat me normally. I can't let you stand here forever. I'll take you to the library. This way, please. Under the guidance of High Priest Caleb, Leona and her maid followed right behind him. On both sides of the path, the High Priest's subordinates bowed respectfully. Among them, Leona noticed a white-haired woman. Wasn't this the person who had shown disdain towards her shabby appearance before? Contrary to the nobles, she was extremely welcoming and hospitable. Dressed in expensive clothes, she also had to bow before her. Leona was no stranger to this kind of flattering people. Could she find what she was looking for in a place like this? A place that harbored people with personality defects like her. While she was pondering, the High Priest suddenly asked, But why do you want to use the library? If it's difficult to say, you don't have to tell me. This old man is just curious. Although he said that, his subordinates said that the High Priest had great influence in the royal family, so his words could very well reach the Emperor's ears. Now, not answering or telling the truth would also lead to danger. In that case, she wondered if she should mix truth and lies. After pondering for a moment, Leona replied, "Actually, my health isn't good." Hearing that, the high priest glanced at her with a puzzled look. "The Duchess is ill." Leona squeezed out a tear with all her might. "Yes, I look normal on the outside, but even doctors haven't been able to identify this illness, so there's no cure. The temple library has records of the illnesses of many patients in the country, so I wanted to come here and see if there's an illness like the one I have." "Is that so?" The high priest nodded. Leona continued her performance. "High priest, please keep this a secret. I don't want people to worry about my illness." "Of course, I will, my lady." After a while of small talk, he stopped in front of a giant door. "We are here, this is the temple library. Duchess, please give me the key for a moment." Leona placed the key in his hand and then stepped aside to observe. In her sight, High Priest Caleb held the key tightly in his hands and then closed his eyes, chanting an incomprehensible incantation with strange syllables. Immediately, a pale blue light enveloped the key and his body. When the incantation was complete, the door in front of them automatically opened, revealing the scene inside. Only then did Leona realize that it wasn't just having the key that could open the door. After opening the door, the high priest smiled at her and returned the key. "The door is open, you can freely enter and exit for a period of time. Here's your key back." As he placed the key in her hand, he said, "Duchess, I will pray for you to find what you need and completely cure your illness. Oh, and this library is very large, so be careful not to get lost." For some reason, at this moment, facing the man in front of her, Leona felt something strange that made her feel uncomfortable. "Yes, thank you." The smile on his face was as gentle as a kind old neighbor, not like a high-ranking official in the court. He turned and left. "Then I'll see you again soon." Looking at his back, Leona muttered and clenched the key in her hand, "But I don't want to see him again at all, because he's a strange person." At the same time, at the Duke's mansion, Riri woke up after a sound sleep and became distraught when she learned that her mother wasn't home. Mom went to the temple. Why didn't she take Riri with her? "I also want to go out with Mom." The Duke sat opposite, comforting his daughter. "It won't take too long, and your mother will be back soon. Even though your fever has gone down a lot, you still have to be careful." Riri shook her head and acted spoiled with her father. "I'm fine now, and even running and jumping is no problem. I'm so bored lying in bed all the time." Hearing that, the Duke suggested, "So, shall we draw pictures, or would you like to go eat some chocolate?" Riri crossed her arms and shook her head arrogantly. "Those things are fun, but not now." "Ah, that's right." The little girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly raised her hand to speak to her father. "Father, do you remember what you promised me? You promised me a wish if I agreed to go to the palace. If you grant me a wish, I'll go to the palace." Under the little girl's reminder, the Duke finally remembered his promise. "One wish. So, what do you wish for?" Riri smiled brightly and replied, "I'll tell you when we are alone." Back in the present, the Duke stroked his daughter's head. "You mean you'll go to the royal palace in exchange for a wish, right?" "How could I forget this?" Hearing that, Riri became excited. "So, I'll use my wish now. Play hide and seek with me." The Duke was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to use her wish for something so simple. He naturally agreed to play with her. Riri pushed her father out into the hallway. "I'll be the seeker, and you go hide first. You can only hide in the mansion. If you hide outside, it's against the rules." Ian just followed her instructions. All right, I understand." But honestly, he still didn't understand how to play this hide-and-seek game. The Duke could only find an empty room and hide in a corner, waiting for her to find him. Sitting in the corner of the room, the Duke huddled and thought to himself, "Is it okay to run and hide like this? I was too young when I played this game, so I don't remember clearly. Come to think of it, who did I play with back then? Distant memories suddenly flooded back into the Duke's mind. I remember hiding in this room, when I was little, playing hide-and-seek with someone. Images appeared in his mind, but everything was blurry and distorted, like a disrupted signal. A shockwave erupted from within his soul. Duke Ian clutched his head in pain. His head throbbed, and he felt incredibly strange. But what was that just now? Could it be a memory from the past? Who was that woman? The Duke was filled with confusion. Before he could calm down, the blurry figure appeared in his mind again. The mysterious woman smiled at the Duke. "Ah, found you. So you were here. After that call." Ian's mind completely sank into darkness. Until he gradually regained consciousness, because he felt someone shaking his body. He opened his eyes with a start and saw Leona's worried face, Duke of Italia. He sat up in a daze, looking at her in confusion. "Leona. Why are you here?" Seeing the Duke's pale face, Leona replied, "I just returned from the temple." "Are you all right, Ian?" "Riri said she'd been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you anywhere." Only through her words did the Duke remember. "That's right. I was playing hide-and-seek with Riri. It's been so long since I played, so I don't quite understand the rules of the game. I'm sorry, Riri." After saying that, he closed his eyes and fainted again, making Leona even more panicked. Duke of Italia. "Wake up!" Calling him repeatedly, but still unable to wake him, Leona, in a moment of desperation, ran out into the garden and shouted into the air, "Luca! Where are you?" Hearing her call, Luca appeared nearby. "Lady Leona, you called for me." Seeing him, she rushed over and questioned, "Luca, where have you been all day?" "Duke Ian has fainted." "Is this the strange phenomenon you were talking about?" Oh my, needless to say, how exhausted Leona was today. When she returned to the mansion, she saw her daughter crying because she couldn't find her father. She went to look for the Duke in place of her daughter, and found him fainted in a room. Why were so many things happening today? After hearing the whole story, Luca's eyes dropped to the ground. So it has come to this. Every time he does something against his true heart, a part of his soul begins to shatter. That's why the Duke fainted. True heart. Leona didn't understand what true heart meant, but what she cared about most was how to wake Ian up. She asked Luca, but even he said he didn't know. "Perhaps, madam, you should try looking for clues in the temple library." That night, it rained heavily outside, with thunder and lightning crashing down on the earth. The terrifyingly loud sounds made little Riri shrink into Leona's arms. Leona hugged her daughter tightly and reassured her. "Riri, are you scared?" Although she was hugging her mother tightly, the little girl stubbornly shook her head. "No, I'm not scared. It's just loud." But right after that, another clap of thunder startled the little girl, making her scream throughout the room. Like a little mouse burrowing under the covers, Riri called out, "I'm not afraid of things like thunder and lightning. I just want to get under the covers." Amused by her adorable appearance, Leona continued, "Is that so? Then I'll tell the brave Riri a truth. Thunder and lightning are warnings from the gods." Hearing that, the little girl poked her head out from under the covers, full of curiosity. "Warnings from the gods?" "That's right, my dear. Because people do many bad things, the gods warn them like that. You mustn't do bad things, like shouting when you're angry." Her mother's words made Riri curious. "So the gods shout down from the sky at those bad people? So that's it? Hearing you say that makes me less scared." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl realized she had misspoken and hurriedly explained, "No, that's not it. I wasn't afraid of thunder in the first place. I'm telling the truth." Leona smiled and patted her head. All right, I know. My Riri is so brave." After lying down on the pillow again, the little girl suddenly asked, "Mother, did father fall asleep because he made me angry and made you sad?" Leona herself was bewildered by her daughter's thought. She had to explain, "No, Riri. The Duke will wake up soon." Riri smiled and nodded, "Right, because father is always busy. But he'll eventually come home and ask about me. This time, father will come back too. Definitely. Leona hugged the little girl and soothed her, that's right. Until the Duke wakes up. Let's protect this mansion well for him, okay? A peaceful night quickly passed. The next day, Leona went to the Duke's office to observe. At this time, the Duke was sitting with his aides, dealing with documents. Didn't the Duke faint? So who is that person sitting there? Leona, who had been observing for a while, breathed a sigh of relief. That person looks exactly like the Duke. This way, no one will notice. The person sitting there was actually Luca. He would temporarily take the Duke's place and appear in front of everyone. The reason for this was that Ian's coma was a secret, even to those in the mansion. Among the staff, only the butler, the maid May, and the nanny knew about the Duke's condition. To prevent chaos, Leona only told those she could trust. Absolutely no information could be leaked outside. And so, Luca replaced Ian while he was in a coma. Since Luca was a part of Ian, as long as they changed their clothes a little, they looked exactly alike. She had also told Riri this truth. It wasn't easy to explain it to her, but now she understood. Things were getting more and more out of hand. Riri had a terminal illness, and Ian was in a coma with no known time of awakening. The situation was becoming complicated. To resolve this situation, Leona remembered Luca's suggestion last night. Indeed, there's no other way but to visit the temple library to look for clues in the ancient books. A moment later, Luca turned and asked her, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lady Leona, what brings you here? Seeing that, Leona stepped closer and reminded him, just call me Leona, like the Duke does. You mustn't let the other servants discover that you are Luca. Is that so? I apologize. Then the person in front of her imitated the Duke's manner, and called her name in a deep voice, Leona. This manner, this face, and this voice momentarily stunned Leona. For a split second, she really thought the person in front of her was the Duke himself. Regaining her composure, she cleared her throat and said, I have something to ask of you. Please come with me to the temple library. Didn't you say so before? That I should try looking for clues in the temple library. Let's go find them together. After thinking for a moment, Luca nodded, all right. I understand. Then I have to prepare right away. She had intended to leave, but thinking of something, Leona stopped and suddenly said, Luca. When it was just the two of them, he could just be Luca. A moment later, she leaned against the door and sighed. Why am I like this? Luca suddenly saying that made my heart. Just a moment ago, he looked at her affectionately and said, aren't we family now? These words made Leona's heart race because, after all, Luca was the Duke. After a moment of daze, she hurriedly patted her face, pull yourself together, Leona. Now is not the time to think about this. Finding clues at the temple library was important, but at the same time, she also had to learn more about Duke Ian. About the reason why Duke Ian fell into a coma. To find out the cause of the separation between the Duke and Luca, to answer all those mysteries, she had to understand everything about him. But initially, she heard that the servants who had been working in the mansion for a long time had all been replaced. Currently, no one in the mansion knew about Ian's past. She wondered if she should meet the previous servants. With this doubt in mind, she went to the nanny to inquire about the situation. Madam, do you want to ask about the people who have worked in this mansion for a long time? Let me think. I know an elderly butler. He worked in the mansion even longer than I did. Like the other servants, he left the mansion. I heard he lives alone in a remote place outside the city. So, can we meet this elderly butler? Faced with Leona's question, the nanny replied awkwardly, he is a very tight-lipped person. I don't know if he will open up when asked. Knowing it would be difficult, Leona was full of determination. It's all right. I will do everything to learn about the Duke. Seeing the madam's resolve, The nanny stopped dissuading her and nodded, I understand. Then I will go find and meet him first, madam. Leona smiled brightly, is that okay? If so, thank you very much, Nanny. Just then, little Riri, who had been busy on the floor, suddenly called out to her mother. Mother, look. Tada. I drew father. What do you think? As she spoke, the little girl showed off a drawing of the Duke she had just finished. Leona smiled and stroked the little girl's head, praising her, it looks exactly like Duke Ian. My Riri is a very good artist indeed. Hearing her mother's praise, the little girl proudly patted her chest, of course. And when father wakes up, I have to show him. But where are you going, mother? Why are you dressed to go out? Faced with her curious gaze, Leona carefully explained, well, I'm going to the temple for a bit and then I'll be back. Riri, may I go out for a little while? Hearing these words, the little girl immediately became dejected. Do you have to go, mother? Leona smiled and nodded, yes, that's why I'm asking your permission. Because I promised I wouldn't leave Riri and go away. But I can't keep my promise today. After listening, Riri suddenly opened her eyes wide with excitement. So now I have to make a very important decision, right? That's right, Riri. My Riri has the right to make this important decision. Her mother's words made the little girl feel very important, and she thought seriously, like a little old lady. After a moment, she sighed and looked at her mother, okay. I want to say no, but I know you won't abandon me. I know you'll come back, so you can go. Because Riri is a good girl. The little girl's appearance was so adorable that Leona couldn't help but hug her again and caress her. Thank you, Riri. You're my lifesaver, Riri. My lifesaver is someone who doesn't think I'm useless, someone who makes my life shine brighter than anyone else. So I will definitely not leave until you don't need me anymore. Lying in her mother's arms, the little girl smiled happily. I understand. Oh, and when you're gone, remember not to follow strangers anywhere. And don't get too excited and fall down, okay? The little girl admonished her mother like a real adult. Leona kissed her forehead, of course, so don't worry too much. I'll be back soon. Then, the little girl, along with the nanny and the maid, said goodbye to her mother. Leona was so moved by this scene that she shed tears. She always begged me not to leave her, yet since when did she grow up so much? I feel both happy and sad. Luca, who had been watching from inside the carriage, praised her. It's all thanks to Lady Leona. You've had a positive influence on young Miss Riri. Ha ha, I didn't do anything. Leona scratched her head embarrassedly, then covered her mouth and yawned. Excuse me. I'm sleep deprived, so. Hearing that, Luca suddenly offered her something. Madam, please take this. Holding the bottle in her hand, Leona wondered, what is this? Luca explained that it was a type of oil good for sleep. He had recently noticed her fatigue and found it for her. I hope it will help you, madam. Looking at his smile and feeling his concern, Leona was a little surprised. Thank you, Luca. Their carriage stopped in front of the temple library. Luca took Leona's hand, helped her out of the carriage, and they entered the library together. This time, they didn't encounter High Priest Caleb. Since the key was still valid, Leona simply brought it close to the door, and it opened automatically. Then they both stepped inside. Seeing the library with his own eyes, Luca couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, is this the temple library? This is truly a wonderful place. The surroundings were simply but elegantly decorated and carried a sacred air. Countless books were displayed on the shelves, exuding the scent of paper, which made people feel relaxed. Luca looked around for a moment and suggested, there are many books here, so let's split up and look. I'll try looking this way, and Lady Leona can take the other side. Leona nodded in agreement, and they split up in two directions to search. She was determined to find some clue this time. As time passed, she immersed herself in the library, continuously flipping through the pages of books. She had already checked quite a few books, but it seemed she hadn't found anything useful yet. Leona tiredly closed the book in her hand and sighed, "It's not this one either." There are many specific examples of various diseases, but Riri's illness, or the Duke's coma symptoms can't be found. She looked up at the window outside. It's true. If it were that easy to find, Riri's condition would have been cured long ago. Everything was becoming so unpredictable. Leona remembered Luca's pupils, which she had been observing since morning. Ian was currently in a coma, and Luca's eyes were gradually turning red. What did this mean? Were these two really the same person? There were too many things she couldn't understand. At this rate, my brain will explode. Muttering to herself, she reached up to grab a book on the shelf, but why are the books on this shelf so high? Suddenly, a slender hand appeared and helped her take down the book. A deep voice rang out beside her ear, "Is it this book?" Leona recognized who it was, and it made her blush with embarrassment. She turned around awkwardly and stammered, "Thank you, Luca." But this position was too close. Leona felt as if her whole body was enveloped in the breath of the man in front of her. For a moment, she froze, not knowing what to do. Regaining her senses, she quickly stepped back. "Oh, thank you for getting the book for me." "Ha ha ha, I'm such a klutz. I could have just used a ladder to get it, but I had to trouble you like this." Suddenly, Luca, standing opposite her, covered his mouth and chuckled. Even his cheeks were flushed. "Anytime you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask, Lady Leona. I can still help you like this." Hearing his words and seeing his expression, Leona couldn't help but be stunned, sighing inwardly, "Not again." Luca's eyes had just turned red again. While they were silently looking at each other, High Priest Caleb suddenly approached and spoke, "Isn't that Duchess Petri? I didn't know you would return so soon. It seems you didn't find what you were looking for last time." Because there was a stranger present, Leona momentarily took her eyes off Luca, and replied awkwardly, "Aha, that's right. There are too many books here. I can't search them all by myself. So today, I came with Duke Ian." Seeing that, High Priest Caleb bowed slightly before the Duke. "I am High Priest Caleb. It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke Petri. I apologize for not being able to greet you sooner, as I was unaware of your visit." Luca shook his head calmly. "It's all right. It's because I came without notice. I will certainly return, so you don't need to report to His Majesty." "Yes, I will do so, Duke Petri." After saying that, he looked straight at Luca, his eyes somewhat mysterious and seemingly harboring some thoughts. It was unknown whether he had noticed anything or not. On the other side, Leona looked at him curiously. "By the way, High Priest, what brings you to the temple library?" He slowly replied that he had also come to look for a book. "But now I don't need to, because I've found it." "Oh, excuse me for interrupting. I'll take my leave now. Please, make yourselves comfortable." With that, he turned and left, leaving Leona and Luca bewildered. Why do I feel like there's something hidden in his words? Leona kept staring at his back, filled with curiosity. It doesn't seem like he came to look for a book. What did he find? And he's really leaving. Observing her inquisitive demeanor, Luca suddenly suggested, "Miss Leona, it seems the book we need isn't on the first floor. Shall we try the second floor?" Hearing his reminder, Leona was startled and embarrassed. Oh, right. She was in a hurry, and didn't have time to worry about other people's business. Forget about him. Then, their book search continued. "This one isn't it either? Oh my, this one too. This one is a bit similar, but the symptoms are different." Leona kept muttering amongst her books. Luca couldn't help but laugh, finding her adorable. Leona asked him puzzledly, "What's so funny?" Seeing that, Luca said with a smile, "I'm laughing because I can feel how much you cherish Miss Riri. I think she'll get better soon, thanks to you, Lady Leona. But I haven't found any definite information yet." However, Luca had a strange confidence in her. "You'll find it, madam. If anyone can, it's you." Where did he get such faith in her? Leona voiced her inner observation. You seem very happy now, Luca. Surprisingly, Luca didn't deny it but nodded. Yes, I'm very happy. His frankness made Leona smile happily as well. It's strange. Seeing someone smile makes me happy too. I thought I only felt this way when I saw Riri smile, but I feel the same way with you. Inwardly, she couldn't help but think of Duke Ian. Actually, seeing the Duke smile isn't bad either. As if realizing her changing mood, Luca softly called her name, only to see her close the book in her hand and continue, Come on, this book isn't it? Let's get another one. I told Riri I'd be back early, but I don't know if I'll find any clues today. Suddenly, at that moment, several books on the shelf above her fell down. Leona only had time to cry out before the books hit her head. Meanwhile, Luca was extremely startled and rushed over to her. Oh my gosh, that hurts. Luca worriedly helped her up and asked with concern, Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Leona rubbed her head and slowly opened her eyes. I'm fine, just a little surprised. After saying that, her eyes suddenly fell on the book lying in front of her. It seemed to be one of the books that had just fallen, and it had accidentally opened to a page about the legend of the nation's founding. The book stated that the empire was founded by 5 families. All 5 families possessed magical abilities. Except for the Petri family, the other 4 families were destroyed by greed to consolidate power for their own families. People said that currently, only the Petri family could use magic. Descendants of the family would be able to use magic when they reached adulthood. As for the specific method, it was unknown. Reading these lines, Leona was filled with astonishment. So magic hasn't completely disappeared from this world. That's why Luca could use magic. She turned to Luca curiously. According to this book, the Petri family lineage can use magic. So, can Duke Ian also use magic like you, Luca? Luca nodded. It was originally like that. Duke Ian's ability was awakened when he reached adulthood. However, he couldn't recognize his own power. I don't know whether this is due to his unstable psychological state or something else. What do you mean? Did something happen? Luca looked at her and asked, Do you remember I mentioned before that the Duke's time had stopped? On the night the Duke fainted, Leona went looking for Luca to ask for his help and received the explanation that, in truth, the Duke's time had stopped since that day. As a child, the Duke wasn't afraid of anything, so there were times when he acted in ways that no one understood. The previous Duke and Duchess passed away early, forcing him to become Duke Ian at a very young age. Since then, he had built a wall in his mind and said he wouldn't let other people's emotions sway him. But conversely, that became poison to him. In the end, he grew up without any awareness of magic, and a phenomenon occurred, the separation between me and him. Normally, this happened because of too many negative influences on Duke Ian. This reason was also understandable. However, it seemed that the previous Duke and Duchess, before their deaths, had cast a protective spell on Duke Ian. It was a type of magic that helped him stabilize and not be overloaded. Thanks to that, Luca and the Duke maintained a stable state after separating. Within Luca, there was still a little magic of the Petri family. Leona stood still, listening to every word Luca said. She never expected the Duke to fail to recognize his magic as a child. His parents even had to cast a spell to protect their son, and then there was the strange phenomenon of being split in 2. This is to protect himself from emotional shock, isn't it? Unconsciously using magic on himself. Unable to accept the truth, he separated a part of himself from his main body. Just like a second personality. Of course, these were just Leona's speculations. But if her thoughts were correct, then there must be a way. A way to make the Duke and Luca become one again, like before. At this time, Duke Ian was lying unconscious in his room. In his unconscious state, his consciousness sank into a distant realm. The Duke's eyebrows furrowed slightly, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He seemed to be having a nightmare. The dream was a scene from the past where people around him gossiped, because he's still too young. What will become of the family in the future? Faced with everyone's pointing fingers and the pressure on his shoulders, Ian dejectedly confided in a young woman named Lerise, I feel like I'm the one who destroyed everything. I am so useless. Lerise sat down opposite the Duke and took his hand. No, Ian. You've done your best. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. I can promise you that. Do you believe me? The Duke looked at the young woman in front of him and slowly nodded. The dream scene shifted to another time. Duke Ian stood before Lerise and stated clearly, as the head of the family, you also have to make a decision, Lerise. I hope you understand this. Lerise's entire face was covered by a black veil. In the dream, her face couldn't be seen clearly, or perhaps the image of her in the Duke's memory had become blurry. Lerise pondered silently and then nodded, yes, Ian. I understand. The scene shifted again, and this time, she was lying in a hospital bed, her voice weak. Ian, I'm sorry. I can't be with you until the end of my life. At that moment, Ian panicked and grabbed her hand. Why are you apologizing to me? It's not your fault. No, Lerise, don't. With Lerise's life coming to an end, Ian felt a wave of despair and pain. That pain continued to gnaw at him to this very moment. Ian remembered the past through the dream, and shed tears of pain on his face while sleeping. As for Luca and Leona, after leaving the temple library, she decided to stop by the market for a while. Lady Leona, what are you planning to buy at the market? Hearing that, Leona smiled and walked ahead, looking around. I'm planning to buy a gift for Riri. She bravely protected the mansion even though I wasn't there. So I have to reward her. Isn't she praiseworthy? Riri strongly assured her, our home is left to me to protect. Leona, while browsing around, asked Luca, what do you think Riri would like? A sweet dessert or a toy? Luca smiled, indicating that he didn't know for sure, but he thought Riri would like any gift. As long as it was from her. Is that so? Leona happily continued her gift-shopping mission. Passing through the dark alleys in the neighborhood, she paused thoughtfully, as she saw homeless people slumped by the roadside in those alleys. There are still so many homeless people, Leona sighed. Speaking of this, Luca also mentioned something he knew, to improve the people's difficult lives, His Majesty once donated money to them. But I don't think this welfare comes from sincerity. Leona looked at the completely resigned appearance of the homeless people and sighed. You're right. Random donations like this only make the people more miserable. If it were me, I would consider a different approach. I would give them a fishing rod instead of a fish. I would teach them how to work instead of giving them money. If they knew they could still earn money through honest work, without needing exceptional skills, then at least they would have a much better life than they do now. Hearing her words, Luca smiled and praised her. You always surprise me, Lady Leona. He mumbled something under his breath, which Leona didn't hear clearly, so she had to ask again, huh? What did you just say? But Luca smiled and shook his head, saying it was nothing, and changed the subject. More importantly, if we delay any longer, the young miss will get angry. We have to go choose a gift now. What do you think, madam? Now that he mentioned it, Leona almost forgot. But the headache is what to choose. Luca, help me think, too. Seeing that, Luca just chuckled. Ha ha, I understand. But don't tell Miss Riri that I helped. If she thinks you chose it yourself, she'll be happier. Oh, all right. Then they strolled around the streets, looking at various things to choose a suitable gift for little Riri. At the same time, in the royal palace, old Caleb had come to see His Majesty to report. It's not easy to determine the exact current situation, but I'm certain there's been some change in Duke Ian. Hearing that, the Emperor smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. After our previous meeting, his condition hasn't been stable. This is good news. Clearly, the Emperor's previous words had a great impact on Duke Ian. The high priest standing before him added, "If your majesty wishes to make use of the Petri family, you need to take more decisive measures." Hearing that, the Emperor nodded. The high priest is right. At this time, I must seize him. If the most powerful ducal family in the empire, the Petri family, falls into my hands, no one will dare to challenge the throne anymore. And I will have supreme power. Observing the Emperor's ambitious expression, Caleb bowed respectfully. "Everything is as your majesty commands." Just then, the crown prince entered. "Come here, my crown prince." At his father's call, the boy approached respectfully. "You summoned me, father." Looking down at his son, he said, "Crown prince, you know the Duke Petri family, don't you? I heard you happened to run into Miss Rebecca in the garden last time. Lately, I haven't been able to contact Duke Petri. He always helps me tirelessly, so I'm worried about his health. Because I'm worried, Crown Prince, you will go visit the Duke Petri family on my behalf." Hearing his father's command, the Crown Prince was surprised. "Me?" The Emperor nodded in confirmation. "Yes. While you're there, meet the Crown Princess as well. You've seen that little girl, haven't you?" Before the Crown Prince could answer, the Emperor stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Remember to ask Duke Petri about the little lady, who will become the Crown Princess. And if their family is facing any trouble, tell them to ask us for help. Perhaps the Petri family will need the royal family's assistance." Looking at his father's unreadable expression, the Crown Prince was bewildered, then nodded. "Yes, I understand. I will do exactly as you instructed, father." Leaving the room and walking down the hallway, the Crown Prince couldn't help but ponder, "Just as I thought, father is trying to win over the Petri family. He will consolidate his royal power if he gains this family. I understand that. I acted rudely before without knowing it. I won't make the same mistake again. As the Crown Prince, I must fulfill the duty my father has given me." With that thought, the Crown Prince went to the Duke Petri family's mansion. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by little Riri, who shouted, "Go back." This attitude completely surprised the Crown Prince, who asked bewilderedly, "What?" Faced with the Crown Prince's bewildered look, Riri continued to point at him and scold, "Didn't you hear me? You're not allowed to enter my house." The Crown Prince couldn't understand why this little girl dared to speak to the Crown Prince like that. Although annoyed, because of his status, he still tried to smile and explain. "Miss Rebecca, I hope you will call me Eckhart. And also, out of concern for everyone, I'm here today on behalf of His Majesty. Please take me to greet the Duke." Mentioning her father, Riri was momentarily flustered, but she calmly replied, "No need to worry. You can go back. My father and everyone are fine." Hearing that, the Crown Prince still stepped inside. "Is that so? That's good. Then I'd like to greet Duke Petri." His decisive action irritated Riri so much that sparks flew from her eyes. "I said everyone is fine. Please go back. Don't think that just because you're the Crown Prince you can come and go as you please. Not everyone will welcome you. Go and learn some manners." At this point, the Crown Prince couldn't hold back anymore and shouted back, "And do you think you have manners speaking to the Crown Prince like that? Which one of us needs to learn manners? Little girl." Riri stuck her tongue out at the Crown Prince teasingly. "How much older are you than me to be saying that? Bleg?" The Crown Prince gritted his teeth in response. "I heard you often cause trouble for those around you. Seems like that habit hasn't changed." The two children stood there arguing, to the bewilderment of all the servants and maids around them. Just then, May, the maid, saw a familiar carriage and hurriedly called out to stop everyone. "Ah, Madam is back." Leona stepped out of the carriage, observing the chaotic scene in front of her house in bewilderment. "Huh? Why is everyone here?" But when she clearly saw the Crown Prince standing at her door, she was even more startled. Why is the Crown Prince suddenly visiting? And why are they arguing like that? Seeing her mother, Riri temporarily put the crown prince aside and waved, "Welcome back, mother." Leona walked closer helplessly, with a smile on her face, and greeted the crown prince, "Greetings, your highness. What brings you to our mansion?" Speaking of this, the crown prince turned and glared at Riri, then said, "His Majesty hasn't heard from Duke Petri recently and is very worried. So I came here personally." As this matter concerned him, Luca stepped forward in front of the crown prince. "I sincerely apologize for causing His Majesty concern. Please convey to His Majesty that I am well." Seeing the perfectly healthy Duke standing before him, the crown prince was silent for a moment and then nodded. "I understand. I will convey the message. From now on, if you visit His Majesty less often, please inform the royal palace, and don't let the Emperor worry." Luca nodded in response, "I understand." Meanwhile, Leona also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's all, I'll take my leave." With that, he walked towards the carriage, but before getting in, he stopped and glanced back at Riri. Looking at Riri's face, she was still very angry. Seeing her as if she wanted to eat him alive, the crown prince was stunned. Unable to resist his mischievous nature, the crown prince stuck his tongue out at her. This further provoked little Riri, who yelled, "Hey, you! Did you just stick your tongue out at me, you?" If Leona hadn't stopped her, Riri would have probably jumped on the crown prince and bitten him. "Riri, you can't talk like that." Riri yelled in frustration, "I'm so mad. Called or tart or whatever, you're a jerk." As for the crown prince, he sat in the carriage, stuck his tongue out, and then, along with his servant, drove away. Entering the house, Riri suddenly turned and asked Leona, "Big bunny, did you have fun?" Yes, Riri was a small bunny, and Leona was a big bunny. Her thoughts were so adorable that Leona chuckled, sat down, and stroked the little girl's head. "Ah, thank you, Riri. I should have come home earlier." "Were you surprised when the prince came?" Riri puffed out her chest and shook her head, "No, mother. Because I'm a grown-up now. I can handle these things." And her way of handling it was to have a heated argument with the crown prince. Under her mother's helpless gaze, Riri took out another drawing. "I drew a big bunny while I was waiting for you to come home." Leona clapped and praised her, "That's my Riri. You draw so well." But for some reason, the little girl continued dejectedly, "It seems we don't look alike. I think Big Bunny also draws very well." Hearing that, Leona looked closely at the drawing and saw two familiar, ugly figures in the corner of the drawing. This is the drawing I drew without thinking last time. I remember erasing it, oh my. But let's put that aside. Oh right, Riri, I brought you a present." Riri kept her promise so well, "so I'll give you a gift." Saying that, Leona took out a box of watercolors, some brushes, and blank books and gave them to the little girl. Little Riri, who loved drawing, was so surprised by these items that her eyes widened, "Oh my. These are for me." Leona smiled and nodded, "I thought you'd like coloring with watercolors instead of just crayons. My Riri is a drawing genius." Immediately, the little girl hugged her mother's gift tightly, "Yes. Riri is a drawing genius. I will draw a big bunny just like you want." Meanwhile, Luca stood behind, observing the mother and daughter. A guard approached and greeted Luca softly, "Welcome back." Seeing the person, Luca asked, "Yes, did anything strange happen?" Hearing the guard's report, Luca's eyes narrowed slightly. Night quickly fell outside the window. Luca stood in the room, beside the sleeping figure of Duke Ian, and couldn't help but recall the guard's words, "All day today I heard moaning sounds, and when I went into the bedroom to check, I saw him with a terrified expression, sweating profusely, as if he'd had a nightmare." Looking at the sleeping figure in front of him, Luca couldn't help but reach out to touch him, but surprisingly, his hand seemed to pass through Ian's body. Luca was shocked and quickly pulled his hand back, his face filled with alarm. His eyes had now returned to their original golden color. Perhaps there's not much time left. The next day, countless gifts were sent to the Duke's mansion, received and brought inside by the maids. The maids buzzed around the gifts in amazement. "Oh my, are these what Madam bought yesterday? There are so many." Leona, standing nearby, explained awkwardly, "I got a little excited yesterday, and bought all of them. And you've invited Lily and Jaina over today, right? While we have so many gifts, I thought it would be fun to have a treasure hunt for the children, so could you hide the gifts around the garden?" May, the maid, and the nanny happily nodded, "Yes, of course." Then the maid carried the gifts towards the garden, while the nanny had something to say to the madam. "Madam, I went to see the former butler you mentioned before. Speaking of this," Leona listened attentively, "how did it go? Did he agree to meet me?" The nanny's face became sad as she shook her head. "Unfortunately, I only made it to the door. The pain is still present in the family he served for so long. He seems to want to forget some painful event in the past." Hearing that, Leona could only sigh in regret. It's so hard to meet that butler. And she really wanted more information. Faced with the nanny's apology, Leona just smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, no need to apologize. Thank you for helping me." That morning, Riri's two close friends were invited to the mansion to play with her. The children went together to look for the treasures, which were gifts hidden in the garden. It was all based on clues written on pieces of paper. Leona cheerfully approached and asked the children, "Have you found a lot yet?" Hearing that, Riri and Lily smiled happily, while Jaina sighed dejectedly because she had only found one small gift. "Oh dear, Jaina only found one. What should we do?" Riri also noticed her friend's expression. So she took a gift box from her spoils and gave it to Jaina. "Here, take this." Jaina hesitated slightly, but Riri found it, right? Riri smiled, "Didn't Jaina help me find this gift? So I'm giving it to you." Taking the gift, Jaina was overjoyed. She understood that her friend Riri had thought of her and given her this gift. Lily, standing beside them, also took a gift box and gave it to Jaina. "Come to think of it, you helped me too, so I'll share with you." Watching the children share their gifts, Leona found it adorable and laughed. "My Riri, she's learned to care for others. Why is she growing up so fast?" Meanwhile, Luca approached and presented a gift box to Leona. "I found a gift too, so I'm giving it to Leona." "What?" Leona was bewildered as the gift box was opened. Inside, unexpectedly, was a ring. The handsome Luca stood before her like a prince in a fairy tale and asked, "Will you accept it?" This scene momentarily left Leona speechless. Meanwhile, the children behind them, like little gossipers, whispered amongst themselves, "Oh my, is this a proposal? So romantic." Hearing her friends' whispers, Riri declared proudly, "Of course. Luca likes Big Bunny." The little girl's words inadvertently revealed that the person in front of them wasn't the Duke, which immediately startled Leona. She hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth. "Ha ha, of course, father has to love mother. And while we are a couple, what was that? A proposal? And what were you saying? You kids. Is that right, Duke Ian?" Perhaps because they had intervened in time, the other two children didn't notice Riri's unusual words. They just looked at Leona and Luca with admiring eyes. "Will you two live happily ever after?" Seeing the children's expressions, it seemed they hadn't been exposed. Thank goodness. Luca also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked back at the ring box in his hand. His hand was gradually fading and becoming transparent. His mood also sank, but he knew this was what he had to face. That night, in Duke Ian's bedroom, Riri sat beside her father and continuously told him about the day's events, how the treasure hunt went, and how many gifts she had found. Watching her go on and on, Leona, sitting beside her, sighed. It seems she had a lot of fun today. This makes me happy too, but... Leona asked, "Riri, are you scared that father keeps sleeping like this?" Her question made the little girl suddenly fall silent. After a moment of silence, the little girl's shoulders trembled slightly, and her voice became choked with sobs as tears rolled down her cheeks. Everyone is worried about father, but to Riri, he's Riri's father. What if he never wakes up? Riri really misses father. Seeing her daughter cry like that, Leona naturally felt heartbroken. She opened her arms and hugged her, comforting her. I'm sure father is also worried about Riri while he's sleeping, just like how mother is worried about you right now. So, Riri, believe that father will wake up soon. Lying in her mother's arms, the little girl continued to cry, I hope father will wake up soon. Even if he's inattentive, I still want him by my side. Leona's eyes were also filled with tears. She closed her eyes slightly, letting the tears fall. Yes, mother wants that too. Her tears seemed to transform into magical dust, dissolving into Duke Ian's body. For a moment, his body lit up slightly with a faint, hard-to-see light. At the same time, outside in the garden, Luca raised his hand, looking at it and also seeing the light enveloping his spirit body. This is standing under the beautiful moonlight, he sighed. Finally, the time has come. While mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, Leona suddenly felt something warm. What is that? Suddenly, she saw Duke Ian's body glowing brighter and brighter. This startled her. What's this? Why is there suddenly light around the Duke? While she was extremely bewildered, a translucent, ethereal hand rested on her shoulder. Lady Leona, Miss Riri. Hearing the call, Riri turned to look. Surprisingly, it was Luca standing before them. His form was also glowing. Luca? Your body. Riri looked at him in bewilderment. Luca, your body is sparkling. Why? Is it because the moon is bright today? Luca smiled and explained, ha ha, my body has been like this ever since I came back here. His cryptic words made Leona even more confused. Came back here. What's going on? Luca softly called Leona's name, his voice gentler than ever before, as if filled with a myriad of emotions. Leona, your sincere tears when you think of Ian and Riri, that was the key to breaking the dark magic that separated Ian and me. I heard and felt the tears of both of you touch Ian's heart. I feel the moment we become one has arrived. Hearing that, Leona was completely surprised. What? You mean you two can become one now? Little Riri, half understanding, looked at Luca worriedly. Luca, where are you going? Faced with their fear, Luca didn't say another word. He bent down and used his ethereal body to embrace the mother and daughter. At this moment, Luca finally expressed his true feelings to them. Just like you love Riri. Both Ian and I also love you and Riri very much. Saying that, Luca placed an ethereal kiss on Leona's forehead. Leona's eyes welled up as she looked at the person in front of her. A multitude of emotions arose in her heart, making her sob and struggle to speak. As if understanding her heart, Luca smiled comfortingly. Don't regret this parting, because I won't disappear from this world. In that instant, a magical light enveloped Luca's body, so bright that Leona had to cover her eyes. Meanwhile, Riri suddenly grabbed Leona's hand, shook it, and shouted, Mother! Mother! Look at father! Over there! To Leona's astonishment, Duke Ian had woken up on his bed, and Luca had completely disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the mother and daughter, his familiar voice ringing out once more, Leona. At the same time, Duke Ian also regained his lost memories of his childhood when he and a young lady played hide-and-seek in the mansion. Under their parents' instruction, don't hide too well, and remember to come back when it's time for dinner. Ian and Leona's replied in unison cheerfully, yes, mother, father. While running down the hallway together, Leona said, Ian, I hid for too long last time and made father worry. Hearing that, Ian smiled sheepishly, I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't find me. Oh, but even in my dreams, I didn't think you would hide in my room. All right, let's hide in the garden today. How about that, Leona? The beautiful smile of the young lady with golden hair was deeply etched in little Ian's mind. Yes, Sister Leona. The bright summer sun and the mist from the fountain added to the vivid picture of the children's childhood. Time passed until one day, Leona returned when it was already dark, and this made Ian extremely worried. Why are you only coming back now? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Where have you been? Why are your clothes like this? Are you hurt somewhere? What happened? Faced with her younger brother's worried questions, Leona could only stand there silently, tears in her eyes. No, I'm fine, Ian. After that period, Leona seemed to be pregnant. She sat in the beautiful garden, carefully drawing a picture. Her gentle and delicate appearance was like a precious porcelain doll, so fragile that it seemed like it would shatter with a light touch. The lonely picture she drew was of a beautiful white rabbit. More time passed, until Leona lay on the bed with little Riri beside her. Ian, I'm sorry. In the end, I still couldn't be your support. Sitting by his sister's bedside, Ian tried to control his grief, but his body still trembled with sobs. No, Leona, it's not like that. Seeing his stubborn appearance, Leona sighed and pointed to the child lying next to her. This child, Riri, please take care of her for me, Ian. Their conversation seemed to have woken little Riri beside them. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Ian's figure shrouded in darkness, with a dark aura surrounding him. Me alone, how can I do it? How can I take care of her? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Leona, I can't. Muttering, Ian turned painfully to leave. But at that moment, the child on the bed cried out, making him freeze. The cries grew louder and louder, the child's face soaked with tears. Ian stood still, looking at her in a daze. Then, the child reached out towards him, and in his eyes, he saw her small reflection. Leona's last words seemed to coincide with Leona's pleas in the present. Please stay by Riri's side. Don't use business, or your pride, as an excuse to avoid her. No matter what anyone says, she only looks up to you. Because she loves you and sees you as her only family. Ian listened to these words blankly. Family. My family. In a space that he didn't know was real or illusory, Ian saw the figures of the two people most important to him, Riri and Leona. It was their sincere love that awakened him from his coma, allowing him to wake up and continue his life. Perhaps because she was tired from the day, or perhaps because of the joy of her father waking up, Riri quickly fell asleep. But even so, she still clutched Duke Ian's sleeve tightly. Seeing this, Ian sighed, it seems I've made you and our daughter suffer a lot. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Leona replied, just as you said. You slept for too long. Everyone was worried about you. The Duke's heart melted at this deep concern. He gently took her hand. I'm so sorry, Leona. After a moment of composing herself, Leona couldn't help but ask, why did you suddenly fall into such a deep sleep? Did this symptom just appear? Looking up at the moonlight outside the window, Ian replied that he had experienced similar symptoms a few times before. But this time, there were some things that made me reflect. In truth, every time he went to the royal palace, he couldn't maintain his composure for some reason. The times he had to act against his wishes solely because of his relationship with the emperor. He felt a burning pain in his chest. And of course, the reason might be because of that. The emperor, with a glass of crimson red wine in his hand. He paused, prompting Leona to press, what is the reason? Ian pondered, as he himself wasn't sure. I'm not sure, but from now on, the reason might gradually become clear. And I feel that we'll soon find out the cause of Riri's illness. The Duke's hands tightened slightly on the blanket. His eyes went from his sleeping daughter to the beautiful Leona. Leona, I woke up thanks to you and Riri. I also remembered some important memories from before. They are memories related to my sister, who is also Riri's birth mother. These words stunned Leona for a moment, and then she exclaimed in shock. What? Sister? Riri's birth mother is your sister? She couldn't help but hold her head as the thought struck her, so your sister was your wife. Oh my goodness, what a gloomy twist. Seeing her misunderstanding, the Duke hurriedly explained, I don't know who Riri's father is. My sister left Riri to me. After saying that, he smiled at Leona, while she was stunned again. Oh, I see. Oh my, what was I thinking just now? Ian stroked his daughter's soft hair and continued, "My only sister became pregnant due to an unknown incident, so I don't know who the child's father is." At that time, his father had patted Ian's shoulder and instructed him carefully, "Ian, you must remember not to let yourself collapse. I will entrust the family and Leiri's to you." During that time, his parents entrusted Leiri's to his care. As the sole head of the family, he did his best to protect her. However, some things were beyond his control. The moment Leiri's closed her eyes, Ian felt as if a part of himself had disappeared. It was an endless pain and helplessness. Because of the guilt of not being able to protect his sister, Ian became extremely protective of Riri. At the same time, he also avoided building a relationship with her. This caused Riri to become rebellious and incredibly lonely. The reason Ian did this was because seeing her reminded him of his sister and the pain of the past. She acted out to get his attention, but he deliberately ignored her. But then one day, everything changed since Leona came to the mansion. Ian poured out his heart to Leona. "Witnessing your love for Riri reminded me of the way Leiri's cared for and cherished Riri, and the love and trust my parents had for me. I remembered these things. And that's how I could awaken from the curse of darkness." Leona listened to his words in a daze. She felt surprised, touched, and at the same time, self-reproachful. Her gaze drifted down to the soft bed beneath her. "I'm sorry." Her apology puzzled the Duke. "Why are you apologizing?" Hearing that, Leona smiled, "Because I hated you without knowing anything about you. I thought you, as her father, didn't care for your own daughter." The Duke patted her shoulder and shook his head. "You weren't wrong to think that way. In many ways, I was terrible for not protecting my sister and my daughter. I still think so now. Perhaps compared to this flawed version of me, you're much better. Perhaps you're the important person for her future." Leona disagreed, emphasizing, "The Duke is also important to Riri. Because you're her father." The Duke suddenly asked, "Can I be by Riri's side?" "Of course." Leona smiled, "To Riri, you're the most important person. You felt that this time too, right?" The Duke remembered her pitiful cries for her father and her joy when he woke up. The feeling of being important made him smile. "Yes, I felt it." Suddenly, he held Leona's hands tightly and whispered, "Leona, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I admit I have many shortcomings and have made many mistakes. Therefore, please stay by my side and help me. As a complete Ian Petrie. From now on, I want to spend my life with you." Could this be considered a confession? But Leona no longer had the mind to consider that. She was simply moved by the sincerity in his words. "Yes, of course. I'll be counting on you, Duke Ian." They leaned close, their foreheads touching. "I'm the mother, and you're the father. We'll raise Riri well together." Ian's eyes softened. "Thank you, Leona." A gentle kiss was placed on her lips, but at that moment, Riri mumbled "mother," "father" in her sleep, startling them both and causing them to quickly pull apart. They both blushed like children caught doing something wrong, cautiously looking at their daughter on the bed. At the same time, they saw each other's flustered expressions. And then laughed together in happiness. With this interlude, the three of them lay together on the soft bed. As they prepared to fall asleep, Leona couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, has Luca completely disappeared now?" Hearing this question, the Duke couldn't help but smile. "Leona, I am Ian, and I am also Luca. The day Leiri's left this world, the sense of loss I felt took the form of Luca. It seems he stayed at the mansion to help me with the things I had neglected. The magic I received from my parents probably protected the humanity within me, which I almost lost. The magic of the Petrie family." Leona thought so, and then made a silent resolution. She gently placed her hand over the Duke's slender hand. "Let's find them together in the future. Let's find out about Riri's illness and the reason for your sleep. With you and me together, nothing is impossible." The Duke smiled happily, tears at the corners of his eyes. "Yes, you and me. I think with this beloved family alone, I can do anything." "Thank you so much, Leona, Riri."